want you to find the Grail.
I've heard this bedtime story before.
Eternal life, Dr. Jones.
You've got the wrong Jones. Why don't you try my father?
Indy, your father. They have them.
The last time I saw your father, we were in the library.
I guess I'm going after Dad.
Junior? Don't call me that, please.
Germany has declared war on the Jones Boys. Junior!
The armies of darkness will march all over the face of the earth.
Dr. Jones, you're a great deal like your father.
You call this archaeology?
No, I do not. I am green as fuck today. Holy shit! It's probably from the background.
It's probably the shirt too. It's just a mix.
Well, yeah, that's not helping very much, but we'll work out all the bugs in the near future. Don't worry, everybody.
Yeah, we're. This is the first time that we're doing it on Streamlabs.
Streamlabs, yeah.
Yeah, we're doing it on Streamlabs, and so yeah, we're gonna maybe experience a few hiccups. I need to get a second monitor at this point because there's so much going on. But
I mean, I've been telling you that for 2 years. I don't know why you haven't. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. All right.
Oh man, but how are you today? And yes,
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Just go back from work and set up the stream, and that's it. That's pretty much it, dude. I'm hyped to be doing the last 2 hosts of the year. This is it.
Yeah, it's been a fun year. We've done some really good stuff. Had some great guests on. Brought some of them back. Actually, some of our guests haven't been on in a while, so I'm happy to have them back. And we do have a debuter today that's related, connected to one of the other the guests. But we'll get into that in a minute. But hello, chat.
Yeah, just time to say hello to the chat. Chat, hi. I'm gonna try and highlight the chat.
Yeah, it's the same. It's just show on stream. So I'll do this one for instance. There you go. It's pink, apparently. I did not select that color. I like it though.
Always odd to introduce oneself in a new chat. Hi. Many people in this chat know me. Hey, Argentum.
Yes, I did not pick that color, but I really like it. I think I'll keep it.
Yeah, we'll keep it. It's pizza popping time. Oh, Daniel, weirdly enough, I'm having some pizza after the stream, so that's what I'm going to be eating.
Ew, French pizza.
Oh, come on. It's good. It's thin crust French pizza, okay? Well, I guess we should say hi. Well, you know what? I'm going to say hi through the YouTube chat. So Waylon is here. Daniel's here. Mr. Brown said, hail back to you, Mr. Brown. Rachel Percy Art is here. Hi, Rachel. Who else do we have? Adam. Oh my God, Adam, you're in the chat too, but you're here as well. Same with True Pop, and of course, who else do we have? We have Alex Ashgun. Hey, Alex. Professor R2. Oh, I guess that's someone else that we have on here.
Yeah.
Neo Hippie is here, of course, and Barbara Lawrence. Well, I guess Barbara.
Some of these people might be arriving shortly because let's get out the guests. I guess.
Dude. Wait. Let me just say hi to Jamma. Hey, Jamma Lama.
Oh, Jamma's here.
And Grave Rob as well, man. Hey to everyone. Oh, the hooded man just appeared. Hello.
Oh yes, yeah. I can only deal with the beard for so long, hooded man. It gets after a while it gets itchy, and I just don't like it anymore. So.
It's true, you shaved. I just realized that.
I just can't deal. I can't deal with it after a while. It's like, but our next guest, to my knowledge, has never even grown a beard in his life. So his reaction backstage was priceless. I troll this guy on Reddit all the time whenever I see one of his posts. Most recently, I told him that he forgot that I was on EFAP this year, and he apologized for that fact. I don't know if he apologized for forgetting me or for the fact that I was on, but it's True Pop Culture 7.
How you doing, guys? Thank you for having me. And yeah, you nearly said StreamYard uninspired.
Oh yeah. I keep saying StreamYard in my head.
That's StreamYard is old best friend. Streamlab is new best friend. So we're done with StreamYard.
Yeah, Last Crusade, one of my probably my favorite Indiana Jones film. Not sure if it's the best, but still definitely a favorite, and it has some of the best chemistry between characters I've ever seen in a movie. So I'm looking forward to breaking this down with you guys.
I'm actually going to go put up after we're done with all the intros. I'll put up a
poll.
Poll about which one everybody likes the most.
Well, dude, Trooper, thanks for coming back, man. Last time you were on was Sixth Sense. That was for Halloween. So yeah, it's great to have you back on.
Definitely.
Yeah, and so hold on, let me put
Dark Hour. Introduce, man. It's got.
Sorry, I'm still getting used to the layout here. Give me a second. Our next guest has apparently acquired a hat sometime since the last time he was on, and I think last time I said something along the lines of like, if you give him the R2, he'll give you the D2 or something like that. So let's go with that again. It's Professor R2.
Hello.
Hey, Professor R2. How you doing, man?
Good to be here. Excited to watch
pleasure.
a fantastic movie with everybody here in the panel.
Oh yeah.
Well,
one of the best.
Glad to have you on. You've been doing a great job with the Discord, which everybody should be in by the end of the stream.
Yeah.
Everybody out there. R2 has taken the reins on that and made it into a really nice server. And so I was like, as soon as I was like looking for people to put on this stream, I was like, you know what? R2 deserves to be on the best, in my opinion, the best Indiana Jones movie. So
yeah.
Nice.
Well, glad to be here.
No, dude, yes, it's our pleasure to have you back, man.
Yeah, I think it's been about a year since you've been on the channel. I think you were on
would be Die Hard last year. Which
I
also had another of our guests here.
Oh, look at that. He's taking my job from me, but I'll use that as an intro. And you might know this guy from B-Sides or his anger toward YouTube. That you often see through Twitter, but it's Adam Gray.
Hey, Adam.
You might know my episodes on Twitter. How's it going, guys?
Those are whenever I see you go on one of those rants, I've never felt both vindicated and embarrassed as much as I am at the same time for you.
Thank you. I'm so proud.
No, because it's like the truth is you're right what you're saying. I'm just like, but they're ignoring him, so it's like.
Yeah, I broke the habit. I just realized it's all AI. There's not a real person for like 3 layers deep. So. Yeah, but it made me feel better at the time.
Yeah. Hey, if it made you feel better, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a pleasure having you back, especially to stream with you again, man. I haven't streamed with you in a while, and I've been wanting to. So I'm just really happy that you're here.
Yeah, you were one of our early panelists on B-Sides, and then your schedule changed, and we miss you terribly.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm telling you, I'm gonna come back once I get some free time. Normally, I have paid vacation. Well, is it called paid leave or paid vacation? Yeah, paid vacation.
We call it vacation here, and some countries call it holiday, others call it leave.
Yeah, I have like 3 weeks of paid vacation that I have to set up before April. So whenever I'm on paid vacation, I'll be on for every single show.
Well, this is France, so you get 3 weeks of paid vacation every month, right?
Well, no. I mean, yeah.
No, that's Britain.
Oh, okay.
You just say you're sick, and then you can skip a bit of the day.
Well, or in like Mexico and Spain, they get an hour of paid vacation every day. So right in the middle of the day, it's the busiest time of the day. They just go, "Fuck this shit. We're going to sleep." But Adam, I think you should probably do the intro of the next person. What do you think? I think you might know this person a little bit.
I am familiar with our next guest, actually. She's a wonderful, charming, intelligent, beautiful lady who just happens to live in my house with me here.
No, you live in her house. Get it right.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yes, it's my co-pilot, Barbara Lawrence, who y'all might know from B-Sides and her many guest appearances. Hi, Barb.
Hi.
Hey, Barbara.
It's so nice to be here.
It's our pleasure to have you. It's so great to have this panel, man. It just warms my heart to see all you guys.
I miss you.
I miss all of you, man. I really miss B-Sides, man. I really miss coming on to B-Sides. I just wish
you guys have to do like B-Sides AM at some point, or like B-Sides
Well,
like decent time of the day would be what I would call it. Like
I don't know if my liver could do that.
Oh no.
B-sides not at the dead of night would be a great term for it. Like,
technically, it starts at like 3 a.m. my side and goes all the way till 7 or 8 a.m. So yeah.
Mhm.
But I love being on B-sides. It's just hilarious.
I would say y'all should move to California, but you don't want to
No.
move.
No, you
That would-
don't.
that would be
California.
That doesn't sound right. No, not really.
Look, New
You
Jersey ain't much
chose
better.
poorly.
New Jersey ain't much better, but as the chat is saying, there's a big pizza debate, and New Jersey's usually in the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area usually wins that debate. So,
Or maybe
I'm not going-
actual fucking pizza wins the debate in Italy and France. I don't know.
I'd put up the stuff here any day.
All right.
I think Chicago pizza is great, but I consider it more of a pie.
Yeah.
I do want to file a complaint against some marketing people. Detroit style pizza is not a thing. I lived in Detroit, and that's entirely made up. Detroit pizza is not square. It's totally made up for marketing.
I feel like Detroit style pizza is just what they just found out about Sicilian pies and were like, we're claiming this one.
Exactly. Darkhauer knows. It's a Sicilian.
It's like,
yeah,
but
You have to give them something. Come on, what's Detroit known for apart from being a shithole?
a collapsed economy. That's pretty much what they're known for.
You can't have shit in Detroit, man. That's what they say.
Detroit style pizza is a hot and ready for $5. That's what Detroit style pizza is.
Detroit is the city that I have the most times made fun of in my videos, so that has that going for it.
Nice.
Yo, Sammy.
Hey, Sammy, what's up?
The devil. Speak of the devil.
Darko, by the way, you mentioned that you shaved during the intro.
Yeah,
I've recently shaved as well for Christmas. That's why I haven't grown out.
for Christmas, I shaved.
Yeah.
I shaved like 15 minutes ago, and it's already growing back in.
Okay.
I have a.
Just letting you guys know.
What would you call
I'm
it?
I'm convinced that True Pops is actually like 12 years old, and he just has the knowledge of someone who's significantly older.
It's just genetics. I'm old.
All right, but you guys are ready to get into this movie. I think we have to get into the movie. I think we made everybody wait like 5-10 extra minutes, so I think we got to get into it for them.
Yeah. But
I need to share the screen. So first of all, let's go around the horn, and everybody's first, or because in some cases this is one of those movies that you just might not remember the first time. Your best memory of the movie, and we'll start with True Pop today.
Right. Okay. I probably don't remember the very first instance I watched this movie, but I do remember seeing. This was probably like 2007, 2005-ish, somewhere between around there. My dad is like a great big Indiana Jones fan, so we really didn't have much as a family moving into England in 2005, but he was sure to buy like one of those. It was very expensive at the time. One of those DVD box sets with all the free movies. 4 didn't come out yet. 4 wasn't even out yet. So it was
5 doesn't exist. So don't.
I don't remember a 4.
I don't remember a 4 or a 5.
Yeah. So it was all the free movies in like this nice little brown kind of made to look like leather box set. So it had Raiders, Temple of Doom, and Last Crusade. And I always put those DVDs in and watched it on my shitty little TV. And it was a blast to watch them. And the thing is, as a kid, I never actually knew which one released first. I don't know if anyone at my age
I'm
kind
with
of
you,
knew
True
that.
Pop.
Thanks, so inspired. Like, especially watching like Last Crusade, like my guess as a kid was like maybe that's the first one because it includes his origin story. But no, it's for some reason it's Raiders first, Temple of Doom second, and then Last Crusade is last. And I suppose it makes sense because having watched it now, there's references of last movies. So that was my experience with Last Crusade. And yeah, I love this movie purely because of, the chemistry and interactions between dad and son. I think that's why it's my favorite. And, Christian relics in here, which I like. So yeah.
I think that's what makes the movie I guess that's why The Last Crusade, a lot of people can connect with him more than they did Raiders or Temple of Doom. It's because it's something that seems tangible in terms of what Indy is hunting. We know that he hunts religious stuff a lot of the times, but Raiders was kind of just too out there. But this one feels a bit more closer to me, at least, because I grew up in a Christian household. So to me, it was a bit more easier for me to identify with it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Babs.
Well, I did see this in the theater when it came out, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. But I think my fondest memory of it actually came once it came out on. My older sister had never seen it, and so I sat down with her and we watched it. And my oldest sister is an absolute book nerd. I mean, she truly wears the smarty pants in the family. Okay, so she had never seen it, and her eyes just like lit up and was so excited to follow the journey of the Grail itself through all of the Arthurian legend. And watching her reaction, I think, was so much fun to me. And so I have a great fondness for this movie. It's not my favorite of the three, but it's a great movie, and I do love it.
It sums it up right there. I'm always jealous of when people say they saw it in theaters the first time,
especially when it came out.
Yeah, because it's some movies you kind of get that they're just part of. Yeah, there's it's a part of the cultural zeitgeist, so you just kind of know things about it, and so I always feel bad for people who are born into it and it's already part of that. Like no one will ever really be surprised by Darth Vader being Luke's father,
right,
or anything like that ever again. So it's
I was in the theater for that one too.
Unless you bring up your kids in like a very specific way.
Yeah,
like,
you have if you hide your kids in a
styles.
basement and like don't let them know about anything post 2001 or something, maybe you'll be fine. But
I'm gonna write this down. All right.
They won't be fine, but you'll be fine. Adam, how about you?
I also saw it in the theater, but my memories are a little bit fuzzy about that. I'm sure I did see it in the theater because I was a huge fan at the time. But I never had a copy of it growing up. I didn't have VHS or DVD of it, so it's one of the ones that I've watched the least. But yeah, huge fan across the board. So I love all three.
Yeah, it's weird because I'm kind of like you, Atom, in the fact where I didn't really watch this one as much as I did Raiders or Temple of Doom. I think Temple of Doom is the one I watched the most as a kid.
Me too. I feel like that's the one everybody's seen the most. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why, but Temple of Doom was just something that was calling to me as a child. I guess maybe it was the monkey brains or all that stuff that was really
absolutely
cool.
Yeah, it's icky and gross, and kids love that stuff.
Yeah, but The Last Crusade reminds me a lot of I don't know how you guys say it in English. Lucky Luke, Lucky Luke. The cowboy.
I've heard of that character, and he rides a white horse.
Yeah,
like 3 criminals, one very tall, one medium, and
those are the Daltons. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Lucky Luke. It's a Belgian comic strip, kind of the same people that published Tintin. There's dudes that
did they do Asterix and Obelix? Do you know
Asterix
that?
and Obelix. Yeah, they also do that too. So yeah, it reminded me a lot of that when I was growing up. So I liked it. But yeah. Who else do we have? We have
I still have Professor R2 with
Professor
his nifty hat. I'm creating the poll question right now. So.
Yes. So yeah, this was the only of the trilogy of Indiana Jones films that I got to see in the theater. I was old enough to see Temple of Doom, or I was old enough to go to the theater, but I wasn't quite old enough to go see the more graphic content of Temple of Doom. So this was the only of the originals that I got to see in the theater. And I do remember it was a fantastic occasion. I was so excited to go see this, and I loved this movie from the first time I saw it. It really is just so much fun. It really has a lot of great comedic elements in it, and they're not overplayed. It's done very very simply, but very very well, and it is just a lot of fun, and it is more of a character centric film than the other movies. The others tend to be more action films. You get to spend a lot more time with Indy and learn who he is, and you get to learn who his father is, and as they explore this mystery of the Holy Grail and what is it, where is it, and trying to get to it before the bad guys do, and so on. It's just a great film. It's a lot of fun, and to this day, I think while I do absolutely love Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think it's one of the best films that's ever been made. Certainly one of the best action films. I think I really do enjoy this the most out of that trilogy. It is, like I said, just so much fun, and there's so much time spent with the characters. And I really love the choice of Sean Connery as his dad. I'm sure we'll get to talk more about that later on. It was a little controversial early on and so on, but I really do enjoy this movie a great deal, and I'm glad to be here to talk about it with everybody.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's one of the only. Well, to me, it's one of the only indie movies where I feel like there's proper stakes where Indy might actually die, even just during the action scenes, which I really, really appreciate, because I love the first two, but sometimes they seem a bit slapstick. Even if Temple of Doom is kind of more dark in tone, I still feel that it's a bit slapstick. But this one, since they add his father into the mix and they add their relationship and they knit it together so well with the action scenes, you really feel for them a way that you haven't felt before, and I think that's what makes The Last Crusade so unique.
Definitely with the father, like I maybe it's because I watch recent movies where they always kill off like the old mentor. But,
the useless old mentor who is nothing but a miserable bastard. So
just wait till they kill off Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio in the next Karate Kid movie, man.
Oh my God, no! You can't kill off Ralph Macchio at this point. The dude survived it all.
Yeah, you got to kill off the old.
He survived irrelevancy for like 20 years just to come back and die. You can't do that.
You have to kill off the old white men because nobody can learn anything from them.
No.
They're worthless.
That's why. So that's why they'll kill Ralph Macchio. They'll keep Jackie Chan, dude. They'll say it's the old Asian dude. They'll keep him. Be like, yeah. Fuck
we're gonna cover Karate Kid. That one got bumped back, so I'm gonna try to like time that maybe for around the time the next one comes out.
I'm hyped as fuck for the sequel, dude.
But let's not talk about that now. We have a much more relevant movie to this stream that we have to talk about. Go on, True Pop.
I did want to discuss some like context about this movie before we get into it.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I heard Gary from Nedrotic say that people were somewhat disappointed with Sean Connery. They were kind of apparently people were expecting like kind of like a badass. This is Gary's words, not mine. And he was kind of more like a clumsy kind of nerd.
I can understand that. I mean, if people who grew up with him as James Bond might have expected more James Bond, I could see that. But I think it's aged well because people eventually realized, hey, he's not playing James Bond. He's playing a completely different character.
Yeah. And they were actually, I think they were pretty mindful of that actually when they were making it. They did not want him to be James Bond. They knew, of course, the James Bond series of films was actually an inspiration for the creation of Indiana Jones. So when they actually had the idea, who's his father going to be? Well, it would be Sean Connery, because he's the Bond that we loved, that we grew up with. And since Bond is sort of the spiritual father to this series, it makes sense that he would be the father. But Lucas actually was really not keen on the idea because Connery kind of already had a rep for not being very agreeable on set. He kind of wanted things to be done his way. And Lucas was really concerned that the character that they had written he was not going to play with that. He was going to want to do his own thing. But when he got on set, I guess they really kind of gelled, and Connery had some of his own ideas about what he wanted to do with the character, and they had their own ideas. And it did, I guess, initially, he was going to be a really reserved, kind of conservative character. And they did more with that, and they adjusted that a lot more than it was originally going to be. So I think it's funny that someone might say they were disappointed with it. I think he does a great job in the role, and they had a lot of fun with it. So
was this before or after the Ah, shit. Which one did Sean Connery come back to do the James Bond movie?
I don't
Never
remember
Say
the name.
Never Again.
Yeah, Never Say Never Again. Was this before or after?
Oh, this was after.
This would have been after. Yeah, Never Say Never Again would have been
Significantly
83, 84.
Yeah, somewhere out in there.
Yeah, 83.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
But yeah, I think had it actually probably would have been less believable had they actually tried to make him just do the Bond stuff, because he was up there in age at this point, and I think it would have looked silly if he would have been running around doing Bond things. You know?
Yeah, Daniel B has a point. He's the intellectual. He doesn't even understand military direction, and he uses his intellect in really cool ways, where it's like, yeah, all right, I can believe this guy.
Suddenly, I remembered my Charlemagne.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you get to see those two different elements sort of gel together as they're solving the problems and working through the film. Both the more action oriented Indy and the more intellectual father, and how they solve the problems working together.
But I pulled up the slides. I guess I'm controlling the first set of slides, everybody. So if there's some communication errors between me and Uninspired, I apologize.
Hey, not Brian. Salut, où est le petit peloton?
He's slumming on EFAP.
Yeah.
That's Platoon got summoned over to EFAP. Those losers over there, losers over to EFAP with their 900 times more fans.
You see, they're covering something shitty like Squid Game season 2. Okay,
right?
We're covering Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Oh right? Yeah.
So who's winning right here? Who's winning? Okay, who's winning? All right, Dark Hour. Go through the slides, man. Go through the slides.
There you go.
So Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It's already just from the how do I say, the landscape. No, I mean you can continue just from the landscapes, man. You can tell that they don't do stuff like this anymore, where they actually have people go out and film, which you would think in the 80s would be the norm now, because of how balloon budgets are. You would think they would be more accessible for people to take bigger crews out to actually film stuff, but no.
They keep telling this lie about how CG is cheaper and more efficient, but the fact is that the budgets tell the truth, which is it's not at all cheaper than going on location. It's easier.
And location shoots are beautiful. Although I think this was shot in Zion National Park, and I don't know if the national parks allow filming anymore.
Probably not. I would assume that they. I would assume that there would be wildlife concerns with filming.
Maybe just with tiny crews, maybe just a proper secondary unit, that could be something. But even then, yeah, nowadays, I don't know. I feel like nowadays you pay too much in terms of taxes to be able to film in locations, which is why they use green screen so much. I think that's the main issue. But I don't know. Yeah, of course. Well, Dark Hour, you're doing the slides, so I'll let you narrate for the first section.
Okay. Well, I mean, basically, it's pretty simple. He's on his scout troop, and my favorite extra, possibly of all time, definitely in this movie, this guy right here, just falling off of his horse, and they separate themselves from the pack by going into a tunnel. They all kind of go spelunking, but they go into a side tunnel where they notice that there's light coming from, or at least River Phoenix, young Indy, notices that there's light coming from it. I don't know this character's name. I just know him as like the fat friend, but
Fatty.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He's clueless. He's clueless as shit. He's like, oh, what are they doing? It's like, what the hell does it look like they're doing, dude? They're stealing shit. What is going on?
I also love how they frame it as you think it's Indiana Jones.
Yes,
it's the troopers that are coming in, and they're watching Indy from a different perspective. But nah, it's after this that they give you the year and everything like that.
Yeah, this is definitely like we have Indy at home, or the Temu version, because like even if you had really poor eyesight, you might think this is Harrison Ford. This is a guy that maybe might pass for one at a cosplaying at a Comic-Con if you've had a few before you went into the damn convention. So
yeah, I like the introduction of this guy because it does fool you, but I'm not sure how great I feel about young Indy getting his impression of this guy and then ending up dressing just like him. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple of things in this first sequence that play a little strangely. I do like the fact that they decided to go the route of showing a young version. River Phoenix does a really good job. Unfortunate, obviously, what happened to him in life. But I just, I do agree with you, though, that this is kind of a strange character to, like, emulate
a little
later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this character's name is Garth, by the way.
Garth.
Yeah. He looks like a Garth.
Yeah.
Party on, Garth.
But yes, bringing in River Phoenix, that was actually Harrison Ford's choice. He had River Phoenix had played his son in The Mosquito Coast. Yeah, and so he said, if you want someone who looks like me as a kid, get that guy. And so they picked River Phoenix pretty quickly.
So
there's a few things that they account for too, and there's a couple of things that they don't need to account for, but they do anyway. But go on.
I wanted to ask you guys, River Phoenix at this time, was he a huge thing? Because even to this day,
rising.
I hear a lot about
he was on the rise.
Yeah,
he was
a rising
very
star.
much on the rise.
So
Because
unfortunately for River
he had
Phoenix,
come
he
off
never
with a-
really got to be a thing. He was a rising star, and he died before he got a chance to really be a star.
But he was really on the rise because he had kind of started off with Stand By Me.
Yeah, Stand By Me was his big
And
break.
then he just rapidly rose through so many A-list movies.
Yep.
And I think was it Gus Van Sant that really took a shine to him?
I'm trying to think of who he would compare to right now, because like a lot of the he's kind of in that phase right now where he's getting the but he hasn't become the selling. At this point, he hadn't become the selling point yet because he was too young. But in a couple of years, he would have been. How old was he again when he died?
He was still in his 20s.
Yeah, he was really young. He was really close.
He was 23. He was 23. Yeah, he was born in 70. He died in 93. So
I think he would have been another Johnny Depp.
He was approaching that level where he would have been in that stratosphere of like he could have sold films, and unfortunately he didn't get to do that. It's a real shame.
Well, I ask it because I always hear about River Phoenix and how it was a tragedy that his career never took over. But as someone who, didn't really grow up during that era, even nowadays when I just watch a movie and I hear about River Phoenix and stuff like that, I'm still just very curious about how big he was at that time. But thank you guys for clarifying.
Yeah, the worst thing that came out of that is that Joaquin Phoenix still exists. No, honestly, I like Joaquin Phoenix. I just like to make that joke. Yeah, I like his work. But so they're they find what was this artifact is the which one is this again?
The Cross of Coronado.
That's it, the Cross of Coronado. That's it. And
it's a banging name, dude.
Yeah.
Coronado.
And they've uncovered it, and this is one of those sequences that I think they actually could have left out. The fat friend has a snake. He on his lap he reacts, and then young Indiana Jones is like, "Oh, it's just a snake," which is very tongue in cheek about what we're expecting out of him. But it changes very quickly in the very near future, so I think they could have just left this out.
Yeah. It's weird because there's sometimes when you see, especially nowadays with a ton of prequels, whenever you see how a character got their specific swagger, their specific apparel, all of that stuff, you kind of just roll your eyes. But in this one, you're kind of just there like, okay, I can see it happening this way. For me, I think the whip is probably the one thing that I accept the most, but the fear of snakes is just like, I mean, it's kind of weird that you show that.
It definitely feels like in the beginning here they tried to cram every reference they could as quickly as possible.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
and I was gonna say, and some of them could have been skipped. They could have. They didn't need to. In my opinion, the hat is fine. Whatever, he gets the hat. If anything, it could have been that he stole the hat. I would have preferred that.
True.
The snakes I would have skipped. We don't need to know why he's afraid of snakes. Actually, if anything, I always loved the fact that we didn't in the first two. He's just afraid of snakes, but afraid of nothing else.
Yeah,
and I love that. It added an air of mystery to it that you can't get back after you see the scene that's coming up.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, go ahead, man. You can go to the next few slides.
Yeah. You want me to continue doing the narration?
Yeah, you're doing the entire narration for the first batch of slides.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I'll do it.
I'll just stop you when there's a clip.
So he he gets the cross. He gets out. He grabs a horse and he gets chased down by cars, which apparently cannot keep up with a horse, and despite the fact that they're measured in multiple horsepower, but whatever.
Well, on rough ground though, older cars on rough ground, they wouldn't be able to do
anything
very fast. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to go very fast.
Their wheels would probably fall off, to be honest.
He and one thing that he does do before this is he tells his fat friend to go get the sheriff, the sheriff, which will come into play later, and then quite possibly the greatest animatronics in the history of movies is when he gets on the circus. The circus train. I to this day I think that those might be real giraffes. Those look good. The rest of them look terrible.
The Dun and Duffy circus.
Daniel B, of course, pointing out one of the legendary lines, which
it belongs in a museum.
Yeah. Which will be said soon.
So does
every time I do that, I have to go click again. Okay. So as he goes through the train cars, he encounters various animals, and this is kind of what I was just talking about. He encounters some snakies, little snaky action.
Rubber snakes too.
Yeah.
Rubber snake.
I don't like snakes at all, and even this particular snake is just so goofy. It looks like a sock puppet.
Yeah.
I don't know which one is the worst looking one. I think the giraffes are probably because it's so far away. They look good. But the lion looks pretty terrible. The rhino is laughably rubber looking. The snakes are bad. It has its own charm though, in my opinion.
I don't hate the other animals. It's just the snake.
It looks
I
really...
wasn't scared by it.
Yeah.
And this is exactly why he hates snakes, because not only does he get scared by that one, he then falls into a pit of, I believe these are garter snakes.
Yeah, those are garter snakes.
Yeah. So I don't of all the snakes to trigger that fear, garter snakes probably the last of it. This is they're not particularly dangerous.
We used to catch them when we were kids, but I've also never been covered in them. So that's
it's like an episode of Fear Factor.
Yeah. But it's a reverse episode of Fear Factor. This is like, make sure you are afraid afterwards, not conquer your fears, achieve your fears, if you will.
Man, speaking of Fear Factor, we've got Joe Rogan hosting us, on two hosts today. So yeah, it works.
One of these days, I'm gonna have to shave my head when the when the Rogaine stops working, and then I'll just have to gain like 45 pounds in my neck and lower head, and just be like Joe Rogan. I don't know how that guy gains so much weight in just his neck and head. It's crazy.
You see, Dead Gamers 13. You make a point. He says I always used to have nightmares about what the scene had been like if it had been a tub full of spiders. My third ultimate fear. This is actually where my fear of spiders stems from. I don't know if you guys have seen the Sebastian Stan supernatural movie called The Covenant from 2011.
Yes, I saw that in theaters. Actually, it was not good.
So there's a scene where there's a girl who's asleep, and spiders literally start crawling from under her skin, like popping out and attacking her. And I have incredibly vivid dreams. I don't know why. It's just been like that since I was a kid. And I had
how old were you when that movie came out?
I was born I was 9. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why.
And ever since then, I've had a huge fear of spiders to this day, no matter the size of spiders. All right, cheers, Jama. See you, man. Go ahead,
So the rhino almost takes out both of their abilities to have children, which would have saved us the fourth movie, might I add.
There was a fourth movie?
So close.
Yeah. We wouldn't have had the fourth movie if not. And then I guess by extension, not the fifth even shittier movie because, you know, the reason why he was so depressed in the fifth movie is because his son died in Vietnam. So,
damn.
Oh man, this scene could have changed the course of history if it would have gone if the Rhino had slightly better aim.
Dude, I always confuse this guy for Sean Astin for some reason.
He does look like Sean
does
Astin.
kind of look like him, yeah.
He looks like him a lot, yeah.
But yeah, then he does his standard Indiana Jones thing, and you know grabs the most random thing possible and swings around, and it just kind of ends up right back where he started.
Well, it's an out of the frying pan into the fire kind of thing, which you saw in a bunch of the Indiana Jones films.
Yeah.
I'm just so everybody knows, I'm guessing what the next slide is. I have no idea. So I'm just
you could skip. Troop up, speak up. Let me see if your mic is good.
Oh, is he not?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Nope, I can't hear him either.
Yeah, go back out and come back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, video frame seems frozen too.
Yeah. I thought he was just really intently interested in this scene.
Super into it, yeah.
Hey, Rusty Jones. I watched this 2 nights ago. What a treat this is. Man.
That might be one of my new favorite users. My name being Russell and all. Yeah. I actually went to school with a kid when I was younger, and the only other Russell I ever went to school with, and his last name was Jones. I wonder if that's him.
Maybe it should be.
So, I mean, the lion only looks bad because it's very small. But then again, this is a circus lion. It could have been malnourished.
Sure.
Now that I think about it.
Probably old lion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you see, this is the only one of the aspect of him getting his I guess his whip, that the only aspect of him getting what we know him by. I think this is the only one where I really accept, because for someone who is in this situation, it's life or death. You use the whip, and it actually manages to save you in this life or death situation. You can probably tell, because Indy's a smart guy, even when he's a kid. You can really tell that. Troop up, speak up. Let me see.
Testing mic 1 2 3.
Yeah. We can
Here he is.
There we go.
It
There we go.
works.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, you can really tell that Indy, being a smart person, would know that the whip is something that you could use in a very bad situation to get you out of a sticky situation. So, and especially the fact that he actually gets cut. Move on to the next slide, Dark Hour.
Oh, yes, of course.
The fact that he gets cut with the whip is also just there. It's something that I accept. You know, I can actually see him saying, "All right, I may need to use this weapon in the future," or maybe I guess another situation happened and he was thinking, "Man, if I had a whip on me like I did when that lion attacked me, boom, I can accept this." But the rest of it, I think it's a bit too ham-fisted.
Yeah,
it is. They didn't need to explain how he got the scar on his face. We could have just assumed that the scar on his chin came from the
Harrison
20
Ford.
plus years of him being spelunking and going into dangerous, temples and stuff. Like, you didn't need an origin story for the chin scar.
Dodging boulders and poison darts.
I don't hate it though.
I don't hate it. I mean, I'm
think it's
nitpicking a
fine.
little bit. I don't need. I'm just saying it. I don't think it was necessary, but
I think, like you said before, there could be half as many references in this whole scene.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's funny because by this logic, shouldn't he have a phobia of lions? Shouldn't he have a phobia of rhinos? Or shouldn't he have a phobia of all the animals in this freaking wagon? I definitely think
everything but the giraffes. He should just love giraffes. The giraffes
Why
were chilling. They
do
look at
giraffes?
Yeah.
Like he walks by, the giraffe is like, "The fuck is going on here?" This is like
there's a bit of like, I think they overthought some of Indy's features. Some things just don't need to be explained. And like even with the scar, like why does he get it as a kid? Shouldn't we assume like he?
Well, I mean, he clearly doesn't know how to use a whip. He's gonna have to go. Yeah. He's gonna have to meet a lady who has a lot of leather, teach him some tricks with the whip, how to use it properly, and then eventually he won't scar his own face.
Yeah.
I actually have a scar in the same spot, and I got it when I was really little, like 3 years old.
I have one like right on the back of my. I got shot in the face with a paintball gun, like right in the face, right in the back of the face.
Damn.
And I remember it was like swollen out to here. It was like 3 inches, like swollen out from my jaw.
I've got like a Harry Potter scar. I was playing like Tig with my older brother.
It's just because you're in England. You know, everybody has a Harry Potter.
Everybody has a Harry Potter scar.
But mine was really stupid. So I was playing Tig, and I hit my forehead at the edge, at the corner of a table. I just got like a line.
So one of my a guy I used to train with years ago. He for years. So his eye, you could tell he like got like hit in the eye with like a blade or something because it was he had that one of those eyes that just looked, you know, like every cool villain ever has had. And I was like, so what's like the origin story of like the eye scar? And he was like an Irish dude, so I was like, he must have gotten like a knife fight or something. And he was like, nah, when I was a kid, I opened a Christmas present too fast and I just stabbed myself in the face. I was like, you knifed yourself in the face?
You need to come up with a much cooler backstory, bro.
Yeah, not every scar has a cool story to it. All right?
Yeah, it was better. I wish I hadn't asked, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But so he thinks he escapes the lion's pit and comes back up.
They help him escape. You know.
Yes, they help him escape. Yeah, that's a good point. They pull him back up
in there.
Yeah.
And you know, because the thing is, by pulling him out, they also pull out the cross.
Exactly. Yeah, they're not there to save him from the lion. They're there to save that cross from being protected by the lion. So
I love this screenshot, by the way, and I'm really glad that you got this, Tar, because it just shows the ridiculousness of they just used whatever costumes they had in the. None of these make sense together. You have like the one guy looks like Han Solo over here. With like a pilgrim hat.
I think that's deliberate, actually. I think that's sort of a deliberate choice to give it a bit of a Star Wars reference point of Han Solo and Chewbacca.
Yeah.
And then the young
Chewbacca
kid,
back there.
and then the young boy as Luke. I think that's a deliberate choice.
I think it's a 1915. Yeah, is that it?
1912?
No, 1912. They say it's like right after World War One.
Yeah,
because it's like
right before World War One.
Right before World War One.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Well, right before World War One.
I look at the first guy, plain Indian, cowboy from a western, Han Solo, and I don't know, chimney sweeper. It's a very bizarre set of costumes, but it's like very old fashioned.
Yeah, at least he doesn't have a really bad Cockney accent.
Yeah.
Dude, troop up. Check your mic. You sound a little low.
Yeah, you might be slightly down.
It's because this mic is usually quite low. Hang on.
So just scream for the rest of it. Just be like, "Can you hear me?"
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
So he breaks free from them and runs into the magic car. I guess that's what we'll call it. It's where they keep all their tricks, and jumps into the escape chest, the purple escape chest, which pretty much just has him fall out of the bottom of the train so he can run away.
Mm-hmm.
And and they don't think at all that they could just jump off the back of the train and chase him. That never occurs to them at all. He's just like, he's too far. He's like 30 feet away. There's no way we're gonna get
Iceman, this panel. Welcome to B-Sides featuring two hosts. Hell yeah, man!
Take over.
Yeah,
it happens. When you're affiliated with other shows, they tend to get onto your show from time to time. It happens.
Listen, this is B-Sides featuring two hosts. Okay,
this is B-Hose. We're just gonna B-Hose.
B-Hose.
I mean,
sponsored by the Legion of Memers. Not gonna forget that one. So he gets home and he goes to definitely 100% Sean Connery, not a body double, just using the voice.
Nope.
And which I don't understand why they did it. I guess it's just to keep it secret, but everybody knew he was in the movie. It's weird that they would do it this way. They because it's his voice.
I think it's to avoid trying to de-age Sean Connery.
Sean Connery didn't look that old. He wasn't like super wrinkled. All they would have had to do was just dye his beard, and he would have just been younger. Like he wasn't decrepit at this point. He was just older. You know, it wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. How old was he when this came out? Because he was just.
He was. I looked it up last night. Harrison Ford was 47.
Damn.
And
he would have been 59 because he's 12 years older.
59. Yeah.
I mean, technically possible.
Harrison Ford was almost 50 making this movie.
Harrison Ford, until relatively recently, looked very good for his age. It wasn't until the last maybe 10 years that he really started to show it. He always looked a little younger than he was.
Yeah, he looks much younger than that. I would have said like he's late 30s, very early 40s. That's what.
It's one of the reasons why he was able to pull off Han Solo still, because he was significantly older than both Leia and Luke, but he didn't look as much older as he was.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now as well?
We can hear you. We can hear you better.
Right. Yeah, you're perfect, man.
A little bit better. Yep.
Cheers.
I think
Count
Han
to 20.
Solo works as an older character, anyways. You know, he doesn't have to be the same age.
No. But yeah, I think that they could have. If they wanted to de-age Sean Connery, they could have easily just dyed his beard darker, and that would have been acceptable. I mean, if people accept whichever Saw it was, where Jigsaw just puts on a backwards hat, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he's clearly a high school student." Like, you know, I think people would have accepted a dyed beard as a way to de-age somebody.
He makes him count in Greek as well.
Count to 20, and then he says in Greek. Yes. So yes, his education in this stuff clearly started quite early.
True Pop, did you while you were fiddling with your mic, did we miss anything you wanted to say? That way we don't get too far away from it.
No, I think I just wanted to say that point. Like, hey, if he fell into this lion, shouldn't he be afraid of lions? I think that's
okay. As long as we got you in for that, because I hate when someone has technical difficulties and we missed something that they wanted to say.
Yeah.
Yep.
And as someone already pointed out, he's copying an illuminated manuscript into his diary.
And he says a specific line here that's paid off that I noticed. I can't remember it exactly.
Setting up the night. Yeah.
But he who
illuminated this manuscript, illuminate
me, or something like that.
Yeah.
Got to figure out what. I'm sorry. Got to figure out how to get people's names out. Are you talking about?
No, he means like for now you can only see the image, so it's just.
That's probably in the settings. I'll have to fiddle around with it. I'm sorry for today. This is our first time using this one. I will figure that out going forward. I think if when we're larger pictures, I think they just get rid of it here, so that way we can be seen easier. I don't know 100%. We're still figuring this one out. Sorry.
Hi, Melvin. Hope you're doing good.
Like I said, guys, this is the experiment. This is the first. This is our first Crusade with this one. So. Hey. One thing that's very relevant here is that they make sure to show his pen. Old school style fountain pen, which were known for having issues of shooting ink, and that will become relevant later.
That would not be a good item to use to draw that. Now that I think about it.
It would not. I've used fountain pens before. They're actually fucking terrible.
Yes.
Like if you stop moving your hand for a second, that pools right where you stop your hand. Yeah. So
I've seen teachers and dentists who have scruffy writing use them all the time.
You need to if somebody who just goes really quick and just moves their hand really fast, but if you are taking your time to do something like with drawing, it would be a horrible choice because it would, like I said, it pools at the end, and then you get.
You guys not forced to write with fountain pens?
No, we invented this thing called the ballpoint pen a long time ago, and in the United States, we like to use the most recent technology.
Mm-hmm. You're thinking of Jay Goodman.
I was forced to write with fountain pen.
Do I have it here? I do have a fountain pen somewhere around here. It's like a gold fountain pen. But
I've used modern fountain pens. There's some that actually work quite nicely, but you still have a lot of the same problems where if you do stop too long, it starts to make blobs and all sorts.
Yeah, I remember when I switched from British school to French school. Basically, what was happening was they forced us to not only learn how to write in cursive, but how to learn how to write in cursive with fountain pens specifically. So I was basically forced to do that for the first 3 years of French school.
Well,
And
people
then
who are really into calligraphy will always
Yes.
use them.
Yes.
So, but the older ones, so like a lot of the more modern ones have cartridges that you kind of pop into the Fountain. But the one that he has, because it would have been, back in 1912, would have had where you had to load it with actual ink, and pour it in. And those ones used to have issues where if you open them in a certain way, they would shoot the ink out. That's why you'd see people in a lot of times when they put them in their pockets, it would big ink blot in their pocket.
Welcome to Pin Talk on
But back to the story at hand. And
now the Western is complete. We have the corrupt cop as well.
Yeah, basically. They get tracked down because his fat friend actually listened to him and got the sheriff, but the sheriff is corrupt and somehow brings them all here quickly. I don't understand how they got here so fast. They were on a train going the wrong direction.
Why does Sean Connery not, step out and say, "Hey, what the fuck are you guys all doing in my house?"
Yeah, he's too busy drawing shit. He doesn't care.
The Holy Grail. Just putting newspaper clippings on his walls everywhere. Just got that kind of thing.
And you recognize now that he probably would have gotten away with this had he not sent his friends off to find the sheriff.
Dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's true. He kind of ruined his own plan, so to say.
Yeah. If they probably would not have been able to find him, except that he went to go get the sheriff, and the sheriff knew where they were, and so ended up bringing.
Yeah, I was saying this when I was watching it. I said it to myself. I was like, I want to normalize the days of just wearing whatever hat you had. It's just like, because there is not a single, everybody has a different hat here. You have your sheriff with the traditional black cowboy hat. You have the Indiana Jones fedora. You have a bowler cap in the back corner, which is weird. And then you have the more park ranger style hat more towards the right here, both of them. And then I don't even know what they call it. That's just another type of cowboy hat, the guy in the back, but it's one that doesn't have a curved brim. It's just a flat brim one.
Well, this is the early 1900s.
Whatever hat you could get.
Your hat was who you were, and you had to make sure that you were wearing the hat, and the hat wasn't wearing you.
Yeah. I mean, if I was going to have a hat, I'd want this hat though. Yeah, this is a stylish motherfucker.
That Panama hat.
Yeah, that's. I think isn't he Portuguese? Isn't that what? Because he fits
the Portuguese hat.
Yeah, the Portuguese hat. But yeah, so basically, they have to give up the cross. But oh wow, that's a quick jump there, uninspired.
Oh yeah.
But surprise, it doesn't take him. It doesn't take him that long in the movie. It takes him a long time in real life to track it back down off the coast of Portugal.
Now, I do have the clip of the scene. It's a clip without audio. However, when I start playing the clip, you guys have to unmute your mics manually so that we can, talk over it. Because I do think that the set is quite good. I mean, really good, actually. I mean, just look at this, man. All the water splashing through, and I just think you can tell that they put so much effort into this. And having the actors do it as well.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
It does look fantastic.
Yeah. If you see some of the behind-the-scenes footage of them making this, the machines they have gushing this water onto the set.
The dump tanks are huge. Yeah.
Man. I mean, just look at the shot when you see everything get doused. Like, man. Also, big issues. How the fuck does Indiana Jones survive this?
Thank you.
Middle of the ocean, that's a good point, actually.
Somebody boiled a kettle, and that was it.
Yeah.
I mean, the answer is always Sala.
Yeah.
Always the answer.
Sala just, he had a motorboat.
He just comes out there and he's just like, "This is my brother-in-law's motorboat." Indy. Indiana Jones. That's how you have to say it.
My older brother actually met the actor playing Sala.
John Rhys Davies.
Yeah. He seems cool.
I just imagine that he walks around his house all day just screaming Indiana Jones. Like every time he opens up the refrigerator, he's like Indiana Jones. Like
John Rhys Davies played Gimli, right?
Gimli.
Yes, he did. And he was like, for my brother, it was incredibly difficult to recognize him at first. But then, like, when you stare at him, because you've stood behind a till for like 24/7. You kind of like catch a glimpse, like, oh, that's that guy,
Oh, and man, the poor guy playing Gimli, he was allergic to some of the adhesives that they had to use for his makeup.
No.
And so he could barely see.
Yeah, you could tell in the first movie to the next one, like they totally changed the makeup.
Yeah, they figured out something that would work. Yeah,
because in the first one, his face is swollen and red.
Yeah, they were trying to kill him, dude.
Oh, that's sad.
But yeah, as the clip showed, okay, so I just want.
As the clip showed, Dark Hour was saying.
as I get muted, as I'm talking, but yeah, he basically gets the cross back and murders. Well, he doesn't murder; he murders by omission, I guess. But
everyone is fucking dead on this.
Everyone's dead except for Indy. But
it has This movie has a lot of like nonsensical explosions. Like, why did that have to explode again?
Yeah, actually, I'm not really sure what triggers this explosion. I don't remember. A lot of the other ones make sense.
I mean, he is climbing on boxes that say explosive on them.
Yes, but usually explosives don't just explode. Yes. They need some sort of detonator or at least flame to trigger it. It's not just.
Here's where my knowledge from B-sides comes into play.
I've very rarely in my life ever seen someone go, "Hey, that water triggered that explosion." I'm not really.
It's the gas.
I don't know. The gas.
Mm-hmm.
You have one. Like one of the barrels. It falls in. On something and then just explodes. That was it.
I guess he shouldn't be carrying explosives on a boat.
Don't boil a kettle on a boat. Because it will explode.
What I think like this movie does incredibly well is set up and pay off. We've just saw all that scene just to get to this and see this cross. And, same kind of mafia guy as well with the red flower and the white fedora. Kind of interesting that he wears the same outfit. But it works because it makes us, the audience, easier to identify certain characters.
Very, very Spielberg, too. He's a master of setup and payoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Theoretically, they could have just had this scene, though, and you didn't have to have the bat. So all of the flashback sequence is more to not necessarily to set this up. It's to set up his relationship with his father.
Yeah.
All of this was set up secondarily. This was just part of the greater narrative, but it really was not required for you could have opened up with this scene if you didn't want to have all of that with the father and the Greek alphabet and all that stuff.
Yeah, if I remember, actually, the flashback was originally intended to be much later in the film as it was originally storyboarded, and it was a little bit different. And then they initially came to the idea of sort of surprising you at the beginning with, oh hey, yeah, no. That's not Indy. This is the little kid is Indy, and so they.
I think it works better putting it at the beginning because
it does.
It would have broken the pacing horrendously if it was set in the middle.
Yeah, I agree. And the pacing in this film is breakneck. It moves very, very quickly.
I feel like that opening, if this was made today, that opening would have been released as like a trailer or something on YouTube. It would
have been those first 8 minutes of the movie.
Craven the Hunter.
Yeah. And honestly, they wouldn't even had to put it in the movie. It's like it could have just been an advertising campaign that they could have put some places and people could have watched it, and then just it opened up with the boat sequence. But yeah, I think that's probably, and that's one thing that I often look at with these older movies is I try to look at them from the not only the time they came out, but I also try to look at like what would be done differently now? What would they change? And like more often than not, I mean, like overwhelmingly, I come up with they would make it worse. Sometimes I surprise myself and I'll be like, oh, this probably would have been better if it was done maybe 10, 15 years ago later with better technology. But like for the most part, they would have made it worse.
They would 100% change almost everything because even the way that scripts are structured today are completely different from the way the scripts were structured back then, just because people don't even know how to structure scripts. Even editing, people don't even know how to do structural editing anymore, which is horrendous. Even some movies that even win Oscars for best editing have horrendous momentary editing and structural editing. I do think that if you want to learn editing, the greatest example of a modern film with 10 out of 10 editing for me is the original John Wick. I think that is a proper masterclass in editing. I think that it should have won the Oscar for best editing that year as well. But I digress.
Should win the Oscar for greatest movie of all time.
Just wanted to ask, which movie was it where one of the students had something written on her eyelid?
Raiders. Yeah.
I thought it was in this one for some reason. I don't know why.
They don't play it up quite as much in this one, mostly because I've never been able to quite pinpoint it. It doesn't seem like it's a sexual thing for a lot of the students. It seems like more of a he's famous thing.
It's just a crush, you know.
Well, no, I'm saying because if you look when everybody's trying to get into his office and try to get things signed, there's a lot of dudes there too. And so
if you look at the statistics of teachers,
but I think that this one is less that and more that he's famous because of all the stuff that happened with the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah,
that's how I always kind of assumed with this one. Yeah. But yes, he's once again a teacher doing his teaching thing. He does have a great line that I love in this where he talks about how archaeology mostly takes place in a library. Because a lot of people think it's, especially from these movies, that it's spelunking and going into these ancient tombs and stuff. But honestly, majority of it is trying to decipher text that was found for decades. And it's funny that he mentions that, but they never really show it.
Yeah.
Because it also shows you that he's incredibly knowledgeable in
you're a little low, Tar.
Oh, wait. What about now?
A little bit better.
What about now?
Just yell.
What about now?
Better.
You're slowly creeping up.
Yeah.
What about now?
Still pretty quiet.
Go to 11.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
I'm on 200% right now. What the fuck?
Make sure you're on the right mic.
I'm glad I'm not the only one with mic issues.
Okay, well, now.
Yeah,
that's better.
Yeah. You're back.
Well, there you go. Man. All right. What the fuck was I saying?
I mentioned that he talks about how majority of archaeology is deciphering.
There you go. There you go.
Going to libraries.
Yeah, I was saying it also shows you the intelligence of Indiana Jones. He's not just this brute that can go and be hands-on on the field, but he also is forcibly there with T-Mobile, man.
Do you get that reference?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I don't know if you have that same had that same advertising campaign.
I'm familiar with T-Mobile and their ads.
That guy made his way over to France and was asking.
But yeah, you can skip to the next slides, man.
Okay. I was worried about your audio.
No.
What I also wanted to mention, like, it's pretty hypocritical for him to say that, like, oh, it's not about spelunking or anything, but you do that. I think he's trying to discourage the students from like a false impression of archaeology. I mean, he's seen the Ark of the Covenant. He's seen whatever the statues in Temple of Doom were. So he knows there's magic out there, yet he still refuses to kind of believe in it, which is
the
weird.
Flaming balls of Kali Ma.
Yeah.
Kali Ma.
You'd think at least he'd be kind of, I don't know, agnostic in his approach. Like, I don't know what to believe, but he seems to kind of still be in this kind of denial.
So it's one thing that's weird about his characterization over time. So, I think it started with, because in Raiders, he does mention, oh, I don't believe in any of that magic, but it doesn't make sense with the fact that he did all the stuff in Temple of Doom. And then it's almost like they're trying to reset him back to net zero here. When he's trying to be like, no, it's about the actual academia of it. And it's at this point, I don't think that's the case with him. We've only seen 2 of these journeys. I'm going on the assumption that he's probably had several hundred more, especially if you do, and I know no one counts it, but the one line that I do like in the 5th movie is when he goes through all of his injuries over the years. And I think that if you go based on that, he's probably been on at least several dozen of these insane
it's
excursions.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, it's not the age. It's not the age.
It's not
it's
all
the
this
mileage.
epic, but yeah.
I mean, it's also, the reputation that he has. The government basically comes to him and is like, hey, man, we need you to do this sometime. So it's like,
we need you to find Atlantis, Andy.
Yeah.
Dude, don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas.
We got to we got to go find the alien artifacts on Mars, Indy.
In that last slide, we got the reintroduction here of Marcus Brody, who we did not get in the second film.
Well, you don't get any of his time at the college in the second film.
Yeah, because it was a prequel. We get Marcus Brody, Denham Elliott back.
I love
it's
Denham
fun to see him
Elliott.
again.
I think he's just
he's magnificent.
He's such a wonderful actor.
Yeah,
we just watched Trading Places too.
Wait a minute, Temple of Doom was a prequel?
Yeah, it's a prequel to Raiders.
Technically,
it comes before Raiders does. Yeah.
Time period comes before Raiders.
I'm confused. Okay, I'm more confused now because I never knew.
Raiders. I think takes place in what 1936.
It's a couple of years before this one.
But Temple of Doom takes place in like 32 or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's like 7 years earlier or something.
Yeah.
That's weird because Raiders came out first, then Temple of Doom, and then this one.
Yep.
But Temple of Doom is before.
Temple of Doom jumps back a little bit into the past.
Or time traveling.
They do a really bad job in that movie of explaining that.
Yes, they do.
They never actually tell you really that it's a prequel. You're just meant to figure out on your own that that's what's going on. I want to point this out. Brody is the dumbest smart guy in the history of movies. We'll get to it more later, but like when Salah's trying to tell him to run, and he's just like, "Oh yes, run, yes." That'd be a good thing.
Don't worry, the screen grab I have is great.
It's Indy's description of Marcus.
Yeah,
that he speaks a dozen languages. He's been all over the world.
That's such a great joke.
And then you find out he's also the same guy.
Well, the truth is he does speak a dozen languages, but they're all dead languages that no one speaks.
Right.
Does anyone speak Greek?
Yeah. He speaks like ancient Greek, Latin, Aramaic, like things that nobody is going to know.
Right. Because he's an academic.
Jesus spoke Aramaic. That might be useful.
Yeah.
It slipped my mind now.
Yeah, it'll come back.
It'll come back.
Yeah.
Damn it,
when it comes back, I
can
can always flip back to this slide if you like, or if it's relevant to what's going on.
I wanted to say this is one of the funniest indie movies, I think. Personally, I'm not sure the jokes from the others. I can't.
This one plays up some of the gags a little bit.
The humor
more.
Is it's a lot more forward in this one.
The Temple had some humor, but it had a lot more like child slavery going on than humor.
It's a lot more blood.
Yeah,
I know. The jokes in here kind of stick more. You kind of remember them more.
I think also at this point, Harrison Ford had really settled into the role. Raiders, he was still, as good as Raiders is, you don't get the sense that he's as settled into the role as the later films. Mm-hmm. And the addition of Sean Connery, who they just play off of each other so well that it helps.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the chemistry is great.
Just a little casual child slavery.
Casual child slavery. Casual.
So here's the scene I was talking about where actually it's funny because I noticed this while I was watching. If you come in from the left, the first woman you see at like the top row, tell me that doesn't look like it could have been what's her face.
No.
Could have been
Phoebe.
Don't give him ideas.
Debbie the secretary. Yeah.
It looks like name. Yeah.
I'll show her name for a second.
Fully come in yet?
Yeah, but I on a quick glance in HD, I was like, wait a minute. Oh,
Enhance.
Yeah, I was like, zoom.
No. So this is exactly what the waiting room outside my office looks like on any game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's a fine line between comedy and child labor.
But this is also supporting what I was saying. I think he's just famous at this point. It seems like they're all trying to get autographs and stuff. Like none of them are trying to bone him. At least not immediately.
They just want his attention. They just want his attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They all want an A. I don't know. Some of them might give it up for it. Who knows?
And this isn't even his office. This is outside his office. The next slide, you can see his office, and it's like, it's interesting.
It's funny that the next slide is he's in a boiler room.
Yeah, well,
that's his office.
Yep. and no joke, my first office looked a lot like this.
Nice.
Not Brian just became a member, so not Brian is not a member. I don't know how it works.
Yeah,
I don't think
he is now.
He's a member now. I don't know. Thank you, Brian. Not Brian. Sorry.
Like, how does Indy never get fired? I mean, how many papers has he graded doing this? I don't know.
Well, he said none of his term papers have been graded.
Exactly.
Yeah. The secretary specifically like handing him things. You haven't graded this yet.
Yeah.
I would have loved for him to be like, just give them all B's. Just give them all.
Here.
But yeah, this is also one of the most interesting places to keep priceless artifacts, might I add. The Freddy Krueger origin story.
Keep all the valuables next to a boiler.
Does that look kind of like the crystal skull to you guys there in the background?
Where?
Which one? The one, the thing that looks like a face?
Okay, so let's say a little right next to the phone, and then a little up on like the first shelf, let's say.
Next to that green pot?
Yeah.
Next to the vases?
Yeah, that green vase. Yeah,
one shelf up.
Yeah, the in the middle of that.
Yeah.
Here, I can circle it. This right here?
No, up.
Up.
Yep, this one.
Yeah, that one.
That just looks like a regular skull, I think. He just has a regular person's skull.
Just double checking if there's any Easter eggs in here, because
it would actually be really easy for him to just hide human remains in here and no one would notice.
He already has. Yeah.
Look, show me one professor who doesn't have a skull laying around in his office.
True.
Or an apple.
Yeah, or an apple. Right? Hopefully not right next to each other. That'd just be weird. But yeah, he escapes out the window and is immediately cornered by top men.
Top men.
Look at that car. Damn.
I love the cars in these.
I was thinking these guys are government, like.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Yeah.
They're top men. It doesn't matter. They might be government. They might be not government. They're just in hats with coats. That's what you just need to know. It's
goons.
They're top men.
Yeah.
Hired goons.
We just got a super chat from Waylon Bastifus for $1. I just hold that thought. Was this Spielberg's last lighthearted film?
Will they look up his filmography?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know his filmography in order. So.
He did do BFG, and that was like a kid's lighthearted film, I suppose. So probably.
So he made Hook after this.
Oh,
there was Hook. There was Jurassic Park.
Yeah, Hook's kind of lighthearted. I mean,
Jurassic
Park is weird because it has lighthearted moments in the middle of the massacre.
Yeah. I guess you could say Catch Me If You Can was one. The Adventures of Tintin. I'll give him that. The Adventures of Tintin.
Why doesn't that have a sequel? Beats me.
Because it took them like 20 years to do the animation. It was too long, man.
But True Pop, you were saying about the scene, the guys.
Oh, that they might be yaps.
Oh, that was all you had was the
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
they actually are.
Yeah, they are, but
you just don't know it yet.
Generally, this is the look that you give to anybody who is in the government. They just show up in an overcoat with a fedora, and they're government.
But thank you, Waylon, for the super chat, man. But yeah, in my opinion, I'd say probably Hook came out 2 years after this, or Catch Me If You Can came out in 2002, or The Adventures of Tintin from 2011. I'd say those three, but I'd put The Adventures of Tintin probably closer to The Last Crusade, just because they're similar in nature.
Yeah,
in terms of
it's weird. It's weird how we define lighthearted too, because there's a lot of death and pretty violent death in this movie, and we're like, yeah, it's a fun time. it's we just just
a lighthearted romp.
As long as it's
people getting run over by tank treads, who cares? It's fine. But yeah, so basically he's being conscribed to finish his father's work. To they're telling him like, hey, you're gonna do this whether you like it or not, basically, because your dad is
that's the guy's name.
Yeah, because your father's missing, and we don't know where he is, and you're gonna want to find him.
Yeah.
And he was, and also, by the way, he was almost there at finding the Holy Grail. Which, what are the odds? I'm just happen to be looking for that. So,
he really was like, I'm gonna stay out of this. Really, not look for it until he mentions his father is the one that he had previously. Yeah. That's when he gets into this, which is. Yeah, shows how much he cares about his dad, even though he might not have been the best dad. So
so one thing, first of all, you know right off the bat that this guy is serious about his antiquities. He's got him in his whatever this is, his penthouse. Yeah, and he's got stuff that should probably be in a museum, but and it's enough to impress Indy himself, which is pretty good. But yeah, like True Pop said, he immediately changes his tune upon finding out that his father was the first doctor who was trying to find the Holy Grail, which he's not surprised by, might I add. He points out very quickly. He's like, yes, of course he would be doing that.
So you can skip the next few slides a bit faster because it's sort of the exposition of showing him the tablet. Go on to the next one too, showing him. I think this was the manuscript.
Yeah, it's the manuscript that he was like kind of writing out of.
So it's the manuscript to basically give you the location of the place, and they found out the location where the map is supposed to start, which was the missing piece, basically. And so that's what they cracked.
A friar, I think it was a French. Your representation, TUR.
Yeah.
A French friar listened to a Crusader night. And he wrote that book telling you where the location of it. So it's so interesting.
That's why it's such a pretentious book. It was transcribed by someone in French who was like, fucking Italian Crusaders.
Yeah. I had to use a weird pen to write this. Oh, wow.
And
I have to, every time he speaks in his weird Italian accent, I got to dip this fucking quill.
Yeah, did they force you to use that in school? To you, I wonder. Like,
yeah, did you have to use a quill feather quill feather pen?
Speaking of weird accents, what do you think of Julian Glover's American accent here?
It's not the worst one I've ever heard.
It's not the worst one I've ever heard. It's very passable.
Oh, I didn't even know.
I can accept it. It's weird because sometimes you hear it go in and out where I'm like, oh, this is a bit weird, but it's okay.
Yeah, there's some times where you can hear certain words and you're like, there's certain words, no matter how good you practice an accent, you just can't get down. And some British actors actually have trouble snapping back out of their American accents. I recently saw a video of Tom Holland was doing an interview, and he was like, "Oh yeah, they told me to come on to do this commercial, and it was for a British a British commercial, and just come on, just be Tom Holland." And he came on and did his American accent. And they were like, "The fuck was that?"
I bet Dr. House had the same issue.
Yeah.
Hugh Laurie. Yeah.
I guess after a while, I mean, you just realize that the American accent is superior, and you just keep going with it. I can say that because Platoon's not here to completely scald me.
Yep.
But yeah, so he basically accepts that he's kind of has to do this because, well, his father's in danger, and they go to check out his house, and it's been ransacked, which is a theme throughout this, is that the usually extremely meticulous and cleanly Nazis are very, very quick to throw shit around and not put it back and make it look like they weren't there. So, but yeah, but he does find his diary, his journal for all.
Well, he doesn't find the journal.
Well, he doesn't find it. It was mailed to him.
It was mailed to him. Yeah,
Venice,
it came from Venice.
Set up and payoff. Yeah, they said like you got a package from Venice, Italy. And like, why do I get a panic? Yeah, and then we get some exposition, and it's just like, oh, that's why.
Yeah, so find is the wrong term. It's he receives is probably the right term.
Yeah.
He finds it in the package that he ignored earlier. That's the best way.
He must have been caught a good while then, because to get a package to Venice, Italy to America, I mean, might take a while with delivering.
Especially then.
Yeah,
he was probably. Well, I mean,
he could have sent it earlier.
Yeah, it's a possibility. He knew that he was going to be captured, so he just sent it ahead of time.
Well, he knew he was working with Nazis because they talk in their sleep.
Notice how we have like unfair over-representation for the Yazis. It's mainly because they were like really interested in artifacts and paintings and whatnot, and they stole a bunch.
Well, specifically, Hitler was really about anything arcana, anything. Judeo-Christian. He was interested in all that stuff because he thought that it actually contained a lot of the powers that he heard of in the legends. So.
Yeah, it's interesting because they were interested in the occult a lot. No, that's pretty fascinating too.
Yeah. So no Soviets in any of these movies, and that's because Soviets destroy everything in their path. They wouldn't be interested in artifacts. So that's why.
But yeah, so let's see what the next slide is. Okay, so he flies to Venice. There we go.
We're going to Venice, baby.
It's always a surprise when I have to do this stuff.
What's interesting, like, is in the new game, that's also there's some missions in Venice. So he's been supposedly in Venice before.
Well, he wasn't. The funniest part about this, and I thought about it a little earlier. I
don't know what the German N word is. Is it like? Oh, okay.
No, you can say Nazis.
Oh, okay. I just say Yahtzee to be safe.
And even if they did block this,
we're literally breaking down a movie.
I'd be like, what the hell? Hitler and Nazis are in the damn movie. What do you want me to do?
Interesting enough, the dude that played Hitler in this movie has played him 5 times. And
yes.
This
he was also Admiral Ozzel in Star Wars.
So legitimate joke here that while I was shaving earlier today for the stream, I considered showing up in cosplay for this one. I had it, and I was like, it would get a lot of attention. I don't know what it would be. I'm not sure if it's the proper type.
In the
11th hour, I decided against it.
Could have used the Chaplin cut. That would have been the excuse.
I would have been like, "What do you mean? I'm Charlie Chaplin.
There you go.
This is what I do every year for New Year's Eve. How do you know?" But what I do find funniest. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, R2. Go ahead, R2.
I was going off on a completely different tangent, so no, finish up.
I was gonna say what I find funniest is he's flying to Venice. They go via Portugal, where he just was. So, like, had he?
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yep.
Been closer.
So, I was just gonna say they're out on the search now for the Holy Grail, which apparently his father has been doing for quite some time. I guess originally this was a pitch for the second film before they moved it in the direction of that they went with Temple of Doom. Lucas had pitched, okay, well, we did the Ark of the Covenant. What about the Holy Grail? And it was just dismissed out of hand because Spielberg thought it was extremely boring. He just thought, it's a cup. Who cares? Right?
It's not just a cup. It's the cup, goddammit.
It's a cup. It's boring. No one's supposed to do that. So,
to be honest, I kind of agree. Like, I think there's more interesting stuff.
It's not as boring as the sponge.
the sponge in Temple of Doom, you mean?
No, the sponge of Christ.
Yeah.
The one that
you mean the sphere? Okay. Yeah.
There's a ton of.
ShamWow, I think.
Yeah.
ShamWow, Christ.
So I think the cup is infinitely more interesting.
Yeah.
True.
At this point, had they kept going, they would have had to just find Jesus himself. They'd have been like, "Here he is, everybody." Go ahead, troop up.
I just think like, what about Atlantis? What about El Dorado? Like those are like really popular.
Look,
I would have probably went with that.
The Ark of the Covenant was real. God damn it.
Lucas is such an idiot. He wanted to do the fourth movie in a haunted house.
Yeah, that was his initial pitch for this film. Actually, was the haunted house. Yeah, and that's actually the reason that we go to the mansion later on. That's kind of a residual from the original script that he wanted to do with a haunted house. But Spielberg nixed the haunted house idea because he had just done Poltergeist a few years before and didn't want to do anything more.
Terrible idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Can you imagine he shows up there and Scooby Doo's there? He's just like, we were also looking for ghosts, everybody.
Jinkies.
It's a crossover no one knew they needed.
In the game, what exactly are they hunting as well? Golden Circle? I'm not entirely sure.
I haven't played it yet, so I don't know.
Mm.
I've heard mixed things. Some people have said it's pretty good, and then like Mahler broke it apparently. So, but he breaks a lot of games, so I'm not shocked by that. I've heard mixed things. Like people are saying that the animation is really good though, and looks really solid. I'd have to check it out. I don't really listen to people with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Games.
If it's on sale, I'd consider buying it. You know.
Yeah, I grab things on Steam sale all the time for like $5 if I'm not sure about it.
Exactly. Yeah, there's some games that you just wait until you can pick them up for $5 or $10. That seems like one of them. But we get introduced to Alison Doody here.
Yes. Who has the worst last name ever.
The Austrian.
The most unfortunate name.
Playing an Austrian. She's actually Irish.
She's Irish, yeah.
And so she had to create an Austrian accent once she got the part.
She does it pretty well, actually.
Actually, it's fantastic. It sounds really good.
Where do you guys rank Ilsa Schneider in terms of the Bond, like
indie girls?
I was about to say Bond girls because
she was a Bond girl.
She was in A View to a Kill.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I was about to say, like, in terms of the Indiana Jones woman, where do you guys put her? First, second, or third?
In terms of what is the criteria here? Are we talking about like
her character? Her character.
I was gonna say looks wise.
Looks wise number one.
Looks wise.
Yeah, I'd probably put her number one.
I'd put her number one.
Character, I'd probably put her number two.
Under Marion.
Marion's
probably
number
put her
one.
after Marion. Willie Scott is just insufferable.
Oh,
skip to the next slide, Dark Hour. You have her face. There you go.
Sorry. Some people just want to see the back of her head. It's fine.
Hey,
context is
no kink shaming here.
No, but she does a really good job with the Austrian accent because, like, anybody who knows anything about Austrian accents, they're just kind of subdued German accents until you get up to the mountains. Then they're really weird because then you get like Arnold like accents. But she does a really good job at it. For years I didn't realize that she wasn't, because my grandmother's from Austria, and so I have a lot of Austrian relatives, and a lot of them sound like that. I was like, so as I got older and found out that she was faking it, I was like, she did a damn good job.
Yeah, Joey G. I think it's because it was filmed on actual film, so light was much more appreciative of film,
and it was actually filmed like outdoors in a place with sunlight instead of just on some stage.
They actually had the full canal for filming from like 7 a.m. until 1 p.m. every day.
Oh man, that's great.
Can you imagine all the people who saved up for years to take a trip to Venice to go and take a boat ride down the canal, and they're like, sorry, this month no rides.
I should have told you we're closed.
But
yeah.
So you're part Austrian, Dark Hour. So, by any chance, did you uncover the art school that a certain individual was?
No. I only went there as a really, really young kid. I only went there when I was like 2 or 3, so I don't remember anything. I have very, very brief memories of it. Long since all of my family members where we were connected to have long since died. Maybe I'll go back there one day.
I wonder even if it was in Austria where he got rejected out of. I don't know my history.
Who knows?
Listen, as Cannoli Sasquatch says, man, we call Hitler the failed Austrian painter. That's his nickname. But common people. So we finally agree. Nazis are hot. Listen, Elsa Schneider. I may overlook some things for her. Okay, I may overlook it.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you got to be like, these are the kind of enemies I want.
Yeah, look,
there's certain things she does in this movie where you're like, okay, I mean, I'll accept World War II for this.
Dark Hour knows he can fix her.
Yeah, I can fix her.
I mean, to be fair, she herself says that she's not fully Yahtzee. She kind of like clenches when she sees like the book burning.
She's not invested in.
She's not. Yeah. She's just joining the club.
She's
kind of thing.
She was like, "Hey, these guys seem like they got their shit together. I'm just gonna go with them for a while."
Yeah.
Well, it's honestly, I think she looks at it as a means to an end because I really think that she's more.
I think that's exactly right. She views it as, well, these guys are the most well funded for me to be able to get to my ultimate goal, which is the Grail. Yeah.
And it doesn't hurt that she's a blonde with blue eyes, so that's a different.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, she blends. Yeah. But yeah, so this is a library that used to be, what was it again? It was a church. Right?
Churches were cemeteries. Anyway,
yeah. And they don't know it's a cemetery right now. They don't know that it's like a it was a church that was converted to a library that also just happens to have an underground gasoline filled cemetery.
No, as many churches of that age would have had catacombs below.
Yeah, a ton of churches back then had catacombs. I mean, dude, look at Paris, man. Paris still has probably the largest catacombs in the world, I think. Well, discovered.
That's subtle.
Yeah, this whole puzzle here just is embarrassing as hell. I mean, this would make someone playing a LucasArts adventure game blush. It's ridiculous that that his dad would not have figured this out.
His father just didn't walk upstairs. He was just like, okay, I'm on the first floor, and that's it. I don't see it. I'm leaving.
Well, even then, it's just so contrived as well. Because when did they make this floor? Did they just add the tiling after this? Was it really X marks the spot?
Yes,
it's really convenient.
Is the X marks the spot though? I do love because earlier when he's talking to his class, he says X never marks the spot. And then you get it here.
Set up Pompeo.
It's a 10.
Yep.
Doesn't count.
That's an interesting one.
The
Thiefus says in the chat there was a Jewish guy let into the SS before the war because he was an archaeologist looking into occult stuff, and Himmler gave him a pass.
I'm sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I mean, Americans gave them a pass for doing research for them, so I suppose
that's right.
We were like, hey, boom, big boom. You guys good at boom?
It actually is rocket science at that point.
Yes.
We gave them a multi-pass and just let them right on in.
So,
Warner, you want to go to the moon, huh? All right, we got you.
The journal, by the way, in here reminded me of Uncharted so much.
Oh yes, yeah.
Like Uncharted. Uncharted. Yeah,
it's the Uncharted games are the actual best Indiana Jones games.
Yeah, so. It rips off a lot from these films, and the journal is one of them.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Too bad about their movie.
Oh, I love this.
This is one of the greatest extras in the history, or like minor. I don't know if he's an extra because technically he's doing something that influences the plot.
He looks amazing.
But his reactions every time he stamps and Indy pounds the ground. So Indy starts to hit the ground with a one of those. What the fuck are those? Yeah, like a stand for like a cute, like whatever those things that they use at fancy clubs, for the lines. And every time he hits it, he times it so that way this guy is stamping a book, and it's fantastic. Do you have a clip? Do you have the clip of that?
No, I don't have the clip of this.
I wish I had the clip of it.
I wish. Dude.
And his reactions, his facial expressions are the greatest.
Yes, until he finally just puts the stamp down carefully.
10 out of 10 eyebrows.
Yeah.
Yes.
No notes.
But they do end up in the catacombs underground, which have plenty of skulls and petroleum for some reason.
The petroleum comes in a bit. It comes in a bit. Yeah. First, Marcus Brody gets knocked. You got knocked the fuck out, man. That's Marcus Brody.
It's always people with fezzes. Go on.
In Red Heat, where Arnold is like kind of dressed as a Soviet. There's like this clip of him, pulling like a fake leg, and him just saying "cocainium" Like a
cocaine. That's it.
That just reminds me as well, like petroleum. Like, did you just make that up? What the hell? It's a made up word. No way that exists.
It's his Austrian in him. That's why.
Okay.
But no, this is the scene that everybody kind of talked about before, the references, because she goes, "What is this?" And he's like, "That's the Ark of the Covenant." She's like, "Are you sure?" Pretty sure.
Yeah, pretty sure. I love
that was a great nod. Yeah.
Yeah. Even the score, the leitmotif comes back from Raiders.
Yeah.
John Williams just sneaks it in there. It's pretty.
The thing is, there is a conspiracy theory that some Crusader knights did find the Ark of the Covenant, and somehow it ended up in Ethiopia, Egypt, African continent, something like that.
Well, yeah, Ethiopia would have been Lower Egypt for a long time. So
yeah.
Or I guess technically that would have been Upper Egypt because it goes with the flow of the river, so that would have been Upper Egypt. But,
Denial is a river in Egypt. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie. That shit kills me, man.
The rats.
But yeah, so there's rats in the petroleum water, in the gas water, if you will, and Indy just opts to just pick up Elsa. No consent.
I mean, who wouldn't?
I love it because she doesn't even like ask him. He doesn't ask her. He just he's just like, torch, let's go.
When she was hired for this role, she was actually told, like, is this going to be okay? Are you going to be all right around the rats? Because we can't have you. You're going to be in a scene. There's going to be a bunch of rats. Are you going to be okay with that? And she was like,
you were going to say, are you okay with being carried around by Harrison Ford?
No. So so you might know the production. They specifically went to their animal handlers and breeders and had them breed 2,000+ live rats for this scene, just specifically for the production. So there are several thousand live rats here. Of course, Harrison Ford had absolutely no problem with the rats. He had actually had pet rats as a teenager.
I've had them too. Rats are fine.
The more I learn about Harrison Ford, the more he might be the single most interesting human being ever. He's just like, I'm a pilot. I have pet rats. And like,
well, he was he did something as like a nature conservancy thing. Like he had like a job where he helped like showed kids animals and stuff. And so he kept some of the animals himself, and he had several. He in fact in one interview he talks about how he had 2 rats, and then he had lots more rats because the 2 rats got busy. So he ended up with a whole bunch of rats.
Apparently, my Central Eastern African map skills are a little off. Apparently, Upper Egypt would have been the Sudan.
Dark Hour is American. What do you expect?
Yeah. Well, I have looked at a lot of maps before, but that was not one that I looked at particularly long. Was the where Ethiopia would have been back then.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do know that they're in the same general area though.
Yeah, I've got the knowledge of the African map.
Yep.
Hey, I mean, one of us is from Africa and the other one isn't. I shouldn't be the one who has to say these things.
I'm saying.
When someone's like, "Hey, we need some African geography," no one should be talking to me of the 2 of us.
Dude, you're what? How many percent Nigerian are you, dude?
1% Nigerian, man.
Exactly. There you go. You're African.
I told you the story about that, right?
You did. You said it on 2 hosts too. You've already said it on 2 hosts.
I did. Okay, I don't remember.
How on earth do you know if you're 1% Nigerian? What the hell?
I had a genealogy test done years ago.
Yeah.
So my father never knew his father, so we were always curious what that side was. So we had a genealogy test on. So now my DNA information is some government database somewhere.
They can clone you in the future, like Ellen Ripley. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. If I ever commit a crime, I'm screwed basically.
Yep.
But yeah.
Wait, just go back to the rat slide. I just wanted to compliment the filmmaking. That this has properly become a lost art, animal wrangling, especially for insects and stuff like that. You just never see it anymore. The last movie that I saw was
Nosferatu. Yeah.
Well, Nosferatu, yeah. It was the only one where they had rats, live rats. They had a ton of them too. But yeah, you just never see any live animals anymore in massive scale, even in small scale. A ton of times they just prioritize CGI. So I feel like the animal wrangling business has kind of just been shoved out of cinema in general, which is quite sad too. But yeah, I guess it's for them, for producers, it would be less time consuming. You know,
well, it's also it's gonna cause you a lot of delays on set.
Yep.
I would assume it's also pretty unsanitary. I mean, you have a bunch of rats, there's going to be a lot of rat shit, you know.
If a guy grabbed a woman like this in today's movies, he would be immediately cancelled and claimed to be sexist. All I'm saying, you know.
Well, women can save themselves now. Didn't you hear?
I hear that plenty of times.
I like to just think of him while this is going on. Someone comes out and is like, "Why are you doing that?" She belongs in a kitchen.
She belongs in the bedroom. Look at this girl.
I mean, it's a nice thing to do. You know, she's kind of in high heels.
Yes.
Stepping over rats, and you pick her up. It's the gentleman.
That is one thing I would say is she is not in any type of practical
attire.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Attire for what they end up doing. And he's not really in particularly a practical stuff either. I don't think they weren't expecting to do this, but at least this soon. But she's an especially bad shit, you know, for doing this.
And plus, but she still goes like down and dirty. On the next slide, you have her opening the fucking sarcophagus with Indy, and she's just going into that weird petroleum water, no hesitation whatsoever. So she's still gonna do it.
I am. I need money, guys. Seriously, like. You'll get my riches when they exist. I mean, what?
I'm sorry, but petroleum just sounds like a fake word to me. I don't know why.
Petroleum.
It's a real word.
I'm googling right now. Yeah, it is a real word, but it sounds fake. You know?
Hey, like, don't the British call gas petrol? Like, isn't it like?
Just petrol. You don't need to call it
petroleum.
You know,
the only thing that we have here that you ever see the word petroleum on is Vaseline.
Yeah, petroleum jelly.
Yeah, jelly.
It sounds like a Mad Max movie. Like, brothers,
by the way,
we need to fill our cars with petroleum. You know?
By the way, petroleum jelly, terrible replacement for grape jelly. Horrible on your sandwich. Do not do it. 0 out of 10 would not do again.
Forbidden fruit.
Yeah.
But yeah. So they do come across, and they pretty much figure out right away that this is the coffin that this guy's going to be in, because it's the only one that seems to be nice at all. The rest of them are basically falling apart or not even in coffins, and he's up on like this pedestal, and so they go like, she's like, that's it, I know it for a fact. I would have been, when he says how, what I wouldn't have given to be like, well, did you notice the light that's coming from the ceiling right onto it? It's probably like,
the shine,
the sarcophagus. Daniel B said sarcophagus, whatever you want to call it. The monument.
Sarcophagus.
Yeah.
This is more of a sarcophagus. Sarcophagus. Now they finally get the completed version of the tablet to give them the beginning, the start location for the map that the dad drew out.
Right. Why would it be on a shield?
I mean, it's just buried with him. It's just another tablet. This is not.
Listen, God works in mysterious ways, man. God works in mysterious ways. That's it.
Yeah.
One thing I do love is that there is one word on the tablet. You can't really see it here, but I see it every time I watch the movie. It says omnibus, and I'm like, haha, I know that word. I collect comics.
Oh, so that's not a made-up word. Oh, okay.
No, omnibus is a real word. I think all of these are actual Latin words. I don't know if it actually form sentences, but I think they're all real words.
Well, and they even, since they kind of the thing they find out is that the start of this path would be Alexandretta, and you do actually see that in the text. So yeah, at least they have that detail.
My knowledge of the Latin language extends to omnibus, and that's about it.
10 points for you, Dakar.
Yes. Well, I mean, like right there, it's like.
I mean, I guess it would be more
right there.
It would be more ceremonial of a shield, not used in actual combat. Because imagine a map on your shield, that'd be kind of dumb.
This thing would be extremely heavy too.
Yeah.
Well,
Like even by standards of old shields, this would be like insane because it's made of stone. So it's like, but yeah. So they think that they have. Well, they have found it. They don't think that they found it. They know that they found it at this point. And Salah's little brother,
an Arab
I
man,
love these guys.
Brother-in-law.
Yes.
This is the guy whose car gets destroyed later.
Kazim is his
Kazim.
name.
Yeah.
Kazim.
My Turkish barber.
Yeah. And he just blows shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's so he drops him in. Which I would like to point out that while they were walking through with the torch, there was ash and flames falling.
Oh, you could clearly see it fall into the water.
So it's kind of silly that they go this route with this particular scene, but whatever. And this is the result. It pretty much speaks for itself. I don't really got to say much about this, but it catches fire, and they do the let's get under the water thing, despite the fact that water is the petroleum. It's very
well, it's like they've clearly been doing some fracking in the area,
Yeah.
so the gas, the water is just catching fire.
Yeah, sure. It's like that river in Ohio.
Yep.
I mean, that's one way to purify the water. It'll burn up the petroleum in it,
and all the rats.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, those the rats. That's kind of funny because yes, we had thousands of rats in that previous scene. Of course, Spielberg was not going to burn thousands of rats alive on in the shot. So there's not only are there thousands of rats in the earlier scene, live rats, then there's thousands of fake rubber rats that they just threw into the water, with a handful of them that are actually mechanical, so that they're moving and jiggling around and swimming, so that it looks real.
But yeah, so they use the lid of the sarcophagus as an air pocket, so that way they can go under the water. And along with some of the smartest of the rats, this is the ones that will survive. The meek will inherit the earth. And there's not another, but he does go under, and he finds a way out, and they pop up in the middle of Venice again.
You're saying it as if that's not the next scene where it's just like, oh, cool, he found a fucking manhole exit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
convenient, cool.
I mean, you have this. You have the clip.
No.
He just happens to find a convenient manhole cover that leads to this quaint little bistro.
Okay, so whoever checks the sewers could have found the Templar Knight burial.
Yeah,
apparently, yes.
Okay.
That would have been it.
I mean,
So-
I am aware that apparently Italy has very poor sewer system, so maybe they don't check it that often. I don't know.
It's 1,000 years old. That's why.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they go down there and there's just like monsters, and they're just like, nah. That's a they feel like they're in a Final Fantasy game.
Clues to the Holy Grail? Nah, we won't check it.
Oh, but there's rats. Nah.
But yeah, so they come up, like I said, right in this like little quaint little bistro area, and which is populated by some of the most uninspired. Well, I was gonna say some of the most uninspired extras of all time.
Yeah, uninspired alone.
I was trying to come up with a better word for it, but you
have one random naval officer in there for some reason.
Yeah.
And yes, they get into
Wait a minute. Italy was with the
Yep.
Got a minute.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
A couple of years. Give him a couple of years.
Couple more years.
Yeah, he could have got autographs from several fascist dictators.
Gotta catch them all.
Then the next one is him in Japan, like Hirohito, please. Yeah. Everyone else signed this book. I need to finish it.
But yeah, so at this point we have the brothers, the
Brotherhood of the Cruciform Sword. Yes,
right.
The James Bond,
long ass name. Yeah,
their crest just seems similar.
Yeah, wait,
to...
go back. I have a clip.
Oh yeah, clip. Okay.
Yeah, the crest is pretty cool. It seems a bit similar to
Orthodox.
It's,
I would say.
It's meant to replicate, or represent. I think, and Archie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's meant to replicate the emblem for King Richard. right? Who did all of the Crusades.
It's a possibility. I could look that up real quick because we're about to do a clip anyway.
Possible. So. Well, yeah. Well, while we're looking it up, let me play the clip. So we've got some nice action, which I will consider that The Last Crusade is probably Spielberg's best attempt at making Indiana Jones James Bond in terms of just the action sequences, especially this one in Venice. Yeah. So let me play the clip.
Boats are so
cool. These Chris Craft
boats
are
they're
gorgeous.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah, they're really, really gorgeous.
That's beautiful.
So this one is an actual clip, so it will have audio on it. So let me play that.
Are you crazy? Don't go between them! Go between them! Are you crazy?
And then, of course, we get the boat chop. That's what we get.
So the only thing I was able to find is that it, like Babs was saying, somebody else said, or maybe it was True Pop, said that it's very similar to the Eastern Orthodox cross. That's the only thing I was able to really find.
Yeah,
and it is. Their logo is very similar to the Eastern Orthodox cross. It's got a little bit more embellishment, but that would make sense, though. I mean, that was a lot of the Crusades were kind of a joint venture of Christianity. So
I think it was Daniel in the chat that said the Orthodox cross.
Yeah.
It is similar.
There it is. Then it was Waylon.
Because I think that's where the Grail talk originates from. I think they kind of believe that it's definitely more mystical and magical in nature. I think Catholics, I'm not entirely sure, feel free to fact check me, they have somewhere in Italy what's believed to be the cup that Christ drank out of, but it's not magical. You know, apparently Pope John Paul II used it, and Benedict as well.
Well, who knows? Maybe it is magical. They just don't want to tell us, man.
Pope John Paul II drank out of it, and then someone shot at him.
Coincidence? I think not.
Yeah,
there it is.
And then there's the Americans or Protestants who don't believe any of that stuff. So definitely got all sides of camps that believe.
Americans are everything. We don't really have a specific. We were technically never had like a state religion.
Yeah.
Like a lot of other countries. A lot of other countries. I mean, have abandoned it, but pretty much the entirety of the 1600s was all like, "Wait, are you a Protestant nation or a Catholic nation?" Like that was pretty much all that was. It was
We're a Walmart nation and we're proud.
Over here it's Walmart or Target, McDonald's or Burger King, Pepsi or Coke, and it's always Coke. It's never Pepsi.
So that the boat scene there with the propeller, of course, that was all done on.
Give me a second. Yeah. I'll play it, but there's no sound, so you can unmute yourself. Okay. There we go. Yep.
So this is all forced perspective. They actually made a version of these boats that was extended by 8 feet or so. It was quite a bit longer. So the actors are nowhere near these propellers like it looks like. It's just a forced perspective thing. But it's really effective looking the way that they did the effects, because it is actually destroying that boat. that big propeller that they built on the back lot. It's actually happening.
Amazing.
I just wanted to play it again because it looks really, 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 really good.
It does.
Yeah, my guess would be that these guys would be some sort of descendants of the Knights Templar, the Knights Hospitalia, something like that. They're just very not extremely pasty white. But yeah, I think that's basically what it's implied, that they're descendants of them.
I don't remember even chest flashing.
Yeah, it's a very quick scene. That's why he does it haha, true. He doesn't hold it.
My logo.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he basically tells Indiana Jones who he is and what he's there to do. It is similar to was it in Raiders? Yeah, it was, right? The guys that defended. There was
I
that.
don't remember this. Well, I
There
mixed
was
it up
the-
to Temple of Doom.
Ah, shit. Maybe I might mix it up with Temple of Doom. But there was those guys that were protecting the. I guess no. I think it was the Ark of the Covenant. They were protecting the Ark of the Covenant. You know, that's
Who
the
would
faction.
be okay? Who
Oh
would be
shit! No,
protecting-
I'm sorry. I'm confusing it with the Mummy, ladies and gentlemen. I'm confusing it with the Mummy.
Okay.
I was like, man, I was confused. Yeah, in my mind, the Mummy. Brendan Fraser just popped into my head. He said no.
I want to do the Mummy eventually. I do want to do that eventually because I kind of feel like
That's
they're like
good.
spiritual successors to these movies. But
Like uninspired, I was picturing like full-on rabbis protecting like the Ark of the Covenant. Like, what are you doing?
what are they using to fight people? It's jujitsu. Ah!
Wow.
He only wears the porn stash as a disguise.
The Freddie Mercury porn stash. Yeah.
I have come to have sex with your family.
I'm sorry. Take over, Uninspired.
Oh, dude, yeah. So at this point, you've got well, since they have the completed tablet, Indy is letting Marcus know about what's up and that they have to go to Alexandria. Oh,
It's not Alexandria. For
Alexandria.
years, I thought it was Alexandria, but it's
Alexandretta.
Dretta, yeah, Alexandretta. So it's Alexandria, but with a little bit of spice. You know,
it's been which has since been taken over by obviously a different kingdom. So
and so yeah, so this is the map that the dad drew out in his journal, which I don't think I could follow this. This is like those treasure maps in Red Dead Redemption, man. They just show you a random ass location. It's like, yeah, go and find it. It's like, yeah, I'm looking up a guide on YouTube. I'm not gonna do this shit.
Yeah, I don't think even in the modern day of Google Maps we'd be able to figure this shit out.
Yeah, this is complicated as fuck. But
Turn right, the giant eyelash, and then
yeah, and so you can skip the slides now. We're going to we have, of course, Elsa's room, who was supposedly, allegedly, maybe ransacked by someone who was not her, and this leads to Harrison Ford doing what Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones does best, getting intimate with.
Yeah, these are the kind of villains that we need in our lives, everybody. This is the
oh, I've met a couple.
With those kinds of enemies, who needs friends?
Yep. I mean, dude, she just went straight up for the ear, man. She was like, oh,
Giving them the Mike Tyson treatment.
I do like the way that they talk, because I forget exactly what he says, but she's like,
I don't like fast
men.
women. Yeah, it's like I hate fast woman or something like that.
Yeah.
Indy should have followed his own advice there. If she was too eager, something's up. Definitely.
Yep. I mean,
I do like the fact that she not too long from now, when they find his father, he's like, oh yes, she talks in her sleep, and like Indy looks at her like, and he's like.
He does like the Rock expression.
Yeah.
Well, he says I'm as much as the next man, and he goes, well, I was the next man.
Yeah. It's a great line.
And of course, they have sex, ladies and gentlemen. They have coitus, of course, because
Hooray!
Who wouldn't, man? Who wouldn't? With her, and at this point, you don't know that she's a Nazi too, so it's acceptable.
Hell, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of us, even in this chat alone, who would go for Harrison Ford too at this point in his life.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Good-looking man.
I'm one of them. That man was. Woof.
Yeah, dude was a beefcake in Temple of Doom, man.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as good a shape in this one because he was a little bit older, obviously. But
Harrison Ford as a young man was a snack. I mean,
and now he's Red Hulk.
Thanks for ruining it for me, Darko.
Sorry, we had to move on to this.
He belongs in a museum.
Then yeah, we move on to Austria, where we see the big spooky castle, which is pretty cool.
Yep.
Nice.
Managed to get it with some of the lightning, but yeah, we're basically at Count Warlock's house.
Yeah.
And Harrison Ford is going to give us his best Scottish impression.
Please tell me you have it.
Just go to the next slide. Now let me play the clip. Okay.
Before time, do you intend to leave us standing on the doorstep all day with drenched? I've gone and caught a sniffle.
How you expected?
Now babble off and tell Baron Brunwald that Lord Clarence MacDonald and his lovely assistant are here to view the tapestries. This is a castle, isn't it? There are tapestries.
And if you are a Scottish lord, then I am Mickey Mouse.
How dare he? How dare he?
I would like to point out that is the only appropriate response if he said that he was Mickey Mouse is for Harrison Ford to bitch slap him across the face.
That aged well.
Yeah, that scene.
I love how you can tell that she actually slips because she keeps cracking a smile the entire scene. She can't hold it together, man.
The thing is, I just remembered what I wanted to say in the beginning when I was like having mic issues.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because you guys said that timed pretty well. It did, and I felt when I watched it that this movie was so timeless. Like when I double checked the date, 1989.
Yeah, the same year as Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, man.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
I would have never guessed it. I would have guessed this film was easily made in the late 90s. It just seems so, I don't know, there's like a timeless aspect to it. It feels so fresh and new, kind of like a breath of fresh air. All of this movie. Really
interestingly enough, I think it's the most. It's dumb to say since it's the last one of the trilogy, but it's the most modern Indiana Jones film. I think it's not only because they used more modern filmmaking techniques than they did in Raiders. In Raiders, they employed a ton of 40s, 50s, and 30s, cinema techniques, of course, especially Douglas Slocum with the way that he filmed everything. But this one is much more modern with a ton of wide-angle lenses, ultra-wide-angle lenses as well. And it's filmed much more like a Western than it is the others, which is why I think you can still watch it today and it still has that big modern film appeal in comparison to Temple of Doom, which of course, because of the camera shots already, is a bit more, how do I say this, claustrophobic than Raiders. But then this one is just something else. And I think it's because of the late 90s shaky camera. Yeah. I think it's also
it would just be random Dutch angles where they were like,
okay, maybe not late 90s, but yeah, I felt like it was a lot more timeless of a movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've never guessed it was 89.
Oh, I totally agree with you, man. The dude, 89, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. That's the only reason I remember 89, dude. Bill and Ted.
I'm not going to put up a poll for this, but feel free for the chat to get involved. Better fake Scottish accent, Harrison Ford here, or in the Highlander with all the sequences back in Scotland.
I give it to not Brian.
Wait a minute. Sean Connery didn't even bother to do an accent in that movie. What are you talking about?
No.
In Highlander, he's a Scottish Spaniard Egyptian.
I meant Connor McLeod.
Connor McLeod. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So little secret, because they were concerned about how well it would translate. How well it would translate in the Spanish version of this movie. He says, "If you're a Scottish lord, I am Popeye," instead of saying Mickey Mouse. What the fuck? Because they didn't know how Mickey Mouse would translate to the Spanish.
Weird.
That's weird.
That just shows to you that, Mickey Mouse was down in the gutter while Popeye was international, baby. Come on. Everybody loves spinach now. It's because of Popeye.
All right, so far we got one vote for Christopher Lambert tried as Connor.
Wait,
he tried.
This is done several times in movies. I'm pretty sure in a James Bond movie, James says to one henchman, "Who do you think it is, Mickey Mouse?" I don't know why Mickey Mouse is like the go-to kind of to...
It was foreshadowing to him buying every single property in the future. So he's going to be our boss. We might as well.
Maybe. Yeah. Every movie foreshadows his coming. Oh no.
Media overlord of all things.
Yep.
But yeah, so actually within the castle haunted house, Count Olaf's house, whatever you want to call it, it's a Nazi base where they're doing Nazi things. Clearly.
Nazi stuff. Yes.
Where is this again? Like
it's the border of Austria and Germany. Yeah, they say the town, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. It's not that far from Salzburg though, because Salzburg is kind of like the crossroads of Vienna and Germany. So,
yeah, but Hitler planning his takeover, and so right now they're walking past doors in the castle, and they realize that his dad is probably in the one that's wired, which another just indie being modern, I guess, for the times, knowing what a wired room looks like and everything. And so what he plans to do is, in the pouring rain, use his whip to whip across to the next room, which I guess you could try and survive this, because if he falls, it was basically to his death for sure, 100%. So kind of risky, but yeah. And then he gets smacked on the head with a vase. Wait, we need to employ our Sean Connery accents now.
I can't do a Sean Connery accent. I don't think Sean Connery could do a Sean Connery accent.
Junior.
It is the weirdest act. I don't know what his accent is, because it is not a Scottish accent. I don't know what the hell it is.
I think it's meant to be British, maybe.
Well, he's supposed to be Scottish, but he doesn't sound like any other Scottish person I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, I think it's because of his the way that he speaks. He speaks like this.
He talks like he has. It's almost like he doesn't move his teeth, like they're girded together like that.
That was horrendous.
I can't. I didn't actually try to do the accent. I just kept my teeth.
I thought you tried. I was like, oh my god, Dark Alley.
No, I think because notice how it changes my voice. I don't think he really moves his mouth as much as he's supposed to.
It's as if he puts his tongue on the top of his palate. He keeps it like that.
Remember, Julia, when a woman talks back to you, you are allowed to hit her.
He's
hit women.
True Pop is way closer to Scotland than me. He got that wrong.
Give her a slap.
We gotta give her a nice little slap from time to time. Like it's just that's when everyone then the meme just comes like, you need to leave. So we finally meet Henry Jones Sr., which of course Henry Jones Jr., which we learn, of course, Indiana is not his
don't
real
call
name.
me Junior.
Yeah. Don't call me Junior. I guess we've already talked about.
He stands his first line to him is "Yes, sir."
Yeah. Yep.
That's
stands
the best.
Directly in line. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. After getting your head literally smashed in.
Wait, yes. we have official word from Not Brian. This is the true thing. Sean Connery has the accent of an international Edinburgh tax exile, which I'm guessing that means that he doesn't live there anymore.
Yeah. He doesn't live anywhere anymore. But, yeah.
And I love the first meeting between these two. I think it's great, and we're quite into the movie actually, but they still managed to develop their relationship in such little time that you appreciate it so much with the payoff at the end.
This film gets so much better when these two finally meet and interact.
And this whole first meeting, I'll never forgive myself. He's looking at this piece of pottery. It's a Ming vase. Oh no, what have I done? And he's not concerned at all with having just beaten his son's head in.
Yeah. And he thinks like, oh, he's talking about me. How nice. And just like, no. Oh, it's great.
All right. It's a fake.
No, of course they get found out because they're making a shit ton of noise, and plus their room is wired. So of course I don't even know how they were expecting to get out there. It's like
I think the best line is when he says, "You hit me in the head." He's like, "I thought you were one of them." He's like, "They come through the door, Dad."
Come through the door. Well, I suppose you're right.
I like to headcanon that he hit him with it, knowing it was Indy. That's why that's why he's so upset about what he chose.
And so yes, but he gets called Junior, and he gets angry. So he basically just Uno reverses them and kills everyone.
Kills everyone.
Yep.
Yeah. And you can
you
tell
almost
Harrison...
got the muzzle flare right there. You almost
No,
got
this
it.
this was the biggest size muzzle flare when I was going frame by frame, actually. So yeah, I think they actually made him fire a real gun because his eyes are totally closed during this, the entire spraying sequence.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been blanks back then. It would have been real charges.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of smoke coming off of it, so yeah, it's probably.
Yeah, I think it was
so
real.
just blanks.
This still really highlights something that Sean Connery brings to the table, and that's he's still acting despite the fact that if this wasn't a still, no one would be paying attention to him at all.
Right.
He'd be behind the bullets, he'd be behind the muzzle flare, but he's still reacting and acting normal. Like whereas a lot of other people would, less seasoned actors would probably just kind of phone in this specific.
Yeah.
Here.
Nowadays, you see a lot of people just waiting to say their lines. Yeah.
The thing is, like, this is Sean Connery's like most. I don't know how to say it. Unlike his usual roles, I suppose.
Yeah.
He usually plays someone a lot more stoic, a lot more.
Well, he's vulnerable
charismatic as well. Yeah. Like a nerd behind the desk kind of thing. Like about
honestly, I think that a lot of his mannerisms, though, the way he speaks, like whimsically here, is I mentioned Highlander, and I think it's more similar to how he plays Ramirez in that, where he kind of, the way he's speaking is more bombastic and flamboyant than when he played some of the more stoic roles, like you're saying. I think that's kind of where he this is the point of his career where he was doing more of that stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Oh.
Again, Douglas Slocum with the shadows. He did it much better in Raiders. I think Raiders is the perfect usage of shadows, as Mega Geek said when we had him on. But this one, they're trying to reuse it a couple of times, but it's just not as prominent. However, I still like it though, and we finally learned that Ilsa Schneider is. I'd give him.
Yeah, and the whole time he's wanting to protect her while he wants to protect her, and his dad's standing in the back. He's not going to shoot her.
Yeah, his dad tells him not to do it. But we also get General Vogel. This is his proper introduction too.
Yes,
who is our guess, the face of our main villain. Because let's face it, man, Walter Donovan can't fight, so he'd probably lose in 1v1 versus Indy. So we needed the SS General over here. And yeah, we find out that Elsa Schneider is in fact a Nazi. So boo-hoo.
Was that so old reference to all of a sudden you're playing a game and all of a sudden you're a Nazi?
It's like any Wolfenstein game. It's just like, all right, cool.
The lighting is just so good.
Oh yeah, and so yeah, this is the exact reaction when he finds out what happened. I got this slide. I love Sean Connery. It's just like a little smirk, and Harrison Ford is petrified. It's like, huh? She talks in her sleep. It's like, huh? What do you mean, man?
Imagine someone sleeping with your father and you. It's just like,
oh no, I could never, dude. I would. It would crush my soul.
And Indy's got the face of, I just threw up a little in my mouth.
Yeah.
Apparently, we've all been there.
Yeah. And yeah, we also find out that Walter Donovan himself is a Nazi after sitting in his weirdly ominous huge chair at the fireplace.
Sorry, I can't get extra credits up my head every time you say it. It's also
yeah, so he's also a Nazi. And
if there was ever a scene that they needed the big like rotating chair from the Death Star for this movie, it was this scene.
Yeah.
Oh no! Thank God, Amelia.
Amelia's like, I've never had a father-son duo. One time I had two brothers, but that was another story for another time.
That's what I heard.
Oh man! Hey Z, and when everyone's a Nazi, no one will be.
Well, that's like a really weird long con by the Nazis. Then it's like we'll just slowly infiltrate by making everyone you say that everyone's a Nazi, and then we'll all be Nazis. We've succeeded.
Yeah.
Ooh, C's here. Smilex is here too.
Hey, Smilex, yeah.
All-star
right.
chat.
There you go. Boom. I've met Julian Glover, flipping awesome dude. I guess he could be, man. He seems like a chill guy, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, Smilex, good to have you in the chat, man. Yeah. Dark
This
Hour.
is the scene we were talking about earlier, where they basically say, like, he tells him, like, "Oh, don't worry, Brody's gonna be so far away. He speaks 12 languages. He'll blend."
Probably
And
one of
then-
the best jokes, honestly. Yeah.
Yes.
he blends really well right here.
He blends in fantastically.
Well, then again, this guy definitely is not Arabic. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
he's just a cameraman.
What do you mean? That is him.
100%. Oh, you have a beard? We'll put you in there.
Yeah.
We got you.
And look at Marcus, like no beard at all. Doesn't
Yeah.
blend in, whatever.
Dude, the next slide is the exact moment where you could see the frustration. And he's like, run. What do you mean, run?
Run.
And that's like I said, he's the dumbest smart guy you'll ever see.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's like a very British thing. Like I'm sorry, what?
And you can see here in the background, you've got the name. This is the name of the modern city, Iskenderun, which is the city that was Alexandretta, or Little Alexandria.
I just googled Alexandretta and it just shows up with Iskadron. Yeah, so that's interesting.
Oh,
makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like they renamed Constantinople. They renamed every time they took a city. A lot of times it started with ISK. That was a lot of the because I think it was Ishkandaria is how you pronounce Alexandria in Arabic. So, and of course he gets on the back of they think he's going into a marketplace, but it turns out it's just a truck. This is the weirdest loading dock I've ever seen.
Dude,
With
it is
happy little palm tree Nazis.
Yeah, the palm tree Nazis. I was like, what?
Nazis.
And it's a callback to the scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark with Marion.
Yeah.
And this is why Crusade isn't the best indie film. They made Denholm Elliott an idiot.
Yeah, they did.
That's fair.
They did.
Yep. They did.
I can accept an argument for, honestly, I'm even of the belief that you can argue that if you really like Temple of Doom best, you can argue that that's the best one if you like. I think they're a little bit different, all of them, and it's what you like in this.
But what do you think of Marcus Brody's character compared to him in Raiders and compared to him?
He doesn't have nearly as much screen time in Raiders, so we don't. He may have been just as stupid, and we don't know.
I think he is. He's incredibly smart. He's clearly, and he's clearly at home in academia.
Yeah,
and
he just doesn't have street smart.
He just doesn't have the street skills that Indy does. He's not into field work.
He sits behind a desk at the university.
You can ask anyone who's been in academia for any length of time in higher education. There are many people like him in academia where they are incredibly smart. They have so much stuff just packed in their heads. They can do all kinds of math and statistics and have so much that they're capable of. But when it comes to actually interacting with other human beings or trying to find their way from one building to another on campus, they're lost. They're just they can't handle those day-to-day tasks. They're brilliant, but they can't do some of those normal things that other people
and I
can
think
do.
that's probably Marcus Brody.
Yeah.
Oh, Smilex has a really good comment. Yeah. He does say in Raiders, I would have gone after it myself. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
that is true. Yep.
They
That is
There is, but as I've highlighted, there is inconsistencies in these three films.
Yeah,
There are. There absolutely are.
And each of them does something really well, basically. And here, I think it's the chemistry between the dad and son.
Yeah, I agree. I think that when it comes to actor chemistry, this is by far the best one. When it comes to cinematography, I mean, it's probably Raiders. They had better techniques at this point, but I think working with what they did the best. And then Temple of Doom kind of does the best in terms of, being able to switch between its lighter and darker moments. So it does a really good job at playing off of playing the two sides of the
Temple of Doom also has some of the best miniature effects that I've ever seen.
Yes, that's true too.
That is true. Yep.
It gave us Mulan, so yeah.
Jawa Trader is in the chat.
Hey, Jawa Trader.
Hey there.
Hope you're doing good, man.
I already got my R2 unit. I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh.
If my motivator breaks down, you might need to talk to Jawa Trader.
And now, of course, she appreciates the time that they had together. And Henry Jones Sr. is thankful, but yeah, he's kind of pissed that it wasn't him.
This is awkward.
He's going to say goodbye in the Austrian way here.
The Austrian way.
I don't know where the hell they got that. Austria is just Germany light. They don't do shit like that.
This is probably France.
Canadians.
Yeah, this is the French way. Like,
see, I was thinking like maybe Austrians are like the Canadians of Germans. Kind of like the nice ones and polite ones, but they're not really. And Americans are just Americans.
The Austrians are like, hey, we were important ones for a really long time, and now no one cares. It's basically what they are.
Frankly.
And of course, at this point now, they find out that they have Marcus Brody in custody since, of course, he stepped onto the Nazi truck. So they
literally got right on the truck. Like, you couldn't just like get her. Oh, great.
So they have Marcus Brody. They have the exact location of where to start and where to go, and they've also gotten a message from. Is it the Führer that sends them the message that they should get rid of? Get rid of Henry Jones Jr. and Sr. together.
They're getting these messages incredibly fast for 1938. Might I add? These things would not be this quick.
I believe he says
the telegraph. Yeah, telegraph.
Yeah. But I believe he says the Führer has declared war on the Jones boys. That's when he gets the.
He's like, basically, he wants to annex the Joneses. I see.
Interesting.
We missed one of my favorite.
Book.
Yeah, we missed one of my favorite gags, which was after the Austrian goodbye, he gives them a German goodbye when punching Indy in the face, and then Indy bashes his head into his dad.
Yep.
So he says, I liked the Austrian one better, and his dad says, so did I.
That was, that's a little bit more accurate, I would say.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Metal about that. How do you say goodbye in Germany? Is it like a punch to the face or what?
Probably
he was on last week. He was on last week, and
we could have asked him last week. They put a flag in your country. That's what it is.
Germany. The way Germany says goodbye, good luck, have a nice day is to declare war on Poland. That's how it works.
They just never leave.
Fuck's sake. Okay. Good one. You got me.
The lucky charm that's supposed to burn through the rope that they're tied together with. But hey,
I love this.
He immediately burns himself and
burns the tapestries that were set up. There it is.
The clover is also very much like the cross. So shamrock,
clover, shamrock, whatever you call it.
Feels like a lighter.
Dark Arrow.
Sorry. I keep forgetting. I do have a fantasy game going on right now too. So there's money on the line. Damn it!
I need to tell you something.
I messed up.
Dad, we don't have time for this right now.
The floor's on fire.
The floor's on fire. Now the table's on fire.
And they uncover the secret passageway while they're going to the chimney, because the chimney is the safest place with everything burning so quickly.
Yeah,
and it's the only thing that ever doesn't fully burn down in a fire. So
so they stay in there. They unlock the secret passageway, where's the Nazi telecommunications room. Which is like, all right, cool.
This is probably one of my favorite scenes of the movie. There's something so charming about it.
Oh, it's really well done. It's well paced too.
realistically, they'd be dead. Go on the next. Go on the next Light Dark Hour.
What's interesting is like you'd usually when witches were like burnt at the stake, for instance. The fire wasn't the first thing that killed them. They'd actually suffocated because of the gas.
Yeah, it's the smoke inhalation.
Yeah.
You suffocate because you don't have any oxygen with the fire under your feet. And yeah, I mean they would have been shot to death. Secondly, but they managed to get out.
Really into the shooting in this scene, by the way. I actually like that I could do that. I like that I could. Maybe we should start doing it this way so we can circle it more.
No, fine. You'll narrate now, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. Dark Hour is narrating the rest of TOS.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, why not? We'll just lose our entire audience because I have a terrible narrator. But they do a great little fake out though, where they kind of hide up inside of the chimney and fall back down. Though I don't know how they knew it was going to work this way. By the way, because at this point, did they know that they were going to open it like this and leave it half open, or they have just gotten?
Well, they read the script.
Well, yeah.
They did like Austin Powers. They just read the script and was like, "Yeah, all right, cool." You can go to the next one. And of course, as they manage to escape, they this is a nice little gag from Henry Jones Sr., which is kind of just encapsulates his character, where he I guess it's his intelligence in these situations where Indy is the brute force, but he's sort of the calming nature of it, where he says he needs to sit down and think, and sometimes it just like opens
up. A solution presents itself.
Yeah, there you go. A solution presents itself, and there it is. The staircase pops in, and Indy, of course, just falling into it.
Yeah. And he falls the whole. I love how it opens up as he's falling. Every time he falls another stair, it opens up a little bit more, so he keeps falling.
Nice cinematography in this film. Douglas Slocum was a bit of a genius. Yeah, that is an understatement. He was an absolute genius. I guess. Yeah, we now have the second scene, which I do have a clip of. So this was actually shot, if I remember correctly, was shot last minute. This was one of the last things that they shot, and it was actually shot in George Lucas's, I guess you could say, backyard, technically.
Lagoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many Star Wars movies was he in to afford this?
Yeah, so he basically just had this around his backyard, and so he thought that the movie needed a little extra action scene, and so they kind of cooked this up in about a couple of days. So the entire motorcycle chase sequence was just a last minute addition that they added. Or if not, we wouldn't have had this entire chase, and it would have just been them. Not even escaping on the boat. We will just cut to them basically in Berlin with Hitler after that. So yeah, let me see which clip it is first. All right, there you go. I found it. I love the look that his dad is just completely unbothered by everything. He just doesn't care. It's like, oh, all right.
You do get a little glimpse of how pleased he is that Indy has taken up a lance.
Yep.
As a jouster. You do get a little glimpse of that.
He seems very amused by it. Like,
yeah.
Oh.
I love the highly specific nature of this particular street post sign, where it's like Venice this way, Berlin this way, nothing in between. I swear.
Yeah.
Like, I know that Europe, the cities are not nearly as it's not as big as the United States in terms of like each country and stuff. But I feel like there's a lot between Venice and Berlin that would probably be on this particular sign.
Well, not in the Last Crusade, okay. That's it.
I can't quite tell what that other one says. Like hidden Nazi base over here, because the way they know where they're coming from.
Oh,
hidden Nazi base this way.
Probably. But yeah, and at this point they talk about it and the importance of the Grail not getting into the hands of Nazis. And this is where he says Jesus, and he slaps him for blasphemy.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
which
for
I
blasphemy.
Common misconception, actually. The commandment that says, do not use God's name in vain. It's not saying Jesus Christ or whatever. It's kind of using God in a vain way to kind of set yourself up as in like an egotistical way.
Or
Like
to claim his authority in a way that that would be yours to claim.
Vanity, not in vain. Yeah, vanity is, I think, the meaning.
Yeah. But I still like him slapping him for it.
I still love that part.
Yeah.
It is a good scene. And then we go to the and it's very juxtaposed to this sequence with
hey, look, there's a rogue salute.
Very
I see the rogue salute. There it is.
It's a very, a nice little gathering, a nice man that's hosting this and all.
So all of these uniforms are almost completely authentic. There was a huge cache of original authentic Nazi uniforms that were found, and they were picked up by the the costume department during the production. And so a whole bunch of these Nazi uniforms are actually original ones that were made for the German army.
I don't
know how I would feel about that as an actor.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Grave Rob has it. They
Actually,
were found in Hugo Boss's closet.
These were costume designer Anthony Powell was the one that located them. So they're not replicas, most of them. And one thing, actually, if you watch some of the behind the scenes stuff from this scene, you'll see there's all of these people that are dressed as Nazis, and they're doing the Nazi salute. You'll actually see Spielberg directing the people in the scene, and he tells them, they're wearing their Nazi uniform, they're saluting, saying Heil Hitler and whatever. He says, when you raise your hand, have your other hand behind your back and cross your fingers.
Nice.
So that way you can kind of be like, nope, I am not actually doing this.
Didn't mean it.
Didn't mean it.
Deniability.
Yeah, that's got to be a little weird on his part to be, a Jewish man, like standing there in the middle of this. Like,
well, I mean, you can see it in the first film and the third film. Like, this is a very personal thing for Spielberg.
And he went on to make Schindler's List after that.
Yeah,
and then this guy who
it's been a reoccurring theme.
Doesn't that guy on the left look a bit like the Luigi assassin?
The guy on the left,
Luigi
stands
on the guy. Hey, put out these abs.
The guy all the way to the left is supposed to be Himmler, and is actually played by
not the real guy. Wow.
He's played by the Nazi from the first from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh,
so okay.
On the right, is that supposed to be like Joseph Goebbels or something?
Yeah, it looks
probably.
like
I love that particular uniform stands out especially. That is a really blue uniform.
The Luigi killer too. When he said the Luigi killer, the first thing that popped in my mind was, when the fuck did Luigi die? Like, when did they kill Luigi?
She's out there. That's right there.
Yeah, and she's wincing at the book burnings that I do find interesting.
And this guy is not even supposed to be in the scene. He's just a really terrible extra. He's not supposed to be.
about interesting fact about the book burning. Some idiots online say, "Oh, but the Yazidis were based because they."
You can say Nazi. It's my channel. You don't have to say Yahtzee. Fine.
Okay,
say it. You will not get demonetized. It will be me if they do, and I'll fight them. I'll be like this.
I want to be nice to you. All right, just
it's fine. I will fight them over my usage of the word Nazi. It is historically accurate. Damn it.
All right, Nazis. There's some idiots online saying that the Nazis were secretly based because they burned such and such book, blah 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 blah. But they also burnt All Quiet on the Western Front as well, a vehemently anti-war film. The author wasn't Jewish or anything like that. It's just that message that they absolutely hated. that they burned.
Yeah.
So
they burnt everything, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyone that's gonna troll with book burning is cool. Just needs to Minecraft themselves. That's not how reality works.
Common people. Yeah. Joseph Gobbles, was he a turkey?
Gobble gobble gobble.
Oh, let's see.
But yeah, Michael Schur is the name of the actor. So this was his 4th time playing Hitler. His 5th time was in a BBC documentary a couple of years later. So
second time is just like a coincidence.
Welcome back, Michael Schur as Hitler for this 4th time.
Yeah. Well, and again, he was Admiral Ozzel from Empire Strikes Back.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if he
I just think that would be fucking hilarious. Like, how do you introduce yourself? Like, yeah, I've played Hitler more than anyone else. I was Hitler longer than Hitler.
I played Carl, what did you play as in that recent movie of yours? Oh, I played Hitler. Didn't you? Yeah. That one, the Hitler as well.
He continued to play him up until 2003.
Wow.
I'm not just the Führer. I'm also a client.
They lose me after the bunker scene.
Look, there ain't no World War II without me, goddammit.
I want to know.
Lord Connery slaps him in the face for taking the Lord's name in vain.
Do they offer him this scene, or does he just volunteer for them?
I don't even know at this point. It's like, hey,
raise your hand if you want to play Hitler.
Like, who's played a good
and he
Hitler?
just can't stop. He's just like,
I guess I'm the most experienced. Whatever.
His wife probably just looks at him whenever he receives a new script. He's like, "Do you have anything new?" I guess.
Dude just walks around looking like this all the time.
Yeah, I bet their bedroom life is interesting.
Yeah, he's like a method actor. He actually goes and declares war on various countries in order to annex them.
Takes actual meth as well. Shakes his hand.
Like, look, I need some real authentic syphilis. God damn it.
Dark Hour, you can go ahead with the slide. I'll be right back.
I'm going back.
Anyways.
This is funny. I want to keep
Let's
Anyways,
stay on that. Yeah.
We'll narrate the rest of the movie, but Hitler has to be front and center.
There you go.
I'll be right back. Anyways, there's no clips until the tag scene, so don't worry about it.
So let me just see where we're at. Okay, so basically, Indy knocks out some SS officer, takes his uniform, and then runs into Ilsa,
which is a callback.
Yes, yeah. He looks pretty good in Nazi uniforms. It's weird.
He does.
Hang on a minute.
I mean, these were designer uniforms.
Exactly, Hugo Boss. Yeah.
Hugo. That's a good one. And they kind of have this really awkward exchange where, like, this is the one that we were talking about before, where she basically is saying that she doesn't really align herself with the Nazis, but it's a means to an end. And then he says, and I quote, "All I have to do is squeeze," and she says, "All I have to do is scream." And where's Amelia in the chat when you need her for this one? Because that sounds like a good time if I ever heard one.
That would be up her alley.
It's annoying because when I have to click over here to use this, I lose part of the chat. So, and then probably the scene that people remember the most vividly from this movie is he gets pushed out into the crowd, and this is right around when Hitler has finished his speech or whatever is going. I don't know if it was a full speech or just a book burning, but and then he's signing which is weird. He's signing books at a book burning. I've never really quite understood that. Because
they're all signing Mein Kampf.
The far right.
Yes, but this is clearly not Mein Kampf that he grabs. And so why would he sign it thinking, this guy's probably trying to go throw this in the fire? I'm just going to sign it just in case he doesn't do that. And
I have a love-hate with this scene. I mean, when I was younger, I thought this was hilarious. And now rewatching, it's kind of like,
how much would that signature be worth right now?
Boy, I don't know. About as much as those Hugo Boss uniforms, probably.
Yeah, I mean, does he not look at the material?
Scene does seem a little like
Oh, Dark Hour, you're roboting.
Lagging. Yep. Oh, hello.
All right, uninspired.
So
it's all you.
now.
It's all uninspired, and he stepped away. So, in case anyone doesn't know, if we're not actually joking about the Hugo Boss uniforms.
Yeah,
Hugo Boss did make the uniforms for the SS, the Hitler Youth, the Wehrmacht, even like.
Can you guys hear me now?
National Railroads.
Yep.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I think it was just a random hiccup in the. But yeah, so like I was saying, the he doesn't even bother to look at the book. It's really weird because first of all, it's in English. You would think he would notice it's in English and not German.
And it's full of pictures.
He only opens up like the front flap of it, to sign it. But I just think the funny part of it is that he has in his hands this thing that he's sought out, that he's sent people out to get, and he has no idea what he has in his hands and what the value that it has. He just signs it and moves on,
Yeah, it's meant to kind of like show his like egotistical
arrogance
nature. Yeah. I think Spielberg probably did this scene because he kind of wanted to make them out as idiots, and I think that's the comedy of it as well. Like,
it's a Hogan's Heroes moment. It's kind of, I have mixed feelings about this.
Well, I mean, the actor probably was only available for that he had to go play Hitler somewhere else. So there was a local mall opening he had to go
with a car lot. And,
by the way, did he play in Look Who's Back by any chance, or am I mixing that up with someone else? I mean, not heard that movie before.
I mean, considering the fact we said that he's the Hitler actor, I would just assume that yes, he probably was in whatever.
I need that guy.
Yeah. Get me Hitler.
But to get out of Berlin, they board not the Hindenburg as I thought when I was a kid, not realizing that the Hindenburg happened about 20 miles from my house.
Yeah.
But as a kid, when I was a little kid, I thought this was the Hindenburg because they like zoom out like it's a big deal.
I did too.
It would be funny if it was. It
the
would
most
be funny.
famous German blimp ever.
And well, it's also because of the way that they it's like, oh, we're gonna get out of here, and then they do like a big pullback, and it's like, oh no, like I always just thought as like an 8-year-old, I was like, well, this must be the Hindenburg. They're gonna blow up.
God, the humanity.
And no, we are not going to argue the definition of blimps and dirigibles. Go away.
Yeah.
Or Zeppelins. No.
No, it's going for the towers.
Give it to EFAP.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the so basically they board, and so do various Nazis, including our friend here, and they're looking for them. They have these little pamphlets that say, have you seen this person? And then as they find Henry Jones Sr., the Indy has acquired I guess this is it would be called like a constable like on or a conductor on a train. I don't know what it would be called on a
steward.
Steward or something. And please tell me, Uninspired, are you back? And do you have this clip? Because this is my favorite line in the whole movie. He's back. It's not back.
I think it's probably like the second best joke in
it is
here.
good. It's very good.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the negative of not having our stuff on the same. Let's see. I don't know if he has it.
And it's the response from everyone else in the in the room after he says it that really pays off.
Apparently, it was super hot on set filming this.
Yes.
So Sean Connery and Harrison Ford were both just like in their boxers.
Yeah, well, Sean Connery would say basically he's always been someone who sweats very easily, and he was afraid that they were going to have to keep like stopping to shoot to like mop his brow and everything. So he dropped trousers and was like, I have to do it this way. And so Harrison was like, okay, sure, just took his pants off too.
Solidarity, brother.
Well, yeah. So it doesn't look like we have the clip for this one, but yeah, obviously the best line. He throws him outside of the window. Yeah, and turns back. No ticket. Which has been used in so many things since. It's become such an iconic line in this movie. And there it is. This is the no ticket. And everyone tries to show their tickets, like, please don't throw me out of the blimp or the dirigible or whatever. except for these people right here who clearly don't give a shit at all. They're just.
They said, "Fuck it, man. We don't care." And, this is the conversation that they finally have between.
Yeah.
Well, the conversation that they try to have, where it's like, "Hey, I'm finally in front of you. What do you want to tell me?" And Indy literally has nothing to say to him. It's like, it's kind of sad.
Yeah. It's like it both shows how complicated of a relationship they have. Like, he wasn't really present in his life, and he covers it up by saying, "Oh, I taught you self-reliance and whatnot." It's just like, okay,
yeah, it's basically him saying, like, "I taught that you didn't need me, so I just didn't bother."
Yeah,
that's basically what he says. Like,
and obviously, Indy, because of that, feels like a need. Like, I would like her to have more attention from you or whatever, and show a bit of appreciation. But when it comes right down to it, he can't properly word it properly, like what he wants.
Yep.
And I just find that really realistic, like an authentic father and son relationship. And
love is bullshit.
Yeah. It's good. It's pretty good.
But yeah, they go through the journal and all the various trials that they have to. The 3 trials that would have to be faced by whoever is going to acquire the.
So the
Grail.
first one is the penitent man. The second one is
the breath of God, the word of God.
Yeah.
And the footsteps of God.
Yeah, something like that.
They're not very good clues, like especially the first one. Like, how are you supposed to know?
Dude, it's even worse when you say the penitent man is like.
Well, it says it right there. If you look at it, it says first. Yeah,
but he's like, he kneels before God. That doesn't mean that you fucking roll. You know.
Yeah.
Look, this is a very active. This is a very active genuflection. Okay, you have to.
But so they go over what we're gonna see in the final part of the movie. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Dark Hour. What was it?
It was that's not fair. But it was the. I'm not gonna do that. We're not going that route.
So this happens
an in-joke. It's an
iPhone attached to it, which is a bit silly, but.
Well, I would assume that they would have something like this attached on, if they needed for emergency.
In case the pilots need to say "fuck off" to everyone, burning, and they just need to leave. It's like a 2-seater. All right, cool.
People can escape. That's nice. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what if there, what if there's an illness or injury, and they need to take one single person in?
What if it's going down like the Hindenburg?
There it is.
The Hindenburg didn't go down; it blew up.
It came down.
I guess I kind of
came down after it exploded.
The only rationale I had for this was that it apparently, if they were maybe under attack or something, somebody could hop in the plane.
It does
and
have a gun,
them.
so yeah.
So.
Okay. Well,
maybe. I guess.
Do we know anything about the call numbers on this plane? Because in Raiders, it's C-3PO, I think.
Yeah.
I can look it up, but I don't.
DEKVY.
DEKVY. I don't. There has to be a reference there. There's no way.
DE would be Germany, Deutsch.
Yeah,
Deutschland.
Then KY, we all know what that is.
Yeah.
The worst kind of jelly.
Yeah, that's silicone jelly.
It tastes terrible.
I'm sorry, son. They got us.
That is probably his best line that he pulls off in this movie because you can tell he plays it like he's about to say that he shot them, and then he plays it off that he did so well that he didn't.
This is another one that I have a bit of a problem with because I believe, and I say believe because I don't know for a fact, but there would be a safety on the turret where you couldn't
probably
shoot straight
forward. Like a fail.
Yes, there would be a lock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Bump into.
It would interrupt the trigger.
But he still somehow managed to do it.
Well, he's a very clever man.
Yeah.
And again, he kind of like shifts the blame on the planes, like he did in the other conversation. Like, oh, I wasn't there for you because I was teaching you self-reliance. Oh, the planes got it.
They got us.
They got us.
Uninspired. This was the end of this one, right?
Yep, this is the last one.
I'll quit sharing this, and then we'll.
I'm here.
Okay,
and so
now it's going to be a little bit more fluid. Sorry about that,
guys. so yeah, and of course, now their plane crashes, of course, because hey, they don't have a back wing. And
he says initially when they get on it, do you know how to fly one of these things? Fly? Yes. Land? No.
And they're still getting attacked by the secondary plane, which is going after them. Yeah. And they kidnap a poor dude who's just, I guess, changing his rim. Yeah.
Yeah, he was putting the hubcap back on.
Steal that poor guy's rolls.
Yeah. Drive off. They steal his car, man. It was probably worth a fortune too, man. And
especially considering the fact they're somewhere in the Italian Alps. That guy's not getting a car again anytime soon.
Yep, that was probably his only means of transport to go and get whatever he needed. And
I like that we're making up Don law for this guy. Like he'll probably never survive the winter.
He probably died because of this.
His wife left him for somebody else who had a car still.
Now, of course, we have one of the stupidest pilots.
This is over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't even the pilot is just stupid.
It would work in an animated movie, maybe, but
it works partially.
Yeah, the way that they do this, it does work partially because it's kind of cartoonish. Where not only does the pilot enter, then he slides across them. Then you have their reactions. They're like, "What the fuck was that?" And then he just comically, I burst out laughing because I didn't remember this happen. The way he just comically explodes once he exits the tunnel.
Yeah, I told you guys, this has stupid explosions. Like there was that one in the boat where it gets crushed between two boats, and for some reason it explodes. And now this. There was another one somewhere, a stupid.
There was one thing I forgot to mention back at the boat when they got the boat before the motorcycle chase was they leave the box early. Like the guys get on the boat to chase the other boat. If they would have just waited 30 more seconds, most of them would have been in the water and they could have got away quicker. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah. And we just have the explosion because that's what happens sometimes. Now they get stopped by a second plane at this point.
This is the other plane. There was two planes that were chasing them.
Yep, yeah. They get stopped by the second plane who drops a little bomb on them, but manages to make a crater. So their car is fucked, and they have to manage on foot. And of course, Sean Connery uses his ingenuity to launch up some very clearly composited birds. Do you know how I know
so these what they actually have? So here in this shot, that is several hundred fake seagulls. They're just you will, if you look, not one of them moves an inch. There are a bunch of fake seagulls they plugged into the sand because they figured out very early that you could not train seagulls. They're absolutely untrainable. They could not get them to take off and fly when they wanted. It was a mess. So yeah, they have in the reverse shot, what they have are a bunch of pigeons that they knocked around and got to chase off and fly. And then there's someone that are composited in that second shot. But they couldn't use seagulls because they wouldn't.
Because everybody knows that pigeons are the pigeon,
yeah.
the seagulls of the city, the urban seagull, if you will.
Fake Steven Seagulls. Hey man, I bet you that there's a seagull actor that's called Steven for sure.
Yep.
But yeah, the reason why I knew that they were composited is because when I was going through this frame by frame, I was like, man, these seagulls are very, very see-through for some reason. So, and of course, they managed to kill the pilot once again, another death, just like your average Steven Spielberg movie. Kind of like Gremlins, dude. Dark Eye, when we were covering Gremlins, it was just people dying, but they don't really acknowledge the fact that they're dead. It's like, okay, you can accept it. And so he just crashes.
I didn't even realize we kind of did two back-to-back movies that were Steven Spielberg. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Even though it's directed by Spielberg, still.
Yeah. That one wasn't directed by him, but he was still attached to it. I didn't do that on purpose. I was completely. I wish I could take credit for that shit. I didn't think that far ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be experiencing a little bit of turbulence.
And a few hundred bird strikes.
And so that's I love what he says here. It's like it's just
suddenly remembered my Charlemagne.
Yep, my Charlemagne. Yeah, Charlemagne. And we go to the Republic of Hatay, where
I thought it said Haiti.
No. That's
Hatay. Or is it Haiti? No, it's Hatay. The Republic of Hatay. Well, of course, the Republic of Hatay, where they fucking love Rolls-Royce Phantoms. That's all you need to know, basically. They're trying to convince him to. Well, they're not really convincing him. They just want his permission to go. To be in the country because they are Nazis and they're going to have.
Yeah, historically, the Nazis asking for all sorts of permission to go into other people's countries.
I love the payment.
What did they do
first?
Yeah, they offer him gold and he's like, "Yeah, we already have all this. We don't.
I don't need any of that shit."
He offers up this like treasure chest of stuff, right? And he's like, donated from the finest families. I'm like, donated.
And where did these gold teeth come from?
Yeah, exactly.
You should have offered them cats to eat.
No.
But I mean, who can literally step by when you have a Rolls-Royce Phantom right next to you? You know, 0 to 60 in 12 seconds. Yeah, and plus it's in the color that he loves. That's
crazy that was for that time. Like to say 0 to 60 in 12 seconds is such a is like over the top, but it's like your average car now is like 0 to 60 in less than that.
Oh, Smilex just pointed out the prince or whoever is played by Alexei Sayle, who's a very famous British comedian.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Oh,
I didn't realize
he was on The Young Ones, and he's been on everything. Yeah, he's good.
I like the fezzes on the guys in the back. They really they went extra.
Yeah, this is really long.
Extra.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they were like, hey, look, we admire the fez so much. We want our fezzes to touch the ceiling.
And so with the Rolls-Royce Phantom, they get permission, and we have our man. He's finally back, Kazim, making a little appearance before he dies. Sadly, I wish we had more Kazim. He seems like a really cool dude.
I love these guys.
Yeah, he seems like he would have been really, really cool, but man, sadly, we didn't have him too much.
We didn't get enough Kazim.
Now, here we are back with Gimli, and
Gimli.
I don't even know how.
Wow, man.
Do they ever explain how we get to this point with Salah?
He just shows up because that's what Salah does. He has magic powers.
Yeah,
where he just knows where Indiana Jones is at all times.
Yeah, so it's not really explained how they get from here to with Salah, or why Salah is even here. How do you know?
He borrowed his brother-in-law's car, and there was just a map there that took him to Indiana Jones.
It's what he does.
In the video game, I really hope that when I finally do play the video game that came out, that there's a button that you hit and just out of nowhere, Salah just appears. Indeed.
I brought the 5 camels like you asked. No camels.
Let's talk about Salah's time.
When we get to that, I have a story about that.
Press X to make him sing.
He's got like a spin art tie.
He's probably an agent. What? Mossad?
Wow.
So yeah, this is an actual issue where it's sort of just a contrivance. How does Indy and his father end up here with Salah? How does Salah even end up here? Because we're in the Republic of Hatay. We're not even where they were before.
Where were they before again? It was
Alexandretta.
Yeah, which. Well, no,
Alexandretta is supposed to be inside the Republic of Hatay.
No, yes, so that's not where Marcus was.
Yes,
he was. Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay,
because it's supposed to still be the same town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, how the fuck did he find Indy then? That's just what I'm thinking.
But he just waves his arms and Sala shows up. That's
Sala just appears. Like, yep, a wild Sala appears.
I need to figure out how to add some sounds to this, because that would be perfect for the Pokemon like wild appearance music.
Now we do have the arrival of the tank, a cool ass tank. I will mention a huge tank too. I do have some behind the scenes photos of this.
Yeah. I don't know tanks too well, so does anybody know what kind of tank this is?
Well, this is made up. This is not a real. This was not a real historical tank. They had originally wanted to use a World War I tank. Of course, many World War I tanks were small. They were tiny.
They were just like APCs.
Yeah. And so they actually did look at some French Renault tanks that they had nearby in some museums. They thought they might be able to use. There were some that could be used on film, but none of them had the look or the size of what they actually wanted. So this tank was constructed from scratch by George Gibbs, the mechanical effects supervisor. Him and his team built this. It is 28 tons made from real steel. So it is an enormous thing. And they actually built two. So one you can see driving around here. The second was constructed from aluminum, and it was designed to be pulled by the camera trailer or by the camera truck. So they would have
I do have a picture of that one at the end.
Yeah, so
nice.
It had and the nice thing was too, the tracks on the real one. These are real tracks, but on the one that was being pulled by the camera truck, instead the tracks were basically made of foam plastic. So if they were filming on them and somebody bumped up against the tracks, it didn't like injure them.
Oh, that's how they did the Indy having his face smashed into the tread. That's what I was like, man. It's kind of dangerous. I would be surprised if they actually used the real one.
I was gonna say like maybe the tank was Italian because the visibility in it is absolutely appalling and really unsuitable for warfare. So I was thinking maybe it's Italian because Italian tanks were notoriously terrible. They were like coffins.
More likely French.
Yeah.
Aluminium. There you go.
Yeah.
Aluminium.
No, we don't use that extra.
That's how I know whether or not I'm watching. If someone says aluminium, I know they know what the fuck.
Aluminum.
I'm like, this guy did some research and spent some time at Oxford or some shit. Like he knows what he's talking about.
I love Marcus Brody's reaction here because Walter Donovan gives him water, and then you just have the General Vogel. He just snatches the water away from him. He's like, "No, you can't have any."
Well, he takes the water because he wants to spit it at Donovan. So it's like he's like he says that he's like I don't have anything to. I'd spit at you, but I don't have anything to spit. So he takes it, and the General Vogel takes it back from him.
And yeah, while they're there, Indy is watching. Of course, Indy thinks that they're at a safe distance, even though they have a tank with fucking cannons. But yeah.
But why would you step out in front of the rocks? Everybody else is behind the rocks.
True. Not only that, he should know that it's going to catch glare.
Yes.
It's
Yeah, that's them getting on the wrong side of the rocks bugs me really bad. Like they didn't know what's going over.
Convenience strikes again.
Yeah,
wasn't that in Raiders? Wasn't that how they determined where they were when they were digging up the at the one site because they were able to see the reflection on some of the.
Well, no, it was because they were the only people working at like 6 a.m. in the middle of it. It's like, hey, everyone's asleep, no one's working. What are those people doing up there in the hill? It's like, oh yeah, we gotta go investigate. That's how they got
service.
Yeah. But yeah, so the tank attacks, but the Brotherhood of
the Brotherhood of Chest Tattoos is here.
Yeah, there we go. They're here, and they're here to attack. Now, of course, they get massacred by modern weapons because I guess they only have one-shot reloads at this point. But the Germans have automatics, and it's done. Kazim is over. F's in the chat for Kazim.
Who's our gun expert? Because I've always loved those guns with the clip on the side.
I think they're cool.
The only it's not this. The only gun that I know that was used by Germans in World War II was like the MP40 and stuff, but that wouldn't even been made by this point because it's 38. So I don't know.
I mean, it's probably a lot less practical, but it just looks so cool.
Yeah, it does. It does. But I think it would be better from close range because at that point, far away you wouldn't be precise. Yeah, it would be horrendous. And you're just spraying everywhere.
I like the fact that the main bad guy a little before this he says, "Oh, it's Indy," and then in here they just say, "Who the hell are those guys? Who cares? We need to get on." So it literally wasn't him, but it's usually like the distraction anyway. And the main guy is just focused on Indy all the time. I kind of find that funny, you know.
Indiana Jones.
Pursue Indiana Jones.
Yep. And Kazim is dead.
Rip. Long live Kazim.
R.I.P. Kazim, man. He tried. He laid his life on the line defending what he loved. But of course, during that time, you have Henry Jones Sr. that enters the tank with Marcus Brody, and they have their little handshake, I guess, which is pretty fun.
They have great chemistry as well.
And they're like, hey. It's like, what are you doing?
We're in a dangerous situation, but yeah, they're kind of oblivious to the danger until, of course, General Vogel just pops up and kidnaps them. Now, Indy is here with the horses while while Gimli is there with the camels, and he's taking the camels to his cousin, man. That's it. Salah is taking his camels to the cousin.
So I have a slight story about this. So it's a line of my real life that was inspired by this scene. So when I was a sophomore in high school, when I was a sophomore in high school, my first day of school, we found a litter of kittens outside my house in a box. I was about to say
like a group of camels. I was about to say, huh?
Litter of kittens. And my father specifically said to us, me and my mother, do not keep one of them. And we didn't listen. And we kept one. He kept jumping out of the box. And this is not any of the cats I have now. This is long since been put down years ago. But my mother. So I was like 15. So my mother took me to the doctor because I didn't have my license yet. And so we're waiting at the doctor, and she gets a call while we're sitting there. And my father legitimately said this, like word for word. He's like, "I said no cats. This is one fucking cat." And I was ever since he said that, I was like, "Oh shit, that's from the movie. I remember that." It's like so. It's
Man.
And and we kept the cat. We kept him until he had to be put down. Unfortunately, he got cancer later in life. But he had a good life though. His name was Socks. We named him Socks.
What the fuck? Socks?
He had so his body was gray and his legs were white. So it looked like he was wearing socks on his arms.
Oh, okay.
Not bad.
I mean, a very similar kitten experience. I kept the one that got out of the nest first. Turns out she was just looking for food, but she had long white paws, so I named her Go-Go for Go-Go Boots.
Aww.
As you do.
That's actually pretty good.
Go-Go.
I mean,
Go-Go Boots.
She was a good cat.
Gimli in this scene thinks 5 camels is enough to compensate for the car for his brother-in-law. I mean, do you guys think that is enough? Maybe 6 camels would do the trick.
Overpriced, man. Overpriced.
Okay, interesting.
I bet you two camels would be enough for the car.
2 camels?
Yeah, 2 camels would be enough for the car.
Fascinating.
Camels are expensive as fuck, man.
I have no idea what a camel is worth. I'll be honest with you.
I don't know the exchange rate for camels versus cars.
I just think it's great. We have someone on the panel that knows how expensive camels are.
Dude, a camel is pretty expensive, to be honest. Like breeding camels and stuff, it's harsh and it's expensive. So I think 2 camels would have been enough.
So you're saying like he can sell 2 camels and buy another car?
Probably.
And have 3 camels.
So he can sell 4 of the camels, keep 1 camel.
And have 2 cars.
Or keep 2 camels, 1 male, 1 female, and have infinite cars.
Boom. There you go.
Yeah,
Camel cheap
profit.
Step 1, acquire camels. Step 2.
Step 3,
profit.
And so of course, Indy gets the horses. He finds out from Salah that his dad is in the tank with Marcus, and it's time for tank versus horse warfare. And I mean, Indy's kind of winning at this point because he manages.
That was actually not super uncommon at the time. It was like the Polish winged hussars were historically like one of the all-time greatest
horse riders.
Flanking units. Yeah, riding flanking units, and they tried to take on tanks because that's all they had. During the invasions, and so it wasn't uncommon. And sometimes they won. So. Yeah,
the last time we used them, I think it was like the last horse riding used in warfare.
Yeah,
the actual battle. It was a little before World War One or during World War One, because Poland was like wiped away from the map.
Yeah,
and we were just basically fighting for our own borders and stuff like that.
Well, the Cossacks were around for a while, weren't they?
Yeah, the Cossacks were one of the they were historically. But the winged hussars were kind of the most greatest, the greatest, of all time in terms of cavalry.
Yeah, so horses, they're pretty effective in battle. But now, technology advances. But hey, it's fun to see this horse kind of outmaneuver this tank because this tank's visibility is just terrible, and Indy is taking advantage of it. So
especially with the car stuck on the front of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
the way they dislodge it is fantastic.
Do the Mujahideen use horses or not? Let me say it in the American way. The Mujahideen.
Sure.
Hadim.
Yeah. Do they use horses? I don't know. They probably maybe.
You'd be much better off with camels in the heat.
That's true.
Yep. Yeah, camels they're more adapted to deserts.
And then you can
get cars after you're done. You're
exactly.
Just like, hey, I would like a car. Here's 2 camels. It's been established on a random stream on the internet that this is what the cost is.
Wait, now of course we have
tank with camels. That's the question.
No. Tank would be too expensive. You'd need at least 12 camels for a tank, I would assume. Yeah, 12 camels would be a good for a tank. That could be nice. But yeah, I do have the clip of this, so. Let me play man on horse versus tank.
Yeah.
we need that thingy. What you call it? There's like a Halo enhancer, and he says like when you kill 3 people with 1 bullet, there's like a specific term for
Triple kill.
Triple kill. Yeah,
an achievement.
Yeah, I have some problems.
Common people said
achievement unlocked.
Common people said it best. Poland used horses as a last resort against the Blitzkrieg in World War II. Yes, and that happened a lot.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, according to Amelia Bedelia, the French eat horses. So,
yeah, I mean, hey, man, don't knock it till you try it, man.
British people do too. There was a scandal about Tesco using horse meat. So,
yeah, that is true. That was a huge scandal.
I had it in Japan. Would not try again.
As we call it, as we just call it, steak au cheval. So steak au cheval, so horse steak. Pretty good, actually. You can just go to, I guess, your equivalent of Walmart. That's we have Carrefour. So you can literally just go. I can literally go and buy horse meat tomorrow if I want to cook some steak.
Wow.
So yeah,
you just enjoy that.
Trick question: What animal is a man's best friend?
A dog.
No. Horses, because horses have been longer used by human beings, much longer than dogs.
Oh, they've been domesticated longer than dogs.
Yeah,
but you're kind of assuming the fact that I wouldn't eat a dog. I'd eat anything, man. Meat is meat.
Objectively, there's
he
no
enjoys some long pig occasionally as well.
No, I thought I made the spicy jokes during the stream, but damn.
You know, realistically, I'm 100% sure I've probably eaten dog without knowing. 100%, dude. Because meat was expensive in Ghana, and I know for a fact that those dudes that used to sell me kebabs on the street, I know for a fact that some of it probably wasn't beef, man. Because beef was expensive. I know that it was probably a stray dog. Maybe one time.
They're
But I
eating
didn't.
the dogs. They're eating the cats.
real quick short story. So when I went to college in Georgia, in a small town, there was only one Chinese restaurant. And my friend's brother, and yes, like I really do know this guy, used to take his cat with him everywhere he went in a carrier. And one time he went into this Chinese restaurant and they started screaming at him, no, we told you to use the back door. True story.
Oh.
Hey, listen.
On that note,
hey, who knows? Listen, I go to the Asian buffet very often. So, man, I never know. I may be eating my own people. But yeah, actually, when it comes to horse, try it. Yeah.
Well, if I visit you in France, I'll ask for it. Why not?
When I had it in Japan, it was raw, so it was pretty rough. I couldn't really swallow it.
I mean, when do you are you guys actually legally allowed to have horse meat in Britain or in the US? Like
in the US, no, I don't.
It's illegal, right? Yeah.
I don't know if it's illegal. It's just that Americans wouldn't accept it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know that it would be that it could be approved by
by the FDA.
Not for human consumption anyway. It might be allowable for animal
they do
feed,
it
but
for dog
it's
food and things like
funny.
that. But I mean, no,
They approve of all sorts of stupid chemicals in your food, but they
yes, they do.
But yeah, horses
chemicals outlawed the world over, but no, they're fine for our food. Don't you worry.
Is completely corrupt.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it would be it would be illegal in the UK, probably.
I'm guessing with that scandal. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm guessing. But yeah, man, just hop over to France. You can find some in any store. Just
you're right there.
You know, I think it's better to ride horses rather than eat them. They seem pretty useful in the scene. You know,
why not ride a horse and eat one at the same time?
Barbara told me a really great story about the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Oh God, yeah.
The ones that mapped the whole west of the United States or America. They were so stupid.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Barbara. Go ahead.
Well, the expedition finally make it to Oregon, and they're on the banks of glorious fresh salmon that are just right there, and they're with the native tribes that are up there, and they are begging the men are begging Lewis and Clark to let them kill a horse so that they can eat meat and not eat fresh salmon.
Yeah,
and I'm just like,
they were starving, and they turned down one of the most delicious fishes in the world.
That's kind of weird. Yeah. Salmon is good too.
Dark Hour, horse meat. What's your thoughts?
Dark Hour would eat horse meat. Dark Hour would 100%
eat horse meat.
Yeah. You can tell by his face he would eat horse meat, dude.
I'm American. Just slap some fucking barbecue sauce on that shit.
The problem with going to France is you have to go to France. Exactly. That is actually the big problem. 100%, dude.
But there's that saying, I could eat a horse. It's just like, you could eat what now?
Eat the whole horse.
It's like, I could eat a horse, and the waiter just comes, how would you like it cooked? How would you like it cooked? So during the battle, after he has the triple kill, the gun falls into the tank where Henry Jones Sr. can use it to escape, while Indiana is being choked out by General Vogel.
You see, because Sean Connery is a Scot, he has no idea what a gun It
Yeah, this is a better shot of the tank actually. Yeah, I think the tank is fantastic. It's really imposing, especially the first shot that you see it when it rides past General Vogel, just to give you the sense of scale, is really well done.
Yeah, it looks great.
And even the fact that they managed to do this I think they filmed it in Spain, right? They filmed it in Almeria.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is the aluminum one, by the way, because they're probably dragging. They're dragging this behind the
100%. As long as you see people next to it, it's probably the aluminium one. Aluminium.
The non-steel one.
Yes. And so, of course, the pen truly is mightier than the sword.
This would hurt like fuck, by the way. Like getting ink in your eye like this. Holy shit.
I'll take the penis mightier for 400.
You'll sit on a gold mine, Trebek.
And again, explosion. You've got the dude right there. You can see him through the fire. The props just flying over there. And so yeah, they managed to take control of the inner of the tank, and this is how they're fighting against everyone. And then, of course, we get probably my favorite sequence of the entire trilogy.
This is really cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
And Harrison Ford, 100%. There's not one stunt double in this scene.
You can tell that. I think that's why I love it so much. You can really tell that it's him suffering through. Well, you know what? Yeah, I'll play the clip. It's without audio, so we can talk over it. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's so well done as well.
Yep.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
And as you
the
see,
the driver steals the scene. By the way,
and all this dirt. There's production people standing up on top of that hill,
throwing it on him,
dumping dirt on him, shovel by shovel.
Shovelfuls of dirt on him.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
How did that hat stay on? Like, who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, they actually they stapled it. Yeah.
No, that was a joke. They didn't staple it on.
They probably stapled
Harrison did that for an outtake. He grabbed somebody's staple gun and pretended to staple it to his head. But yeah, he did. Because actually, that was a problem ongoing, especially during the horse riding sequences, that he would lose the hat. And so they would have to stop, go back to one, and shoot again, like, because it kept falling off. And
so they didn't have any methods to attach it. I don't know.
What he said you would just pull it down nice and tight and hope it didn't come off, and if it did, you had to go back to one and start over.
Oh, that'd be so annoying.
Yeah, the hat was really one of the worst things that happened to them. It was giving Indiana Jones a hat. It was a production nightmare on their end. The fedora. Yeah, of course. I would like to own a fedora. I don't think I could rock a fedora, but I'd like to.
You could rock a fedora.
Yeah.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. I've seen what you look like. Nobody else has. But
I'd only wear it as Indiana Jones, not as like my own fedora hat, because there's.
See, the trick is you gotta wear it at an angle, like I got right here. You
just need
you
need to rock like a white suit and a white fedora. I'm telling you, it would work.
I could probably do that. Yeah.
Yeah, you could. I would look like an idiot. I mean, you'd look great.
Right, but wait.
You just look like you're going to like church in Atlanta. You'd be fine. You'd be great.
If I wore a white suit,
you clearly haven't seen how people rock up to church in like Atlanta, Georgia.
I have.
Right.
I'd look like a Batman from Casablanca.
Wouldn't people assume like you're a white knight simple or something like that? I don't know.
No, they would assume he was a white knight pimp. That's what they would assume.
I would be pimping, dude. Plus, I have some pretty big rings. Like you'd probably think they're pimp rings, dude. I just put that on. I walk with a cane.
All of a sudden,
dude, I'm telling you.
All of a sudden, like there's just like three women behind him. He's just slapping.
You show rings, hat, white suit. You show up at a church in Georgia, you're gonna look like everybody else.
Yep.
Yeah, you just look right exactly like everyone right there.
Wait, let me play the clip. There we go.
There's got to be a setting where we can make. It's got to be in settings where we can fix.
Yeah, it'll probably be in. Anyways, we don't have another two hosts for the next like 2 weeks, so we can figure it out easily. Yeah, but the driver that gets shot with a ricochet.
He's the MVP of this scene. Yeah. Like he really carries the scene because
But I love the fact that his hat only falls off because, well, we need the hat to come back. We don't need it to fall off the cliff.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah,
I do love that. How when the hat comes back, he even looks at it as if he's in disbelief that the hat came back to him.
Yeah, it's like Mjolnir. It always comes back to him.
Yeah. And you can just see there when he whips to catch his dad from going off the side and he's holding him there. You can just see it when Sala rides up to take him off on the horse, that there's a platform that they built over the top of the treads so that Sean Connery's not actually riding on the treads. There's a little platform just like inches above the treads that he's sitting on. You can just make it out when Sala pulls him down.
By the way, now that you mentioned that he just pulled the hat on real tight, when it blew off, if you looked closely, the blood rushes back to his head.
You can see it.
Is it possible for you guys to go like a lot of slides back? Because I just remembered something.
Yeah. Which slide, man?
No. The slides are we erase them as we go along.
Non-refundable.
Right. There was a movie mistake, like way back.
How far do I have to go back to when I was doing the slides? Because I ain't doing that shit.
Okay, don't go back.
Which slide?
What scene? What scene was it?
Remember X marks the spot in the librry.
Oh my god,
it's far away.
Yeah.
I remember 4 hours ago when we were doing
Probably be easier for me to just
remembered.
Just pick another one, but
you don't see the X.
Yeah, you don't see the X when he's smashing it with the thing. It's just green in another shot. Yeah.
Yep.
We don't need the slide for that.
I didn't really pay attention,
but
Picks or it didn't happen.
So now we have General Vogel is dead. I guess F's in the chat for General Vogel. Maybe not.
No F. No respect.
I give no
unless you see him dead on screen. That's what's been taught to me by the MCU.
You do see his body.
You do.
Guess it's kind of rubber.
There's a little miniature body that falls out of the tank and bounces around.
But there he is, man. This is actually probably one of the best CGI shots that they used in.
That one.
You earned that one. You earned that one.
Oh, yeah. It does kind of look like a former network TV executive there, Mintok. Yeah.
That came up earlier, too.
Paul Shadow will be on the show again in the future. So. Luckily, he doesn't mind being compared to Nazis. He's done it himself on his own channel.
He is Canadian, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, he's Canadian by way of Hungarian genes, as he always tells me.
Yes.
He's a great guy. He's funny as hell, man. You think he's funny on?
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. You think he's funny when he's on the streams? You should hear him in the green rooms behind the scenes. He's even funnier there. When he doesn't have any filter on, he doesn't worry about getting people's channels ripped down and shit. He's even funnier.
No, of course, Indy is dead, but he is not dead. He is.
He has such a sweet line, and I didn't tell him anything.
Yeah.
All I needed was 5 minutes.
All I needed was 5 minutes. Yeah.
I love the face that Harrison Ford puts on.
Yes.
What are we looking at?
He's on a great face.
And I love the moment of realization from Sean Connery. But right after, when Indy is finally there, all he does is he just gives him the hug. But it's Sean Connery basically selling all this emotion to the audience and not really to Indy, because Indy's sort of out of it at this point.
Yeah.
But
then there's a look in Indy's face too. You get the reverse. And you can see, he suddenly recognizes what this means for them to be together. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some development here. Yeah.
This scene has been recycled so much, by the way. The thinking someone's dead and then they come up behind you after this.
Yeah.
But this is really I think, to my knowledge, this is the first time this was ever done.
Probably the best.
Yeah. Wow.
Definitely the best. I mean, there's the age-old example. You don't know something's worth until you lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And this is that kind of scene. Yeah. But then he quickly forgets about him when it gets him back, and that's we kind of do that as well. Oh no, this thing that I lost, I really need it. And then when you find it, it's just you take it for granted again.
Yeah, Indy is so happy. Then back to business. Of course, they finally know where they know where the Grail is. So this is something that he's been hunting down all his life. That's why he's kind of excited to go there.
the ending on this movie is just chef's kiss.
So, from my understanding, they built this wall, right?
No, this is an
No,
actual
this is an
temple
actual-
in
Oh.
Petra in
real
the
place.
state of Jordan. Yeah.
The only thing that I
Real.
think is different is that they added a door. Is that correct?
Probably, yeah. Well, because it's basically just carvings into a wall. It doesn't really lead into anything.
Yeah, if you go inside that little space there, it only goes in like 5 feet.
I was just like thinking, like, how has no one discovered this? Like, at least accidentally, like this.
No, this is a real. This is a real
Yeah.
World Heritage Site location in Petra.
Yeah.
Is it actually carved from the rock in one piece, or was it? It
I
is.
think.
Yeah.
Apparently, Alex Ashgan has been there.
Yes.
Oh my god!
Cool.
Wow.
You lucky motherfucker.
And this
man.
is actually there's actually 4 or 5 sort of facades like this that are carved, and then some other buildings and things that are built around in the area as well.
See, that's where I'd wear Indiana Jones fedora, just for the movie reference.
Yeah. Yeah, if you visit places like this, you definitely I think the requirement is you have to dress as Indiana Jones. That's
Yes.
it. If not, you can't really fully experience it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a huge tourist distraction.
Yes, it is.
In Jordan. I
In
think.
Jordan. Mhm.
Yeah.
I wonder how much it costs for them to shut it down to manage to film there.
Ask the king.
Yeah.
He's the
Well,
one who did it.
in fact, the horses that they are riding during this scene and at the end of the film were lent to the production by King Hussein of Jordan.
Wow.
Yes.
You must have really liked George Lucas.
Oh no, they gave them the royal treatment when they were there. He took them around, had them taken to all sorts of different sites. They were actually put up in his personal residence while they were there at one point.
Ooh.
So yeah,
Really
he
cool.
was very excited to have Spielberg and Lucas there, and Harrison Ford and Sean Connery, and yeah.
And they gave him a Rolls Royce, so that's nice.
Nice. I understood that reference.
Now, of course, we're going through the 3 trials because the Nazis are already there. Walter Donovan is already there, and this dude, let's just say, he's decapitated. That's it.
My favorite thing about this dude is that he looks exactly like the guy that went through first. Like they show the other guy's head, and I'm pretty certain they're the same person.
I guess you guys can say that he lost his nerve or head.
Yes.
In this
Yeah.
case,
He'll never be the head of a major corporation.
He was ahead of the curve. There it is. Boom. But
how many can we go?
was
with
not
this?
ahead of the
I mean, I could just go get the scene from Austin Powers.
Yeah, it's just Austin Powers.
Austin Powers. And
I guess
and
he
You'll
was
never get ahead in life.
for you.
Yeah. He was heading in the wrong direction.
so they get caught by, of course, Elsa Schneider and Walter Donovan
And the fedora Nazis.
And the fedora Nazis, yes. Now, what they try and do is they try and tell Indiana Jones that he's going to do it for them. He's going to go through the trials because everyone that they've employed right now has failed the first one, ended up being sliced up or decapitated. But
Well, okay, in fairness, they only tried 2 people. And the first one, I don't understand. This would require 3 people to figure out that trial. The first one goes in, head chopped off. Okay, let's go in a little lower. Then he gets sliced from the bottom. Okay, so we got to jump through. Okay, third person's good. Golden. Just
well, Darko, they really didn't know what they were walking into. Like, who's cutting these? What is cutting these heads?
I would think that the very first thing, if you walk in and you see a dude's head cut off, it would be like, probably should duck. Just gonna get lower.
The thing is they had all of the clues there, right? The penitent man will pass, and nobody is thinking about what that means.
I mean, in fairness, that's a shit clue.
Yeah, that is a shit clue.
It's not like it says like the person who ducks will survive. Like it's
right. Yeah. Imagine me just bowing, and then that middle sword just chops me in half. Like, what the hell? I thought the clue.
Exactly.
But I mean, They had the clues. Why are they just sending people in willy-nilly without any kind of?
I love it too because he's like next volunteer, and they're dragging a guy off. Like,
volunteer, you will volunteer, comrade.
But yeah, I think not only is the clue kind of stupid, but even Indy. You say the penitent man will pass. All right, the penitent man kneels before God. Kneel doesn't mean that you're rolling. You know,
yeah,
it's not the same thing.
Is, the biblical sense of penitent.
It's like so everyone in church was just basically rolling on the floor.
You've been to church in Atlanta.
We're back at the Atlanta church.
Yep.
Like there are instances where you just pray face on the ground in like a cross position. Like even that wouldn't help in here.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they could have figured out something like that to like lay face down crosswise, something like that. I don't know.
Maybe
how to fix this.
Run really fast. Just outrun the damn thing.
You could probably just run through. Yeah, you could.
What would be the clue? Chase after God, or I don't know.
But
the men will pass is just such a shit clue.
Yeah.
So at this point, Indy needs a little bit more incentive to go in there. So they shoot Sean Connery, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Connery is not dead, but he's on the verge of being dead. So Indiana Jones has to basically go and, of course, complete the trials, which he does. So the first one, we see him do it.
By the way, before we get into the traps, like I want to mention,
go ahead.
The sound of that bullet, echoing throughout the canyons. It really makes it kind of. You can hear a needle drop in that moment. Like you suddenly, the stakes have gone dramatically up.
Yes.
Yep.
And the villain obviously gives like this big speech of, "Oh yes, I know you won't do it when I shoot you." So that's why I'll like he knows where to put the dagger in to motivate Jones, and that's what makes an effective villain. He knows where to punch.
The knight doesn't hear it. He's just like, "Oh, I'm surprised someone's here." It's like, did you not hear the explosion that went off just a little while ago? Like, have you not heard the people screaming from their heads being chopped off and shit? Like, what?
Yeah.
Very, very, very. He's not that far either. He's only like 85 feet from them. It's not like.
That's true.
I just wanted to say that, the villain knowing where to punch it just makes it all the more engaging to watch.
And I think it just bounces back on what I said before about this one feeling like the only Indiana Jones movie where it has proper stakes, and I think it comes from this scene where you see that someone who Indiana
really
Jones
connected with, yeah,
exactly. And you see them put him in mortal danger, proper danger, to the point where he's about to die. He basically gets Uncle Ben, but yeah. So these are the
great diary comes great responsibility.
Responsibility. And so these are the blades that they try and escape. Quite stupid blades, if I have to mention.
Well maintained, considering.
Well maintained blades. True. Yeah. True. Now we are on to the second trial. The second trial is basically just
spell the other way in Greek.
Word of God.
Scrabble.
The name of God.
You can actually.
It's not. It's Jehovah. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
You could actually go through this without knowing that. It's just trial and error.
You just as long as you're standing on the solid part, and if you drive your foot down and it breaks, okay, well that one's not good.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't overcommit to it.
Well, and it's clear that nobody's ever made it past the first trial, or else this would just be a crumbled mess.
That trap only works once.
Yeah.
Well, no, somebody did get past the first trial. It was the knight. Because one of them had
he
to
would
come
have
back
helped
out.
set up the trial. They would have
set up the trial.
I thought he set it up too. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was there from the beginning.
Yeah.
Nothing is written in stone.
Well, looks like I'm in the super chat.
Yeah, I'm going to do that right now because I don't know if it stars it for us to do it at the end or anything. Common people for 669 in fake money.
69.
Were there any cat videos played in the last 24 hours?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. 100%.
I could. Yeah, I'll send them to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for these.
Thank you. Thank
You
you,
can
common
trust me on
people.
that one.
Real money.
Would I lie?
Don't blow it now, guys.
I mean,
so it's kind of like you can easily get through this without knowing anything, as long as you don't commit. Because after this, when he steps accidentally on basically half of one letter, it cracks in 2 seconds. So
yeah,
you could easily get through this one. I think we could all get through this one.
I want to know how it even works, because there's no, when he falls through it, you go back one slide.
Yep.
There are some piers sticking up.
Oh yeah, now that I look at it, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
but where he is, there should be one right next, like
yes, there should be.
Because that one right next to him, like right, it should be an eye. So,
thinking about these traps, like, yeah, the first one is dumb. But like the other two test, like this one tests intelligence, like, or knowledge of language, and the third one faith. Like, I wish the first one was, I don't know, I guess it tests the dexterity in a way. But it's just like, I wish.
It was a test of your agility. Like you have to be agile to do that.
You have to jump a meter. That's it.
Yeah, but you have to go through the two of them. Like they happen at relatively the same time, so you have to do them both.
The third one like really stands out among these. But I wish these traps tested a little more of certain traits or characteristics.
The third one is actually my favorite, because it's not only smart, because we all know that at the time people could build some crazy shit that sometimes even today we don't know how they did it. So using perspective is quite intelligent.
Yeah.
But also like shaping it as a leap of faith is even better.
Yeah.
Just adds so much.
At the same time, I think the knight that stayed behind, like his only job had to be going out and sweeping that thing off every day, because just a little bit of dust falls on that and it's going to be ruined, right?
There's a Roomba.
Yeah.
They've got a medieval Roomba.
I mean, it's 10,000 years or whatever. Like what?
Yeah,
no,
there would be dust all over this.
Yeah, he would have been. Let's see. When was the first Crusades were? What, like? I don't know the actual year they were, but yeah, he would have been there about 1,000 years, give or take.
Yep.
Man, that's a lot of cleaning.
Yep. I can just imagine him with like a broom.
Yeah, he just goes out every couple days and he's got to sweep it off. Make sure that if somebody shows up.
And he's just sighs, like wondering, I wonder how they're doing outside there. Did they invent flying cars, or did they make?
Well, he wouldn't even know what a car was. You can't be like, would they have had flying cars? But like, have they discovered flying horses?
Did they get faster horses?
Yeah.
Did they figure out that 2 camels equals 1 horse?
Did they figure out that 3 camels equal a car?
Every day he'd just be wondering.
Sorry, I meant the car. Sorry, the car. Yeah.
Every day he'd just been wondering if the raptors come yet, because.
Yeah, probably, or if they finish burning all the witches. That's probably. Now, I do like the cutaways to Sean Connery, half dead but still reciting the clues with Indy. It's just to prove that he's still there with his son in heart at that point.
Yeah, and he does announce like when he's finished the trial, so that's when he also switches like to the next clue. So yeah, it's all good.
You know what the knight probably actually thinks about a lot. Like, I wonder who the last person I knew died. Like, that's probably what he was thinking.
True.
Stuff like that. Like, that's not me being funny. That's like truly what he probably thought about.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's probably it is. So he probably like thought to himself, like, who's still alive that I knew? And he has no idea. He has no perception of time. It's not like he sees the sun rise and fall every day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. True.
What
funny thing? I bet that guy's dick looks like a fucking quarter pound of old hamburger by now, too.
We didn't need to imagine that.
What else are you gonna do?
You're gonna pray.
He's a man of God. He doesn't do that. That's against the Bible.
Just gonna pray.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, he's a man of God. If he had a child with him,
it says right in the Bible, "Thou shalt not spank the monkey."
I'm so sorry.
Don't think it says that, but okay.
I know it doesn't say that.
Do not spill thy seed. It does say that.
What I
Thou
wanted
shall
to...
not make the snake cry. I don't know. Whatever euphemism you like, it's fine.
Right. Okay. What I wanted to mention is like the thing about immortality. I can't remember what YouTube video I watched about this, but the human brain was not designed for immortality. So immortality would be pretty useless because you'd eventually forget all the memories like 100 years back. You'd only remember within a certain time frame.
Well, Trubop, you've seen Invincible season 2, right?
Invincible season, yeah.
Yeah, well, you see what happens to that one guy. I forget his name, but
the Immortal.
Yeah, the Immortal. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, how'd you forget that one? The Immortal guy. What's his name?
Yeah, well, what happens
Abe Lincoln.
To the Immortal in what happens to Abe Lincoln technically in season 2 is just that in the future he's gone completely mad just because his brain can't process the fact of dying so many times and living so many different lives. Now, I guess that's what would happen if we were truly immortal. We'd all just go crazy.
Go insane. You would go insane.
You'd just go crazy.
Yeah.
How can we test this theory? I guess you can measure it in a way of like how we forget things and how we measure that.
Yeah, but
all
he's
the
also
time.
not creating any new memories. He's just sitting in a stone room with cups.
Which is even worse. It's even worse.
Yeah, that is worse.
You'd go madder.
We don't know what the healing regenerative properties of the Grail are. It might actually maintain his sanity.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's not like an artificial. It comes from the Almighty God. This I don't know how you call it. Eternal gene. I don't know.
I would just assume that if it's able to keep him alive, I mean, we're talking about ancient mysticism here. I don't think it's too far outside of the realm of possibility that it's also keeping his brain from going insane. You know?
Yeah, I mean, practically, sure, there's some kind of heavenly force keeping him propped up, but in practical terms, it would be like being in solitary confinement for 2,000 years, and you would lose your freaking mind.
Yeah, it depends. What did they say? It was he's from the first Crusade? Because I looked up. The first Crusade was 1099. I actually did know that now that I think about it, so he would be there, and this was so you're talking about give or take 900 years he's been there if it's the first Crusade
minimum.
Yeah.
If it was a later Crusade, 500-600 years, 7 maybe.
It's still too much, man. His brain would have been rotted off by now. But yeah, I do love the little touch where I wanted to compliment the lighting in this shot. I think it's fantastic. And then secondly, I like the aspect of him raising the sword and the sword just pulling him back because it's too heavy for him. He's lost all his strength. So it's a nice little detail. And even then, you just think, hey, if someone actually came here with proper ill intent, saw the knight, and just decided to kill him, you'd still get, what's coming for you because you probably choose the wrong cup. God, I'm so bored. Have you read about Job?
Job.
I say Job, dude.
Yeah, it's easy to pronounce. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Show Jobs.
Job's hard. Yeah.
I've always called it Job. Actually, I've never called it Job. I've always called it Job. But yeah, and of course we have the Knight. Who is he played by? Is he played by a famous actor or not?
He's familiar, but I don't know his name.
I'll look him up. I'm not really sure off the top of my head. But
see, he's an English actor. I'm trying to remember his name.
Let's see. I'm on it.
Robert Edinson. He was mostly a theatrical performer, but he did do a few films. He was in an episode of The Storyteller. A bunch of like BBC Playhouse stuff.
Oh, okay, cool. Mostly just thespian stuff.
Yes.
They were like, we need a guy who seems like he's bored as shit. Get us a British thespian pronto.
And Indy like helps him up when he like pulls back. So yeah,
Mhm.
he kind of already gets an idea of who this person is the night, basically.
Sort of pure of heart.
Yeah.
Minus all the
notice like he's like really blue. I don't know what they used, like maybe lighting. Yeah. And
it's definitely.
Yeah.
They probably added a filter to the light, yeah.
They were like, let's make him as much of a Force ghost as we possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely.
And now, of course, we have Elsa Schneider, who is here with Walter Donovan. And yes, they're choosing the cup. So that is what the knight basically tells them. To drink from the fountain, you have to choose the correct cup.
So 700 to 1,000 years of just sitting there alone with cups and plates, and fucking Ilsa Schneider walks in and he has no reaction whatsoever. You're telling me he wouldn't have been like, "Holy shit!"
He's pretty much been drained of life at that point. He doesn't have a lot left.
Like, I've been jerking off the cups
The Last Crusader
for 1,000 years.
And so she chooses for Walter Donovan because Walter Donovan, I mean, he clearly just says, "I'm not a historian. I don't know this. You choose for me." And
very dangerous. You go first.
And they're all just kind of looking at him. I love how they're all looking at him like even the knight, where he's like, "I don't know what's actually going to happen."
Wait, does she know that she gave him the wrong cup?
Yes,
like,
she says.
I think she does.
No, she says a line right after this. After he dies, and they're like picking it, she says it wouldn't be made of gold. She says it. So she knows.
She knows. She's given him.
Yeah, she's a historian. She's aware that Jesus was a very poor carpenter and would not have a chalice made of solid gold.
Yeah. I love how when he picks up the chalice, he's like, "Yes, this is the chalice
the cup of the King of Kings."
The cup of the King of
Kings.
Kings.
The cup of a king.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
read your Bible, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, F's in the chat for Walter Donovan. Let's check out his gruesome death. And yes, common people, I bet you that the UV light was just
I wouldn't be drinking from any cup that was in this room. I wouldn't be putting it anywhere near my face at all.
All right, well, let me play the clip.
As long as you choose wisely, you'd be okay.
He said the thing.
That's pretty much what happens to me if I forget to moisturize.
So that shot was the first all-digital composite used in a film. So normally what they would have done, they would have used each of the different frames of that, sort of composited those together on film. But for this
printer.
Yeah, they would use an optical printer. So for this, they actually took all of these things and put the CGI elements together, and basically did that morphing technique that became very popular later in the 90s. And they morphed each of those different elements, the stages of his demise together before they put those onto the printer and put them on the film. So yeah, first time that was done.
A ton of work went into 15 second.
Yeah,
15 seconds. Yeah,
I love that each Indiana Jones has like this element of mystical kind of I'll just say downfall of the bad guy. Like you have in the first one the guy with the glasses who melts down. You have in the second one, how did he die?
Well, he fell off of a cliff.
He fell off a cliff. But there was something more supernatural about it. Oh, he was trying to pull away his heart.
He was holding the stones, and it like heated up, and he fell into the alligators.
Yep. And of course, we have the cup of a carpenter. There it is. And I love how they don't go ahead.
I was gonna say, I love how it blends at first if you're not really paying attention.
Yep. That's what I was gonna say too. Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No worries, man. But yeah, I think the way that the focus is on the camera, they did it in that way, especially because you have all the gold around it, and then you just have this with basically nothing, just there.
Yeah, there's no ornament to it. There's no detail to it.
It's not even
well cup.
Yeah.
It's like a stone cup with some metal in it. It's just made of what they had or wood or whatever it is. It's not.
I think it's
not
wood.
Yeah, cup of a carpenter. Yeah, so probably wood.
It would have been pottery.
Or pottery. It's not made of. Yeah, it's clearly not made of gold.
It's not fancy.
Yeah. I do love how they still try and make it holy by having it, reflect. It still has that nice reflection on it. It's pretty good. And
they probably would have polished the inside. That's the one section that probably would have had some sort of coating to it.
Even for the filmmaking, for the lighting, they were probably done something specifically for it to reflect whenever the light hits it
symbolically as well.
So, question: Indy and Henry Jones Jr. both drank out this thing. So wouldn't that mean Senior? Sorry. Wouldn't that mean that they live longer lives?
So once they pass the seal of the temple, they are no longer imbued with that eternal life.
The curse is that you have to remain. You will get eternal life, but you have to remain in this temple.
Interesting.
So once you pass that seal, the whatever, the spell, the magic, the blessing, whatever is gone. And so that's why his brothers who would have been there, the other Templars that would have gone on this crusade with him, they also would have drank from the cup. But if they left, they no longer were, had eternal life.
Yeah, I'm not spending eternity with that old knight.
The worst part is you spend it alone.
Wasn't the legend that
it makes you younger?
That the brothers had all stayed together.
Yes,
because
initially,
when the first knight left, it had been 1,000 years. Or something like that.
One of them had left sooner. One of them left to go they say it earlier, and that he ended up in Venice.
Right, and that's where wrote the manuscript.
Yeah, the two brothers. So just the one stayed behind. He was chosen because he was the bravest and the strongest, or whatever. And then the other two left and returned to Europe, and they left behind the different markers. And so one of them was the stone marker that you had that was broken, that they got the first part of the location from, and the other one was the one that he had his shield. So
they said that he returned 150 years after the crusade.
Yes,
relatively, 1250.
An unnatural amount of time for somebody to still be up and walking around.
Yes. So they had this, this extended life while they were in the temple, but once they crossed the seal, they no longer had that extended life.
Yeah. So technically, does it count? Does it apply to, the wound healing?
Well, I think all of this was made up. So, but it's actually kind of funny, the little wound healing here. First of all, I love how they had to shave some of his chest to apply the makeup. But then the makeup, the whole way this works, this is not particularly movie magic. They mixed baking powder into the makeup. And then so he poured vinegar on it, and it fizzled away.
I assumed I assumed it was hydrogen peroxide, but I guess vinegar would work too.
That's funny, but if you had an injury there and it healed, it wouldn't grow the hair back. I mean, I don't know how that healing would work.
I know the hair heals as well. It's
well, it's just funny.
I can only imagine they're riding the camels out and then all of a sudden he just starts bleeding out. It's like I gotta get back in there.
It's just amusing because Sean Connery was kind of infamously rather hairy.
Hair,
it's almost like that's the thing he's known for.
Like I learned all this stuff from Ray Skywalker.
So, of course, Ilsa Schneider, she has it in her hand. She has the Holy Grail. There it is. And she's so, I guess, infatuated with it that she starts to cross the seal, which basically fucks up everything.
Yep.
Lord of the Rings style. Yeah.
And the seal is broken.
Yeah.
And,
Thanks, Elsa.
Yeah, thank you, Elsa.
And
now
again, practical effects for the win here. In that that stage, they had 5 or 6 different sections that were on gimbals, all designed to start falling apart, pulling apart.
There it
while
is.
They were...
There's a better shot of it. Yeah, it's really, really, really cool the way that they did it.
That slide with the knight, he's just like,
yeah.
Thanks for screwing it up.
Yeah, I always felt really, really for the knight at that particular moment because it's like,
I gave you one rule.
Right?
You had one job.
Instructions. These jerks, they come in, they trash my place, they lose the only thing of real value, and then they just fuck off.
Yep, that was it. After 600, maybe 1,000 years of me waiting here.
Like, I've been dusting that damn bridge for 1,000 years.
every
and that hot blonde chick shows up, and now I'm just gonna die.
Elsa, I am so sick of your crap.
Now, this is another example of smart person being extremely stupid. There's no way she doesn't feel her hand sliding out of that glove. Like,
I guess she took her own song literally. Let it go, let it go.
Wow, good one.
Yes.
Well,
of course, she is supposed to represent an obsession with this treasure.
She dies. She just falls into the abyss.
she falls into this pit of dry ice that they have here.
Yeah.
Gollum's down there.
And Indy just goes and directly. So I've always had an issue with this where I feel like the movie just needed an extra little beat to make his wanting to just grab the Grail work.
Yeah, there needs to be a little something to support it a little bit earlier. But
my headcanon has always been that when they're that close, like when you get that close to it, within like
he was reaching like with 2 fingers, like he could touch it. He was that close.
Yeah, my headcanon has always been that when you get that close, it kind of just takes over.
It belongs in a museum.
Well, yeah, I mean, I imagine it has a charming effect, like the ring.
Yes,
probably.
Precious.
Yeah, precious.
But yes, of course, we get a very important moment here when we finally. Of course, this was kind of the whole idea of the film was, again, Spielberg was not enchanted with the idea of the Grail. It's just a cup. Like, come on. So what he
it's
really
like a real
wanted,
special cup, though.
Yeah, but it's just a cup. You know what? So his idea really was that the treasure would actually be reestablishing the relationship here between father and son. And so we get that right here at the end when he's called him Junior the whole movie, and he finally calls him by his name.
Indiana.
Yeah.
We named the dog Indiana.
Yes.
The dog Indiana. Yeah, it would have been weird saying Henry Jones Jr.
Henry Jones.
Or just Henry.
Da, 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 da.
But yeah, this, in my opinion, this is like the most important scene in all of Indiana Jones.
Yes.
All of movies.
Yeah. It's the most poignant as well.
Yeah, it's what more can you really say about it?
It's internal and not external. It's not about objects. It's about humanity.
Well, it's the guy who spent his entire life obsessing over someone, telling them that, like, no, we don't need it. We've already basically finding it was enough.
Yeah.
They don't need to physically have it.
It's a pretty good story to tell at the bar.
Yeah. Hey, do you know I had the Holy Grail?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I once caught a Grail this big.
Yeah.
A dumb Austrian woman crossed the seal and like an earthquake happened. Oh, it just ruined everything, man.
Women,
like,
right?
why did you even bring her along? Like, you don't understand. Like, the way that the Austrians say goodbye is something you just never want to stop. It's like
Up really is.
And so they managed to leave, and of course the night is not
Bye,
dudes.
Bye.
Peace
Heil
out.
Hitler.
Fuck you. He should be like flipping him off. Like,
Yep.
Or he should have like a dustpan and a broom.
No. He like throws them like into the abyss. Like, finally, I'm free.
I'm done with this shit.
Oh, and
I gotta clean. Get that woman back here. She's got to clean for the rest of forever.
Yeah, that guy could really use a sandwich right now.
Yeah.
and yeah, so I mean, just hopping back on what R2 said. This is where he asks him, "What did you find?" And it's like, "Yep,
illumination."
And, that's all we needed. Basically, we needed illumination. Seeing that, yeah, you have to appreciate your kid, and after all these years. And yeah, I really wish that we could have had maybe, I guess, a little featurette with both of them again a couple of years later down the line. It's like, it would have been nice.
I was gonna make espresso.
Right. In Crystal Skull, I'm pretty sure they only show like a frame of him and just say he passed away.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, that's better than they did for his son in the fifth movie. They're like, he died off screen. Like, we don't even have a picture of him.
Fucking died. It's like, oh.
Where's Mutt? Who gives a fuck about him?
There is no fifth movie.
And
hey, I will always hold that movie in high regard. My channel got monetized because of that piece of shit.
So it is worth something.
Some good came of that film.
It launched the YouTube careers.
Yep. And yeah, so of course this is where we learned that he's named after the dog Indiana, and that he had fond memories with that dog.
They do show the dog very briefly in the beginning.
Yeah, they do.
Like, it's one little like clip, but
and
the house.
Probably the best way to end the trilogy.
This is where the franchise ends.
This is where we're all ended. There is no more movies after this.
Right.
Nothing else.
Right.
Nothing else. Nothing
It's
at
a
all.
perfect ending to a fantastic trilogy of films.
Yeah, it really is. They are literally riding off into the sunset.
Into the sunset.
And,
I mean, you could probably include some comics, maybe some games, maybe if you want to.
The Young Indiana Jones television show wasn't bad.
It was all right. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. You know?
I honestly defend Kingdom of the Crystal Skull for the first, I guess, act of the movie. I defend the movie until they go into the jungle. That's it. So
the first act actually is pretty well crafted.
Yeah, it's a pretty good.
You mean when he gets into the fridge and survives the nuke?
No,
yeah,
I mean
that part. That's perfect.
Not that part.
Oh,
But, like,
I just want to point out that right here, like, would be a great place for just a little fan edit of some of them being like. Now remember, this is 1938. Them just being like, it's all gonna be better from now on.
Yeah. Nothing bad will ever happen again.
Oh no.
Everything's coming up Millhouse.
The Nazis, they've learned their lesson. It's gonna be fine.
This is where it ends for me.
But yeah,
John Williams.
Yes.
And yeah, here's some behind the scenes pictures, man.
Oh,
some
you can
nice
tell
stuff.
Sean Connery liked filming this, you know.
Yeah, Sean Connery had fun. It's like, compare this to League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Sean Connery is just night and day. It's like, no.
Super chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Common people once again for $5 fake.
Thank you, Common
Indiana
People.
Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is good. I'm right because I use real money. No, you're wrong now. I
That's
just
wrong.
said you never use real money.
That shit might fly on Brown's channel, but not here. We're in the U.S., buddy. It is not right. It is.
I wrestled
good
this
movie.
show from the French, and I've never given it back. I just. No, he does get half the money. Everyone, just so you know, he doesn't get paid for his hard work.
Anyways,
To be fair, he just threw his arms up and let you take it.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a fight. Pretty.
I surrendered.
They're in the air.
It was like I didn't even. I'm not even fighting. He's like, it's okay. It's just in case. Just gonna give up.
And yeah, so here's a bit more. The boat, and of course the death of Walter Donovan. Steven Spielberg over there directing. Yeah, it looks like they pretty much had fun with the boat scene too.
I'm not even like a boat guy, and that boat is so sexy.
It looks
It
so
is. Those
nice.
Chris Pratt boats are. Oh, they're gorgeous.
And then just the last one where we show the tank. And yeah, this is what we were talking about with how they transported the aluminium tank.
Wow.
Then on the left is I think the real one, if I'm not mistaken.
Those are both the trailer one. You can see. See it being pulled in the front.
Track, yeah. But you can, dude, look at all the guys on the camera truck when there's the explosion. You can tell that they're just like, fucking hell, man. What are we doing here?
They should have pulled the aluminum one with the steel one. That would have been.
Which one did they blow up? The aluminum one, right?
I'm guessing the aluminum one because the steel 100%. One probably would have been really hard to blow up. I mean, they're not using explosives that are that strong.
It's using proper TNT at that point.
Yeah, you would need some ridiculous firepower to blow up that. What would you say it was? 28 tons of steel
28
or something? 28
tons total. Yeah, engines and everything with it. Yeah, 28 tons.
It reminds me of the assault vehicle from Aliens, which they actually rebuilt from a aircraft mover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we actually went over that when we.
It was.
I was on something else for Aliens, not for this channel yet. We haven't done that yet.
Super dangerous because it was like 28 tons, and it didn't want to stop when you hit the brakes.
Yeah, but yeah, a lot of this was shot for real. It's just so much appreciation, and it looks great to this day. You know, I guess the worst parts of the Indiana Jones movies are the CGI parts. Funnily enough. So yeah, this is a testament to practical filmmaking at its finest.
You're damn right.
That was it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which is the final Indiana Jones movie. Unless you want to watch an old man Jones film, you can watch a couple of clips from Kingdom.
I'm too old for this shit. Followed by 10 to 15 years later, I'm still too old for this shit.
Yeah, because the reason why I think Kingdom of the Crystal Skull gets a pass at the beginning for me is because it's still actually Harrison Ford doing his own stunts, especially the motorbike scene at the university with Shia LaBeouf behind him. It's still really good when you rewatch it. It has the same tone as the old indie movies.
Yeah, the first act I think is really solid, and then it just goes to hell immediately.
Once they go into the jungle, it's like, yep, what is this? But yeah, that was it, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed the show.
Good job, everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
Remember?
Go ahead, Jerome. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do you guys remember before? I think it was before. What's the latest one called?
Diarrhea of Density. Yeah.
Yeah, Dial of Destiny. Yeah, before that one, there were rumors of a reboot, I suppose, or a recast with Chris Pratt playing.
Yeah, there was a little while where they said Chris Pratt because that was like when Chris Pratt was in everything, though.
Well, I mean, you could see Indiana Jones in I don't remember his character's name, but the dude in Jurassic World, you can see him trying to turn a bit of Indiana Jones. Owen Brady.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Owen. Yeah, and he had he had the one good line in that movie, in my opinion, when she tries to tell him like, oh, why don't you put your ear to the ground and look for like clues, and he was like, I was at the Navy, not the Navajo. That's like the only good line in the whole movie. I remember like when I was watching, I was like, that was a good line. That was good.
I don't know who do you, if they ever decide to properly reboot Indiana Jones, who do you guys think? Who? Sebastian Stan.
Yeah, really? I just want Sebastian Stan in more things. I just like him.
I think he should play a recasted Luke Skywalker.
I agree with that. 100%.
That might be better. Yeah.
I think he should be in a lot of things.
But
I don't know.
Before we talk about recast, we need to talk about ability to write scripts because
that needs to come first.
Yeah, Hollywood doesn't seem to know how to do that. Especially Matt Reeves, he's really taking his time with Batman Part 2. But anyway,
yeah, they just delayed it by yet another year.
A year,
5 years. Yeah.
That's just one additional year on top of the already amount that they did.
Yeah.
Super Babs have been here before, so now we do our final little round table, last thoughts that we may have missed, slides that we might need to go back on. True Pop.
I was asking how far can you go.
Honestly, had we had the regular way it was set.
Yeah, honestly, if we had the regular size, I could have pulled it up in less than a minute. To be like less than 10 seconds, to be honest. But I mean, just a roundtable. So recast anyone off the top of your head with the young actors that we have today.
I can't even think of any.
I couldn't possibly think of
nobody in the chat say Timothée Chalamet, man. Nobody say that.
Well, that's the problem is that all the contemporary young actors are all just twinks and
what about,
there's not really any gravitas there. You gotta get somebody who's like.
What about the dude from Twisters, Glenn Powell?
I didn't see it.
Okay,
maybe
everybody keeps harping on him, but I just kind of sat down to watch that Netflix movie that he was in, Hitman, and wow, dull.
I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, I think he still needs to find his voice when it comes to his acting chops.
Yeah,
but I think
I mean, he's definitely.
I'd have to really sit down and think about it if I was going to recast this.
Yeah,
it's.
So I guess we settled on Chris Pratt. That's it. So Chris Pratt, everyone.
Which actually allows me to bring up a small announcement before we do our roundtable. So going into 2025, we will be adding some more micro shows, as I like to call them, the non-full two-host shows. So you've seen the verses, and we're going to be adding. I want to do a debate, but I need to find the right topic for that. But we are going to be doing smaller shows for recastings. We're gonna for movies that don't necessarily.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, don't necessarily warrant us going through scene by scene, but we want to talk about anyway. Really good for like ensemble pieces, and we're gonna do a random decade and a random. Well, the movie will be picked, but it'll be a random decade. And we're going to be starting that in January, actually. So that's going to be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah. Cool. Z says they need to do a Henry Jones movie set pre-World War One. That could be cool.
Yeah, then they could cast pretty much whoever they want because it's,
Yeah, just start fresh.
Cast Cillian Murphy.
But yeah, so I say let's go around the horn here. Let's start with we started with True Pop last time, right? So let's go reverse this time. Let's go Babs first. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. I really do love this movie. It does. When I saw Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think I was 13 when it came out in the theaters, and it grabbed me in almost the same kind of fashion that I saw Star Wars when I was 9. It was so formative to me, and it was so game-changing in all of its cinematic glory at the time that I have a tendency to hold it in much higher esteem than the other two films. But if I'm going to rank the films, this is going to be number 2. I love the camaraderie between the players they're like old friends by now, and, as a viewer, I mean that they feel like you're visiting old friends. And I love the camaraderie of it. I love the sets. I love the lighting. The blocking is beautiful. The script is fun. I don't really have a lot of negative things to say about this movie, and I hope that somewhere in the hopefully it's the distant future that it gets remade or rebooted or whatever, that they find a way to make it feel genuine again,
authentic.
Authentic again. And I don't just mean by saying, "Oh well, we use all practical effects." No, because Romulus proved
Alien Romulus is number 1 for that bullshit. Man.
Right.
There's something in the water.
It needs heart, and this movie has heart.
Yep.
And I no notes. It's a really good movie, and I would recommend it to just about anybody.
Very good, actually.
Adam.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm awake.
No. I was saying you're next.
I don't want to go to
For me,
school,
it's
Mom.
midnight. I'm the one who needs to be awake.
I am pretty straightforward on this trilogy. I rank them 1, 2, 3 in order, and I would also rank them a 10, a 9, and an 8 out of 10 in order. This is not my favorite one at all, but it does have a bunch of great stuff going for it. The chemistry between Harrison and Sean are it's just fantastic. They play off each other really, really well. Denholm Elliott kind of gets played a little bit goofy, but he's wonderful to watch in anything. Like I said before, we just watched Trading Places, and he's one of the highlights of that movie for me. I know I saw this in the theater. I'm sure of it, but this is again the one that I've rewatched the least. In terms of film, Raiders is a 10, Temple of Dooms is a 9, but in terms of my preferences, I think maybe Temple of Doom is my favorite one to watch. But there's no shade on this version or on this film. It's pretty fantastic. It gets a little goofy for me. I feel like it gets a little goofier than Temple of Doom. But by the third film in a franchise, that's pretty acceptable and it's pretty common. So I don't have anything bad to say about it. It's just, my taste would be number 1, number 2, and number 3.
Yeah, I think it's man. I don't even know what to say after what Babs and Adam said, man. Yeah, especially the fact that Barbara, what you said about having heart. It's weird that movies today. It's quite rare to have even like big budget blockbusters with heart.
Yeah, the authenticity and the sincerity is just gone now.
Yeah. It's weird. I guess Top Gun Maverick was probably the last one that had heart. Twisters, I actually think it was a sequel that had a ton of heart, which was good, but they're very, very rare, But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird to see the blockbusters have kind of lost that aspect to them. It's kind of sad, mostly.
Yeah, it's a shame. We've definitely. We've entered another era, and it's not nearly as good. I'm not a nostalgia freak at all, but I can objectively rate quality, and the stuff that we're getting now is just made by committee. It's written while they're shooting. It just the heart is not there anymore. It's really rare.
Well, remember, they're not films anymore. It's content.
It's content.
Yeah, you're right.
Professor R2, I guess that leaves you, man.
Well, not a whole lot left to say. This is a fantastic film. It's great fun. I love the dynamic that we get between Harrison Ford and Sean Connery playing those roles. Kind of funny having Sean Connery playing his dad when he's only like 11 to 12 years older than Ford is. But they have a great dynamic. The movie plays out as much more of a character-centric film than the others that are a little more action-oriented. I love this film. I think of the three, Raiders is absolutely my favorite. It's just an amazing movie from beginning to end. It's a masterpiece. This is a deeply enjoyable film, very fun, and it takes itself a little bit less seriously than some of the others. I would put this one as number 2 in my list. Number 3 would be Temple of Doom. But all of them are still great films, all worthy of going back and visiting if you haven't recently. Great movie, and it was a great pleasure to get to review it here with everybody.
Yeah, dude, it's a pleasure to have you, man.
I guess that leaves True Pop, who doesn't really want to give his opinion, apparently.
Oh, no. It's just that I don't like going first with these. I just like to hear people's thoughts and then go.
And then give whatever they didn't give.
And then just rip it all off.
Yeah. As a kid, I probably watched this one the most, and it's probably my favorite of the three. The first one I didn't watch too much. I don't know exactly why. It just wasn't really that memorable to me. And I think Temple of Doom, it's interesting because completely opposite to Atom. it's my least favorite of the three. I didn't particularly like to like.
It's a very common opinion.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of people think Temple of Doom isn't the best one, man.
Because I think it's because I was a kid and its horror elements like really jump out at you, in a way, and it's just like my parents are kind of, should he be watching this kind of thing, looking over my shoulder. So yeah, in a way, I really like this one because of the chemistry between Henry and Junior. I just absolutely love their performance. Is it the best one? Probably not, but it's still my favorite. Kind of like with Star Wars, like Return of the Jedi is my favorite, but is it the best one? Probably not, but I kind of enjoy it the most because it's directly focused on character, and the people who you love are more important than any treasure. I think that's a great message. Although I think they could have probably went with something a bit more interesting in terms of all these artifacts that Indiana is looking for. But yeah, I do really like this film a lot still. And yeah, it was really fun to review you guys.
Our pleasure, man. Our pleasure.
Uninspired. You got anything that hasn't been said yet?
Honestly, no, dude. I just think that I appreciate this movie so much. I appreciate what Steven Spielberg and George Lucas did with the entire trilogy. I especially appreciate Douglas Slocum for his cinematography, his impeccable cinematography and lighting. But I'd say this is probably my favorite one to rewatch, and I'd rank it. So I'd rank Last Crusade, Raiders, and then Temple of Doom. So yeah.
Ironically enough, that is the order of which was voted in the best Indiana Jones film. I only put the three, obviously. Last Crusade came in 49% out of 121 votes, 49%.
Wow.
42% for Raiders and only 8% for Temple of Doom. So,
wow.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm not shocked about that order. I'm a little shocked that Temple of Doom has such a low number. I would have expected it to be slightly higher, maybe like 15%, but
Temple of Doom does have a banger opening, though.
It does.
Oh,
it is really
fantastic. Yeah,
it does. It does. No, I'll definitely agree on that.
Yeah, No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I get that it's not anyone's favorite film, but it has definitely got a special place in my heart. I don't know if it was just because I was so into horror as a kid or what, but
yeah, it's funny that you mentioned True Pop. You kind of felt like as a kid maybe you shouldn't be watching it because Temple of Doom and Gremlins are responsible for the introduction of the PG-13 rating in the United States.
Yeah, we went over that last week, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah, if it weren't for Gremlins and Temple of Doom, we wouldn't have PG-13.
Yeah, we covered both of those this year. As for me, for the final thoughts. Oh, go ahead, True Pop. Go ahead.
Is that a 12A in Europe?
I'm guessing, yeah. You guys have a slightly different system.
Yeah. We have 12A, then 15, then 18.
Yeah. In the US, it's PG is parental guidance suggested, and
which doesn't mean shit.
Yes, yeah. And then PG-13 is parental guidance 13 and older is what is the audience, and
which also doesn't mean shit. They don't stop. They don't stop anybody at theaters and stuff.
The only one they'll stop you on.
Have walked in.
Yeah, the only one they'll stop you on is R, and maybe, but
even that's rare now. If you look like you might be 17, you're fine.
Yeah.
Like, as for my final,
you drove here, you're fine.
Yeah. That was one of the. I pretty much looked exactly the same as I do now. Just like when I was in high school, I aged very poorly when I was younger. But I'm the opposite of True Pop. True Pop still looks like he's like 13, so he gets carded at every movie he goes to. They're like, "Are you sure?"
I got carded for buying Space Marine 2. I'm like, "What? Kicking my idea?" I'm nearly 25. Like, what the fuck is just?
It's hard to imagine True Pop is older than me, man. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. This is not the longest two hoes. Don't worry, we're coming to an end. This I'm okay. This is the last one of the year, so I'm okay with this one going a little longer. True. As for my final thoughts, basically the only thing that I really have out of this, everybody said everything really well, but the only I'll go one negative on this one. I think it's a little long. I think that they could have trimmed it by a little bit. There's a few sequences that feel a little repetitive. We mentioned a couple of them. They probably could have trimmed it back, because when I was rewatching it, I was like, I didn't remember how long this movie really is. And it just feels like, specifically, the fact that they go for the book, then they get it, and then they go for the book again. It's like they probably could have condensed that a little bit. Other than that, though, this is definitely my favorite one. I have the same order as Uninspired, and it's the one that if I do want to watch one standalone without the rest of them, not doing the trilogy watch, I will watch this one over the other two. That being said, they're all good in my book, and I'm glad that we got to cover them this year, and we got to cover them with some awesome people. It's been a great year for the show. And that's all I really got.
They're all a pleasure and a treasure. We don't get movies like this anymore. It's really sad.
That's true. And just before we end, I just wanted to say a massive thank you to everyone on the panel. Massive thank you to everyone in the chat for staying this long. We had a ton of people watching, actually.
We had we had about 120 people overall watch at some point.
And just want to say massive thank you guys for stopping by, man. It genuinely always warms my heart, because to me, time is one of the most precious things ever. And the fact that you guys decide to spend your time watching us, just talk about movies that we love with our guests, it makes me so happy. So thank you, and have a great New Year's, because this is the last two.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, happy New Year.
You almost forgot your favorite aspect, though.
What? Oh yeah! Oh my god! We almost forgot to plug your shit. Jesus!
Got to plug your shit.
Yeah, it's time to plug your shit, ladies and gentlemen. Let the people know what you're gonna do, what you've already done, or what's going on currently, of course. So I guess Adam and Babs, you guys can go, in one go.
Go ahead, Babs.
Well, we do B-sides every Friday night. Last night was episode 69.
That's the sex number.
It was a funny number. And our good friend Professor R2 was there as well. So we do B-sides every Friday. I'm going to be doing... I think Adam will be there too. Total Recall next Wednesday.
Total Recall.
I'll be there.
No. Total Recalled. It's not Total Recall.
Total Recall.
Yeah, Total Recall.
And it's on our friend Jethro Bot's channel, and we're going to be watching Caveman with Ringo Starr.
Nice.
So it's going to be fun. And
nice.
I do have a new show of my own coming out.
Awesome.
That I will be talking about The Thin Man, episode 1, with my wonderful partner in crime, Adam Gray. Am I forgetting anything?
Well, further out, you're going to do Grapes of Wrath.
Oh, that's yes. I'm going to be doing. I'll be on Jacob Ironside's show talking about the Grapes of Wrath and the Secret Garden, but I don't think that's until March. So we've got a little bit of time. And then I think you also have something. Am I correct?
I am going to join Jacob, I think, January, February, and March for X-Files episodes. And I was a big fan back in the day. Every Friday is B-side, 6 p.m. Pacific. So definitely pile in and say hello. And what do we do? Oh, Monday, I'm going to be with the Eclectic Goat, and we're going to do a gaming stream.
Oh, nice.
Tabletop. I don't even remember the name of the game, but it's like a Lovecraftian horror role-playing game. And I think that's basically it. Could be helping Babs record her.
I'm actually going to be putting out a community announcement, her schedule. I said I would do that for her, so look out for that.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Good.
Nice. Yeah, awesome. But yeah, if any of you guys in the chat haven't checked out B-Sides, please do.
We're really funny.
You're gonna laugh your asses off, man. Yeah, probably the funniest stream on YouTube ever. But yeah,
thanks, man.
Thanks. You guys will really enjoy it because each time that I've been on, we just laugh our asses off like there's no.
We like to cut loose on a Friday night.
Yep. So yeah, do check them out. I guess Professor R2, what about you, man? Plug your shit.
Well, definitely make sure you're joining in and watching B-Sides on Friday evenings. It is a laugh riot. Great fun over there. And Adam and Babs are great hosts, and so it's a lot of fun. On Tuesday and Thursday evenings, I am the co-host of The Night Owl with Price of Reason. And so you can join in and just join in the chat. We're both on YouTube
You can hear the
and
latest
on Rumble.
Leslie Headland news.
Oh yes, all the stories about
If you haven't heard the story,
yes, there's all kinds of stories you need to ask about various different encounters that Price has had with different celebrities. But yeah, Tuesday and Thursday nights, just talking about whatever the news is, pop culture, a little bit of politics here and there. Films, video games, whatever we've got to talk about. So Tuesday and Thursday evenings, join us, and we have a lot of fun.
Hell yeah, dude! Yeah, check out the Price of Reason live. That's the channel. Yeah, Eraserhead has just plugged it in the chat, and of course, go check out the streams. They're actually really cool too. I watch them. I watch the re-uploads, and sometimes I manage to catch it live because it's on a good hour for me whenever I see it in my subscription feed, and it's a great show.
Hey, if you're ever live and you want to join us, just drop me a message, man. You can pop in and
hell yeah, dude.
I may have misspoke. Goat is correcting me in the chat. Yeah.
I will actually be moderating for that one, believe it or not.
Oh, nice.
Nice. But I will not be on screen. I will just be in the chat telling you everyone to shut the hell up.
and don't forget
World's a chaos producer.
Yeah, and don't forget to join. I'm a regular guest over on the Mr. Brown Alliance. Don't forget to join us on Wednesdays, Fridays now. He's doing regularly as well as Sundays.
Just doing all the days. He's trying to
just all the days now. Just all of them. Yeah, come join us over there, and we have a lot of fun.
Yep. And of course, Troop Up. I guess that leaves you, my man.
Yeah. My YouTube channel. Check it out. It's True Pop Culture 7. I recently launched a little highlight reel of the best moments of 2024 in terms of the Fellowship. So you have Mola and Friends. So
not Dark Hour.
as Dark Hour likes to remind me. You're welcome to suggest your highlight reel. All right.
I thought it was a law that Dark Hour has to be on every stream. He's like,
no, I've never. There's plenty of streams I haven't been on. I just messed with him. He posted it on Reddit. I was like, where the hell am I?
That video is doing really well. People seem to really like my editing that I throw into it. So if you're in for some laughs, I do recommend it. I will be watching Nosferatu on the 1st of January. So
nice.
I'm probably going to do a live stream review of it. I don't know who I'm going to invite yet. I'll definitely invite Capital Opinions if he's available.
Nice.
So usually I do my streams on a Sunday. If there's a big movie that I really want to talk about, I post ahead. Let everyone know. I don't really have like a regular live stream schedule. But yeah, it's usually on a Sunday, so expect a Nosferatu review around the 5th of January, maybe. But
I'm generally curious as to what you think of the film. Really curious. So
has everyone else seen it?
I saw it last. I saw it like 10 days ago at this point. Yeah.
Nice.
Babs and I haven't seen it yet.
The thing is, I really didn't like Lighthouse. Really didn't like it.
Really?
But I really liked Northman. I really liked it. So
Okay.
I'm just like thinking it could be good, you know. I don't like too strange movies. I like some character, some narrative kind of thing. I don't like artsy movies, which I feel like Lighthouse was. But yeah, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what this film is like because people are rating it very highly, and I'm looking forward to it. So
all right,
yeah.
all right. Well, Dark Hour. What about you, man? Plug your shit, my man.
So I'm taking a slight break from making like actual review videos for a little while.
Boo! Boo!
Well, booking this show, booking Beast Up, and other appearances I'm making are taking priority right now. I'm probably gonna just push it till maybe the end of January. Just take some weeks off for that. And but I will be doing other random like gaming streams and stuff in the meantime, just to fill the gaps. And obviously, we have this coming up in 2 weeks, I think. Let me just double check that real quick.
Yes, on the 12th is the next two hosts.
Yeah. So we are switching to Sundays, guys. That way we don't go head to head with EFAP anymore because too many of our guests cross over with them, and they're our guests. So it's just becoming really annoying to try.
Are you gonna slot in before Mr. Brown?
Yes. Yeah. And usually we don't run this long. Usually we run about 3.5 hours. So we should end right about when he starts. Yeah. All right, but that's all I got.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Well, for me, finally, December has passed. Thank God. So this retail work, man, these horrendous hours are finally done.
It's going to be dry as hell in January, you know.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I actually have a ton of videos that I've planned, and a ton of them are actually about, let's say, 60 to 80% complete for the most part. So it's just sitting down and actually editing them, which is the biggest part. And editing is probably the most fun aspect of it, which is why I always like to edit stuff myself. It's my most entertaining part
It's fun if you're not under a time crunch. It is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Once you're not under a time crunch, editing is super fun. So I'm gonna rest a bit on the first and second, and then after that, I'm finally gonna jump back in because I'm going back to my regular schedule in January. So that'll be nice. So that's pretty much it. Expect one video in January. Yeah, Old Boy. Don't worry. Old Boy is coming. I'm actually really working on Old Boy now.
Well, the script is that you're going to be an old boy before that comes out.
I'll be an old boy. Yeah. The script for Old Boy is already halfway done, which is massive considering the amount of notes that I had. So yeah, the script for Old Boy is halfway done. That's huge progress because to edit it's going to be quite simple, unless copyright. Yeah, I don't know how Korean copyright works. Well, I guess
just put a filter over it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. But yeah,
I'm sure they're just as relaxed as Japanese are about copyright.
But just want to say again, thank you to everyone, man. Thank you so much. Not only the panel, but everyone in the chat too. Everyone who's been supporting Two Hosts this past year, who's been supporting Dark Hour and myself on our individual levels too. I just appreciate you guys so much. And here's to 2025. I hope it's a great year.
Yeah, happy New Year
for everyone. Yeah,
already empty.
New Year's.
I can't get to see you guys in a year.
I'll see you next year.
Let's hope that this closing video works properly. So let's see.